Welcome one and all to LPL English 2025. We are here with a banger of a day, a super Saturday in the books. 3 best of 3s back to back to back. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk Battery, and couldn't be more excited to kick this one off with you, brother. It's going to be a fun one.
You finally stopped dodging me on the show.
I know.
Happy that we can finally have this.
Even to my neighbor's chagrin.
Lennon, this is also the last Super Saturday of Split 2. We will no longer have more best. Tomorrow is also the last day of the Super Days. So exciting stuff. Glad to finally only have 2 series a day. I know more games is more exciting, but for the sake of scheduling, for everybody's sleep schedule, this is a much better solution for everybody. But yeah, we've got a lot of exciting stuff ahead of us, and especially in our first matchup tonight between RNG and EDG.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Before we get into that matchup here, let's talk about the format a little bit going forward, as we are starting to get to the nitty-gritty. About 2 weeks left, a little bit more than that here. As we go into these final weeks, you have to start thinking about the playoff play-in as well. Not only that, but the elimination for the year that is still on the line for one other team.
I mean, this is such an insane matchup. Just the fact that in Group Nirvana, we have one final team. OMG just recently eliminated for the rest of the year, and RNG needing some miracles to happen. Not only today, but then also tomorrow's matchup for Ultra Prime versus LGD. That'll wrap up Group Nirvana, and then later on tonight, as well as Sunday, we'll have more Group Ascend matches. I think we're starting to get a lot closer to seeing one of our top 4 teams, particularly TES, clinch a spot into top 4 playoffs. So I think it'll be really exciting to see Top Esports tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, only a couple series left for the Group Nirvana team. Still many more to go for the Ascend team. Still a lot of bangers on the line here as we move forward, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch and keep forward moving on at least. Now we have to also talk about the Group Nirvana situation, because as you had mentioned, obviously OMG having some troubles. They're not going to be here any longer, but there's still some serious contention between a lot of the organizations, and as you see, OMG had to go out in one fell swoop. Why we have stakes implications still tonight is because OMG took down Ultra Prime as they bowed out for the year.
I thought it was so legendary that they're like, okay guys, we're 0-4, we're done for the group. Let's put on a show, and let's kind of make Ultra Prime really work for their spot in Split 3. So again, we got to see, I think, some more exciting pieces. It's sad to see young players like Starry and Charlotte and eventually Beishong, who ended up on this roster, that really couldn't, unfortunately, kind of bring this team any kind of success here in Split 2. But this roster has been having a lot of issues, and I'm just glad that we got to kind of send them off with one last hurrah.
Yeah, it was a hurrah, that's for sure. Very interesting series nonetheless itself, but one where OMG were backs against the wall after that first game of the series itself, but really good decision making, great timing on a lot of the team fights that they found, and I really liked some more of these defensive style comps from them where they were really playing as a concentric 5-stack.
I think that this Ultra Prime draft on Game 2 is really tough to play, and you know, has a bit of a bar of execution, but I think that that's fine, especially for our Group Nirvana teams. Yes, you are playing for some of your split lives here, but I think for just seeing them trying to execute, I actually kind of appreciate the fact that they're willing to go out of their comfort zone a little bit and experiment. Again, they have a match in their last series tomorrow night, so we'll see what that ends up being for them and if they can kind of continue to lead themselves into Split 3.
Yeah, and it's always nice to check in on how things are going with Group Nirvana. If you're new here or don't know what Group Nirvana is all about, it is kind of the bottom tier teams, but the fact of the matter is they only have 5 best of 3s to play comparatively to the 18 that Group Ascend get to play in the end, so every series matters that much more, and that's why I love that we're still having some stakes implications coming into the final parts for a lot of these teams. But that being said, it is this team first and foremost, RNG, that we have to talk about, a team that has had some struggles on the Rift and off the Rift themselves. I think you could obviously take context clues about the off the Rift stuff, but on the Rift, it just hasn't come together. I know we started seeing some good combinations, especially between Milky Way and Tong Yuan. Jachi has had some struggles, but still is a pretty bright part for them, even a struggling season. But here tonight, they need a 2-0.
They need a 2-0, or else they're going to be done for the rest of the year. I mean, like you had said, it's just the inconsistencies, and both on the Rift and off the Rift, it seems like RNG are just having a lot of struggles. There are rumors currently of some contract negotiations currently going on with salary, so kind of sucks to see that this team is struggling in kind of stuff that is not really related to their gameplay, but I mean, Milky Way and Tangyuan still having some of those gameplay moments where they're not firing on all cylinders. I feel like the coordination isn't all there all the time, and Tangyuan still being a player that sometimes actually has a lot of great moments, but can have games where he is quite invisible or quite silent in the Rift.
Yeah, I think that's something you absolutely can't have moving forward. But speaking of that moving forward, let's go ahead and find all the possibilities. Go ahead and get your Doctor Strange costume on. We've got the bracketology coming in on how things need to peter out for RNG to keep their hopes alive to play in split number 3.
Yeah, RNG and Ultra Prime, their fates are unfortunately linked if you are an RNG fan. Not only if RNG want to stay in this split and in the LPL for the rest of the year, they're going to have to win a 2-0 because of the game differential. If Ultra Prime win a single game, RNG are out for the rest of the year. If RNG lose a single game tonight, they are out for the rest of the year, which is rather unfortunate, but that is part of the fact of, you know, you should have just won more games, unfortunately, earlier into this split.
It's a get good issue, man, I guess.
Yeah,
like, I don't know what to say.
The only reason they're here, by the way, is because they actually beat OMG. If that wasn't the case, RNG would have already been eliminated. We would have been saying about this for OMG, so.
But I do love that there's still some implications, even if it's the wild, wacky, and wonderful kind. And Ultra Prime still absolutely control their own destiny in that one. But RNG can set themselves up with that 2-0. And what a 2-0 would be over their opponent in EDG, who we'll be talking about next as well. Again, teams that maybe at the beginning of the split, you're wondering how can they be in such struggling manners. I know EDG has had a little bit better of a time of it for sure, but you can still see they're in threat. Like if they lose 0-2, like they are out of split 2. They're done here. They don't even get to go to play-in. So still some implications on both sides of things.
Yeah, I think that's so surprising, especially that EDG started off Split 2 with a 3-0, and then they end up losing to LGD, and we're like, okay, they end up losing, or sorry, they win up against LGD, but then they lose to Ultra Prime. Some of the wacky nature of Group Nirvana, I'm sure, but yeah, EDG, very surprising, and I think historically, a lot of fans who have been watching the LPL for a long time, even if you're not necessarily a fan of the region, but have been watching international play, you'll see these two, especially for the last couple years, and say like, wow, they're here in Group Nirvana. Wow, one of them's at potential relegation for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
I think that is such a powerful story between two legendary orgs here of the LPL.
And OMG might not be as well known in recent history, but also already taking a bow was a huge blow to the systemic nature of the LPL. Let's go ahead and move forward, and let's go ahead and talk about this EDG team. Let's go ahead and bring up that roster if we can, because this team has had some wacky things go for them. I think you look at some of the veterancy on this team, you're like, man, they should find success. You have Xiaohao at the jungle, who was once a big prodigy, it felt like, coming through here for this EDG team. And of course, ZDZ, the ever fickle nature of the top laner there. But they're just trying to put it together here to make sure that they can handle themselves and get themselves into that playoff play-in.
This was supposed to be like our dynamic duos team. You have a topside jungle that's been playing for a couple years as like a package. You have On and Wink finally being reunited from last year, and you know, Angel coming on through in the mid lane. Like you said, that veterancy from some of these players, especially alongside this bot side of the map, should have been enough to actually push this team and very easily carry them, especially with the experience that some of these guys have. But I think showing some of their age and specifically some of the level of play that they've put in, I have big questions for On and Wink in particular. They looked so good in Split 1 or in Split 2 placements, but have kind of started to peter off a little bit.
Yeah, and I know for these two teams, it's really interesting to see how they kind of collide, but there's also some historics between them. I know one that I'm very excited to talk about is Tonguan versus Angel, and just kind of the history between them switching off and on in RNG all those years ago, back in 2023, which feels like forever from now. But we also have to take a little bit of a walk down memory lane here, because EDG, and just as RNG, legendary organizations within the LPL, and Kelsey Moser went ahead and put together a package walking down that history here. So let's go ahead and take a listen. So, unfortunately, we will be doing some cinematic magic here. We're going to go right back through it, and we're going to go ahead and now walk down memory lane with EDG as we have a package Kelsey.
We must restart the memory lane. We're coming back to it.
Memory lane. Reset the memory lane.
Not so lucky.
Insane diving into them. Clearlove gets his gun. He's got shockwave. Ball back. FDZ for ball as well. He's 2 men down. Uzi goes in there. Name is at the back, chipping away with a rat-a-tat-tat. But that might not be enough to hold them in this game. Stun to Uzi. Quick over Sam. Kill for Uzi. Name gonna be locked up. Name goes down. And it's all down on Koro. They dive on him. Triple kill for Uzi. It's Royal Club that do it the hard way. Will go through to the semi-final.
Oh my god, Looper! Yeah, smacks him out of there as Mako does have to be very careful. Unbreakable Will is in there. As now he gets the double knockup. Martin might be in trouble as Xiaohu just biding his time, trying to get in there with the Mimic Distortion. As RNG has to ult his, MLG ults himself out. They're gonna dive here. EDG, this could be game. Oh my goodness, MLXG looking for it. Whoosh is massive as well, standing so safely. And EDG are running away. Koro in so much trouble.
But now RNG incredibly low. Scouts back up. Here's Selbo coming in. RNG have to run. Mako flash forward with the exhaust onto Uzi. Def still chasing, still poking. Clearlove gonna be able to knock the GA out. There goes Scout. He's in there. Gets a big flank onto RNG.
Xiaohu taking this time to clear the wall because Clearlove is over the wall. He does have flash, makes the jump, but so there's both members of EDG. They want him dead. Shockwave will buy them time. Will win it. Oh, the cutting. It's a knockdown.
决赛和RNG相遇的话，其实遇见过很多次，然后其实我们的胜率会更高，然后这次我也有幸运一下。
Where were you when history was made? Because here comes Uzi.
The curse lifted. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Uzi now reigns as king. Royal never give up. Champions, and they will take on the world at MSL. Down go the towers. RNG, they want the redemption. After a year's slump, they come back. The Emperors of Spring have done it, and RNG make it to finals.
As RNG's hopes at a world title fall, EDG, it took them 6 attempts, but this time they will knock down RNG. This time, EDG won it all. This team, EDG, are headed to the semifinal.
The siege is on. Oh,
one of the greatest rivalries in LPL's history comes to its head here in 2025 as RNG look for a 2-0 to keep themselves alive in this group Nirvana. EDG trying to clean house before they get into their playoff play-in. We'll see RNG take to the stage here first and foremost. And again, a lot on the line. Could also be some wacky games we're in store for here, Alk. But I expect both teams to be taking this a little bit more seriously, especially for RNG's sake.
Dude, shout out to Freak, man. He's been given some of the best. I kind of do miss Freak now in retrospect. Of just how many banger calls he gave us. Obviously, he gave EU their best call in years that they've been holding on to since they beat us at MSI.
True.
You know, the color of EDG. Damn, we haven't seen the. Oh,
yeah.
Let's go! On gave us something finally. You don't know how long we've been waiting for this, guys. But
look,
yeah,
look how cheeky. He's got the little smirk too.
Wonderful. I'm glad. I'm glad that EDG can kind of show out here. But I did a bit of deep diving. RNG versus EDG all time in series 57-50 in favor of RNG. So hopefully they can lean a little bit on that tonight.
All those Xiaohu Uzi years, you know, coming back.
Yeah.
God, this matchup is so legendary in so many ways, and how far we are from those legendary days, it feels like, which is so sad to say at the same time, but still nice to reminisce on some of the time that was between these two organizations. And now we look in the present. We look in the here and now. Obviously, we'll be getting to the 1v1, but an important series for both teams where they've been struggling a little bit. The consistency issues have been reigning for both these organizations. A little bit less so for EDG, obviously.
Yeah, EDG looked at least a little bit more composed, especially now that they've kind of brought in a new AD carry with On coming in for Split 2. So you know, I think it's pretty exciting to see whether or not EDG are really going to be able to kind of perform again. If you are new, our 1v1 today is going to be between Milky Way and Xiaohao. So getting a little bit of a jungle love here. We are getting more 1v1s with the same role. I know that when we kind of started, we were seeing, you know, some more fun ones, but I think we need to get a support versus support one of these days. The supports have not won a single 1v1. I need to see
You know
it.
that for a fact? That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
wild. I'm really curious at the end of the season stats on 1v1s. Like, I really, really want to know how it pans out. Not gonna lie, I've also liked that we've been getting a little bit more action in the 1v1s. We get a little bit more 2-kill wins in the 1v1s. I don't know if we'll actually get that tonight, but maybe a little bit more blood in the 1v1 as we're gonna be getting locked in here for game number 1.
I liked Grapes' idea of, like, maybe instead of the 1v1, we just treat it like Arena and we send a 2v2 in. But I know
honestly,
Arena's
I would
leaving this
rather
patch,
that.
so...
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That would be really fun. That they missed an opportunity with that one for sure. There was like a
just send out so many
Spirit Blossom arena.
duos. Oh, but then I feel like we lose part of the. I feel like part of the spectacle is that we're watching it on like the classic 1v1 map, right?
Okay,
Like
okay.
fans
I get
at
you, I get
home,
you.
especially new fans, never got to watch All Stars events. They only have
True.
VOD,
Which is so
which is
sad,
fair.
man. Oh,
Yeah,
it hurt
yeah.
My heart.
We're missing out on Rift Rivals. I mean, Rift Rivals
miss
as
those
a North
events
American
so
fan
much.
weren't really great, but I think the fact that we
It
had
was
something.
still fun though. It was still fun. The All Stars, man, like that was the days and age. Oh my goodness. Now we're feeling super old. We could talk about new stuff. Pantheon versus Varus. That's what's.
Oh yeah,
happening in
new
front of us.
champions for sure, man. Yeah, new champions Varus and Pantheon. Yeah,
But
nice.
Milky Way on the Varus. We got Xiaohao on the Pantheon. Maybe a little bit of room for action in the early parts of this 1v1.
Maybe. We'll see.
I love the Varus right now in 1v1s. I feel like you could be such
Dude,
a menace.
all of our play-by-plays are about to kill you, bro. There's no way you just said, you know what's really fun, guys? There you go.
Dude, come on.
Hit him with the
lethal
Ouch.
tempo. Yeah. Hey, you were also nostalging it up with me, okay? I don't want to. We need 2 of those old penguins.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm very interested now. Like, do you think? Let's get your wagering. Is it gonna be a wait till the Ring of Fire win, or before the Ring of Fire win? 50-50.
The way that I assume this is going to go is I expect that Xiaohao is going to try to find an all-in early. He is either going to actually end up doing a lot of damage versus Milky Way, or he's going to be chunked for the rest of the matchup, and then we're just going to wait until Ring of Fire. There you go. There we go.
That's now I feel like everything is right in the world.
There you go.
As speaking of, we'll be getting to that 1v1 now. Obviously, having a little bit of fun with it, but still, blue side will be very important here, as that is the tried and true. We've not seen red side choice very often, especially in a matchup like this. I expect blue sides to still be king.
Unrelated, but when we're talking about, EDG being here, RNG, legendary teams when playing at MSI, my dad actually sent me a picture today. 10 years ago today was when I went to MSI in Tallahassee. I got to watch SKT versus Fnatic.
That's actually a throwback. I almost completely forgot that there was actually an event in Tallahassee, which is just hilarious.
I was excited because it was the one that was the closest to me. I was like, holy crap, we went to Florida.
Oh,
hey, wait a minute.
Look at
Milky
this,
Way?
look at this, look at this. Oh, Xiaohao's down. Milky Way gets the first kill. You see that smile on Xiaohao's face.
All right. Well, look, I was right. You asked me for my prediction. I said that Xiaohao was probably going to be looking in for an all-in, and he got chunked out so badly that Milky Way even got the full kill. So he's probably going to be pushing in on this
Varus
next way.
isn't fun. Come on.
Varus is very broken on this 1v1 map. Yes.
Dude, Xiaohao is still laughing. He's just still going. He's like, man, I'm in a tough position now as well. They will get the crash in, so he'll be able to get some of these minions back. But that reset's going to be there for Milky Way, and I'll honestly probably just wait until that next round of Summoner Spells comes back up to do it again.
Kelsey's like, oh my god, Alco's at Tallahassee too? Yeah, I was 15.
Nice. That's a throwback for sure.
Yeah, that is a true throwback. I'm sure Xiaohao's having fun. Yesterday when we had Kael on the 1v1, I was like, the supports haven't been winning all that much. And then I thought about it a little bit more. We saw him like play. We saw like a Kiana Yasuo matchup. I don't know. It didn't look too good. I know that we're kind of talking about like which roles might be best at the 1v1s.
I still think it's got to be solo lanes. I still like it has to be mid top. I don't know. I just feel like the hands differential is definitely there. Although we have seen, like, I know you say that sports haven't won any of the 1v1s. They're goddamn close, okay?
No,
maybe by the
they
end
have
of the
not.
split.
They have not. Kyle got completely dogged on. On's gotten.
On has lost like every single one that he's been a part of.
Well, yeah, that's the point. The supports haven't won. On has looked quite questionable in some of these. So
They
we were
still
headcanoning
keep letting
that,
him do it, which is hilarious.
I've been headcanoning that like some of these teams are trying to like experiment with like just taking red side game 1 because they know that their support's gonna lose anyway. So
They just send their lame pup in to take the loss. A little bit of warming up. It's like, who needs the biggest warm up but knows that they will still lose the 1v1? On, you're the perfect candidate. No, but in this one, Milky Way Xiaohao wanted the jungle 1v1. We have gotten some cool, same positional 1v1s. But I think Xiaohao is going to look for a little bit more damage here. But now that Milky Way is level 6, if he just uses his Chains of Corruption, can get a really nice combo on Xiaohao. And you got to remember, one more kill means Xiaohao loses the 1v1 side select.
So it's pretty tough for Milky Way to actually find the solo kill here. I know we saw it beforehand, but as long as this Pantheon has access to the E, it's pretty tough for Milky Way to actually kind of provide enough damage, especially just because of the targeted or directional invulnerability. Also, Milky Way going for summoner spells that, I'm going to be honest, make Pantheon's life living hell. There's a barrier and a cleanse. How can play?
The burst damage will not be there, and the CC that you want to throw down will also not be there. And you also find yourself just at a SETI CS differential here as well because of that early kill going over and just steadily building up on these items, getting closer and closer to that first item mark. Obviously, when Ring of Fire comes out, it will just be the first kill, so things will even up for Xiaohao for sure. Still, that advantage for the Varus going to be really nice with the plated steel caps as well.
100 from 3 minions. Wow. I don't know, man.
Normal summoners would.
This 1v1 is incredibly boring. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the kill here.
Oh, he misses it. Oh no. happens. Milky Way,
we're going to need more Viego games on this Varus. Okay? You are subject to 2 more Viego games.
At least he's not forced to play this champion in the jungle, you know? At least he can have that. And he also has a good excuse if he loses. He's like, I played a champion that's not part of my role.
That's why I'm saying he needs the Viego games so that he can actually get the experience there.
Ooh, the all-in? Trying to dodge out of the queue there. Milky Way just trying to fight it out now, waiting for the hail of arrows to come back up. Xiaohao trying to get out. One more Q, and he gets them. The 1v1 goes the other way. Now we're tied up.
All right. Well, now it's just sudden death, even without the Ring of Fire spawning in. We'll see how much Xiaohao is able to get done in this time. Probably just going to take 1 or 2 plates and then look for his recall, but good all-in coming in from him. I think that Milky Way needed to either just drop the wave or kind of recognize he's probably died there. That's going to be the Blade of the Ruined King now finished for this Varus, as Xiaohao probably going for the Eclipse when I was looking at his items. Yep.
There you go. Well, so he still hits the same item differential at the same time as Milky Way, even after all that. So even Stevens. We have that Ring of Fire coming up about 35 seconds here as well. It's going to take a while for it to start burning, though. But I think we're just going to wait. And honestly, who do you like at this point? Just in the flat-out 1v1 during the Ring of Fire?
I just think that Varus has way too much damage. My worry here is that Xiaohao might just be too, like, tanky. I think having the E is super broken and has the Eclipse. But, I mean, as long as Milky Way can get level 11, I think you're perfectly fine with this. This is good.
Okay, he's going to miss the hail of arrows, though. Didn't get the Blight pop. Going to have to use the piercing arrow through that. He does get 3 more Blight stacks, but doesn't have another ability to proc it. A little bit difficult there as they're going to try to get the back off. They need to get them off now.
Okay. I think this is late.
Xiaohao might not
I think
back
this
fast
is late.
enough.
I think this is late from Milky Way.
He's going to stop him.
Oh,
he stopped him.
He should have let him die. Wait, if he literally finished the recall, he would have died. Oh
Yeah,
my
he
God, Xiaohao. Well, Xiaohao has more HP. Both of them have barrier, but only does Pantheon have the ignite.
Okay, this is going to be tense here. We're getting down to the wire. Can they get side select? Blue side is king in game number 1. Milky Way going to get all in by Xiaohao now as well. He's getting a little bit low. The ignite's already burned. The barrier's still alive on both sides. Xiaohao goes for it. Doesn't even need much of a flashy play. Barrier didn't even get popped as he'll take the 1v1 win.
All right, that's EDG now with side selection. Probably going to be choosing. I like how our production just immediately assumes they're just choosing blue side, which is completely fair. I think we've only seen
Valid.
1 or 2 teams decide to go for red side.
And one of them was AL, and you know, they have the right.
Well,
honestly,
they've been losing some games.
They've been losing
you know,
some games. They've been losing
some games. So
Shocker, they chose blue side, by the way.
You know, if only there was precedent. There are way too many. You know, this is the first time I've pre-typed it because I keep hoping they'll pick fair.
Nice.
Fair.
Shout out to Kai, our prod tonight, for all 3 series. The GOAT as always. But now we can start talking a little bit about these matchups, and especially the prio on blue side, but more so the prio in the first phase. I think both junglers going to have a lot of say in how these games kind of are dictated early, especially if we get the kind of farming kind of carry junglers, or if we end up getting a little bit more of the facilitation side of things for both of them.
Yeah, Lilia's going to obviously be a big pick between both of these guys. You know, when we've talked about our supports, I think that right now bot lane is actually in a really interesting spot, especially once we get further into series with things like Lucian coming on up, obviously Jhin still being in the meta, and you know, our big 3 of like Ezreal, Varus, and some kind of variation between them and Kai'Sa as well as Misfortune. So
yeah.
kind of an interesting bout here. I'm wondering if we're also going to be seeing more Nico tonight, just because it has been kind of taking over the league.
Big strange. I love it. Hey, gotta get all warmed up and ready to go for this best of 3. Again, the potential last best of 3 for either of these teams, at least. If EDG are gonna lose that 0-2, we will be saying adieu to them in split number 2. They will still be back for split 3. But RNG, they need that 2-0 tonight, Alec.
If they lose a single game tonight, doesn't even matter if they win the series, RNG are just eliminated because of the game differential between them. Just real quick, if I'm looking at the standings, Ultra Prime game score wise are 5 and 6. RNG are 3 and 7. If they lose a single game, Ultra Prime will have the game differential, and at that point it won't matter even if they're tied up, because the way that tiebreakers work here in the LPL, it is game differential then head to head, and either way, that would be Ultra Prime having the win there. So
yeah.
RNG really need to put their best foot forward if they want any chance. It's like, yes, you 2-0, and then you're still waiting for Ultra Prime to lose. Ultra Prime cannot win a single game tomorrow night versus LGD.
Going to be the biggest Ultra Prime haters if they are able to take control of their side of things. Obviously, we're having some troubles getting into game number 1. Hopefully, we'll be getting there rather soon, as we do have a long night of League of Legends ahead. It always seems to happen on the longest nights. It always does.
No
matter
let
what.
him, you know,
Always
I think this feels like a normal amount of time before game starts. I haven't.
No.
I think
no.
you last time this happened to you. I know you were absolutely mauling. Well, thankfully we don't have an NIP game, because every single one of their series has had
like NIP
some
are having
kind
some
of
bad issues.
Shenzhen Arena is not looking too hot right now as a destination, but that
I'm
pan right there
excited.
tells me we're going to draft.
So we talked a little bit of the jungle. Obviously, the difference between what we're looking at for their side of things in that facilitation or the carry potential. But I know that this bot lane needs to have carry potential. Something I know you want to talk about, Jiaoqi versus On, 2 guys that we maybe expected a little bit more out of in this split number 2. We haven't necessarily gotten that payoff, but here maybe getting some of those resources to start off in game number 1.
Ooh, already some focus towards the bottom lane, though, with this Nico, but big focus on the solo lanes already. Talia, Yone, and Gwen all taken away. So, EDG, what is our first pick here? I think if Rumble or Jace are taken, you're kind of thinking about maybe a Sion first pick. I mean, Rumble's now gone. I think that ZDZ has shown himself to be a rather great Scion player, but man, we have a draft where Vi has gotten through. That is very strange already.
ZDZ going to go with the classic Ev hover for some reason. Don't know why he does it, but he does it. And we'll see what they end up going with this first pick. It is a Zhao, so giving over a lot of prio to Xiaohao in how he wants to approach this jungle matchup.
Crazy, just crazy to me that we're giving Vi over so early on in the series. But hey, look, we also have Sinsao, like you were mentioning, Milky with a haircut. Damn, brother. Okay, I didn't even notice.
Did he get a haircut? I think it looks
That's
the same.
definitely a new haircut from him. If at
maybe
least
it's like
the
a
new
different
style.
Yeah, maybe it's a new style.
He had some longer hair last time. Anyway, we'll see. RNG, though, I mean, do they just pick up a pretty easy combo of Tangyuan with his Ahri? I think Ahri Vi still gives them some playmaking, and when we talked about this team, it really has been whether or not Milky Way and Tangyuan are actually working in tandem.
Yeah, that combination is extremely important, and there you go. We do get the tried and true combo, the Vi Ahri, so something we really love to see. A lot of consistent power between the two, a lot of early game prowess that can be possible between them. See what the answer is going to be for that mid lane matchup on the other side.
Okay, I like this from EDG, hovering the Sylas. You have already 2 ultimates that are going to be pretty good, and when it comes to mid prio, still favoring RNG, but for EDG, this 2v2 can actually get a little bit exciting depending on how well these two can play it. Already liking this Scion hover, though. Again, there's no one yet that RNG have shown. I think that maybe you're trying to funnel Jachi onto his Kaisa, which honestly not a bad trade if you're an RNG fan, giving him one of his best champions that we've seen so far in LPL of 2025.
True. Would love to see it. But right now, it does seem like both teams getting a little bit of what they want in this game, number one. There is that Kaisa lock-in to follow through with the dive that RNG are going for in the first phase.
All right, so ton of forward movement coming in from RNG. I think great range, depending on what Jachi is going to be looking for, but again, that early mid-jungle I need to be seeing from RNG. I want to see them move on forward into the map and making sure that they're applying pressure and getting vision, maybe even going diving very early on to this bot lane pair. So getting rid of AD carries, Varus making it into 4th. I think that maybe you have to start thinking about also Misfortune here. And you're not really going to be able to kind of pair up Alistar with RNG just because there is a Sylas on the enemy's team.
Yeah, I think it's so difficult. You don't want to give over more good ultis. He already has a couple good options there as well. The Ambessa is going to be the ban towards that Scion matchup. So trying to take away anything that can be a little bit annoying there, but also the extra dive that can be possible with that pickup here. We'll see if they want to continue focusing that bot lane ADC pool. Could see some supportal focus here. It will end up being the Renata.
Ooh, so maybe afraid of like a Kalista lane coming on through. Like the idea of them being able to take that away. So coming in this 4th ban, what else are we getting away from Xiaoshu? You could get rid of the Jax. That might be a little bit more problematic. Again, great matchup into what EDG are showing already. One of his most played this split as well.
Okay, the Cassante of all things. Interesting.
Ooh.
And the Shen just gets locked in. First and foremost, this champion is busted.
Yeah.
And it's going to be locked in immediately for Xiaosu.
Some pretty big Q changes, the buffs. The champion's been getting buffed every now and so often, so good to see it here. A great matchup into the Scion and just being able to match on the side lane. This does mean that now I think RNG, the dive is even stronger. I think if anything, you put a very big priority on getting Grubs because Ahri and Shen are going to be insane split pushers. So I want to see what RNG are going to be able to do. Can they actually play that explosive style around the map, or are they just making sure that they have as high impact team fight ultimates as possible?
I'm just going to say they're putting the bar of execution up high for themselves here. I know you have some things that can really combine well, but the timing is super important, and that's something we have seen has not necessarily worked out for RNG in a lot of their series. So giving themselves a lot of breathing room with the structural parts of the composition. Obviously now going to take another frontliner here to tie things up a little bit more, but you have to be on the same page with this top 3 trio that's coming into the board.
I don't like the Alistar. I think this is very fake. Rel into their team is fine. Honestly, I think you could have also made an argument that you could go for Nautilus, especially with what they were showing. But again, just a high impact ultimate. So All right, EDG, you have a composition that is incredibly low range, and I don't know if you're going to enjoy playing that into RNG. You have a situation where you don't have push in top lane, you don't have push in mid lane, and your bot lane can be very volatile when it comes to the 2v2. So I think that Xiaohao is going to be playing kind of an all-around janitor this game. He's going to have to really protect his lanes and make sure that there's not any kind of fines coming on through from Milky Way.
And do you feel like that kind of team fight competition, that potential for EDG is enough to overcome maybe some of those early game deficits?
I mean, I like some of what their champions are able to get out of the game. Just, again, Silas, so flexible, probably is going to be taking the Vi ultimate to start up a lot of fights for his team. But with EDG, they need to be inviting so much chaos into the game, and some of their ults just don't work all that well together. I mean, Xiaohao is going to have a lot of tankiness thanks to his ultimate, but then the Xayah is kind of like, well, I don't want anybody near me, but I want them next to my feathers. So we are hopefully going to have to see a level of coordination that I think has been missing from EDG so far this year.
Well, it's do or die time for that here in their last series, at least scheduled for now until we get those play-in playoffs locked in. It is RNG who need that 2-0 to keep themselves alive here in 2025. If they lose a game, they are done for the entire year. We walked down memory lane. We saw the legacy that both these organizations bring to the table that have been so integral to the structural part of the LPL over these years, almost 10 plus years seeing these two go at it. RNG, you said, are in the better of it, at least in the series score, but that all matters for not now as we get into the first best of 3 of the day. We got 3 back to back to back, and we're starting off with RNG versus EDG.
Oh, man. There you go. Let loose.
I heard him a little bit. I heard him a little bit.
Let them know your fandom there. Great job from the crowd. And so big importance coming in for both of these teams, not just in case of the series, but especially for this first game. I think RNG got a lot of champions that I would say they're going to perform excellently on. I mean, Niket is on a strong engaged champion with this Rel. You have Jiachi on his Kaisa, Tang Yuan on Ahri. These feel like a lot of great comfort champions and feels a lot more like what RNG are going to want to be able to play.
Yeah, and I honestly like a lot of the looks that we are seeing. I do think that, you know, just looking on paper, obviously, both teams are pretty set up for very clear compositional strengths. I still think execution is where that next conversation becomes, but we have to also start looking at those early trades in lanes. Who's going to be proactive? We're definitely looking at RNG to have that more proactive hand here. They also do have some trade potential there with Tang Yuan having that electrocute on the Ahri, so maybe trying to utilize that and get some combinations with Milky Way started.
Both junglers pathing down towards the bot side, recognizing that this 2v2 can have a lot of leeway as to which way it can go. We've been seeing a lot of discussion about the Xayah. I know I was talking about it yesterday, and has been an ongoing conversation about Lethal Tempo versus Conqueror on the LT in terms of what he's been preferring. But Niket missing out. Oh, missing out on all the spells there.
All the abilities there. You gotta get it out now. Get it out now.
That's RNG hitting level 2 first, so probably going to be looking for a bounce back in a minute's time, and hopefully that kind of sets up for Milky Way to look for something.
And I know I got to talk to Cubby a little bit about this in the NACL side of things. Southsea in a little bit of trouble in that top lane matchup. But the difference now with the grub spawning later and kind of that open window in the early part, we still have been seeing junglers kind of be okay with taking just farming paths and not going for those kind of unique setups that we used to have, it feels like, before we had the early grub spawn.
Yeah, the issue beforehand was that if you didn't full clear and you kind of jeopardized the game around an early game gank, is that you wouldn't be level 5, almost level 6 for a second set of grubs. And that ended up kind of having a pretty big impact, especially if you took one grub, you'd be able to hit level 6 and maybe you can make a game-changing play. But now with it kind of moving back, it still, I think, reinforces the fact that RNG and most of our teams should still be looking for full clears. I think the only person that is kind of bucking that trend right now is actually Team WE and Monkey, who has utilized really creative jungle paths to make sure that he can protect some of his solo lanes.
It's been really fun to watch. But hey, speaking of, we get a little contest over the Scuttle Crab here. Milky Way goes for it, does end up getting. He's trying to get blocked now, gets the cease and at least Vault Breaker with the flash, double play. Now Wink going for the play. Now Milky Way in trouble, and EDG collapse. Was the Scuttle Crab worth it? I think not.
Well, we talked about it, right? Like, RNG, they got level 2 first. They crashed the wave at 2.5 minutes. Now, a minute later, we talked about, can Milky Way find anything? He didn't have priority. That's EDG crashing the wave. Wink moves on. That's 2 flashes spent, but now it's going to be double Scuttle and a great opener coming in for Edward Gaming.
Love to see that collapse, especially Wink roaming over early. He did burn his flash for it, though, so we'll see if that's responded to. At least getting the trade there in that topside Scuttle and being able to get a little bit of influence early. Again, we said RNG are the ones that want to try to get some activity going, especially between Tongyuan and Milky Way. But now Milky Way not having that flash either can't really set up those big plays with the Vault Breaker. Get redeploy from both junglers, pathing same direction as the first time around.
It's time to full clear every game. Yay!
Hey, at least we got a little fight over the Scuttle, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Some action there. Mid laner's about to hit level 6 on the next wave.
Oh, look at that grass stack, man. Oh my god, it's impeccable.
That's why I wanted to avoid talking about top lane this
Creme
series.
de la creme.
I already knew these guys were going to be sitting there spamming Grasp of the Undying on each other's foreheads, and they're not going to be doing too much past that. But maybe we do see a swap coming in. I know that right now Jachi kind of staying under his turret, trying to open up for angles for Niket to find roams. But with the Grub spawning in 2.5 minutes time, and you're playing into a Scion, I feel like with this Shen, you might be more willing to go for a swap than some other lanes.
We'd like to see if either team wants to put a little bit of emphasis on this early Dragon as well. Both can have a little bit of setup down there, but both teams going to take a little bit of a back seat. RNG going to move out to get some vision down here as well. They will put the control ward down, going to clear that one out. We have about 2 minutes and 10 seconds till that next scrub spawn. Both teams positioning down here, Alec.
I'm looking at this. Kai'Sa's nowhere in the range right now, and Silas does have ultimate. This is pretty risky right now coming in from RNG. They're going to be late to this play, and this will be numbers. EDG have no idea. There's no vision here. They're trying to prep for a dive on the bottom lane, but they don't even know.
Oh my god, it's like watching two people just fumble around in the dark. They can't find each other.
Steal?
Finally, EDG realizes what has been happening this entire time. And now Xiaohao is caught out a little bit. Tongyuan going straight in for him, missing the charm point blank, but still the engage from RNG looks good. Angel can't find the entrance. They get the kill back though. On is pumping these feathers into the backs of RNG. Now RNG backed themselves into a corner. Tongyuan trying to get these resets as well. He got another one there. He will make it out of the back of the pit, but Niket might not be as lucky. On was untouched in that entire fight, and they're going to find a double kill for Angel.
That is the feats of warfare immediately going over to EDG. They may have lost the dragon, but you're looking at this, and this is a massive win for them. You've now used all of the flashes of this bottom lane. You're able to also get more of those kills. Silas is now in a really great spot. I mean, this champion was already going to be a little problematic for RNG, and now with a gold advantage, Angel might be able to have his handle on this game. As take a look at this replay. I think this is so risky. I mean, look at where the support combos are right now, right? Like, Niket kind of in the area, but Wink has first say. He's protecting his team. Those shields from the battle dance at least preventing Xiaohao from immediately going down. And too many small mechanical errors coming in from RNG that allow EDG to win this.
The fact that Tongyuan gets so many resets there, but that initial first charm would have changed the entire trajectory of that fight if it did connect. And you love to see some of the carry potential from EDG, Angel, and On. Mechanically pretty sound in a lot of those situations. And we'll be out without flash now, though, so is punishable. But still a lot of gold being dropped into EDG's pockets early. They try to get it back, though. Angel caught out. Going to try to heal up out of this. He still is this Silas. Able to get out, has the healing from the Kingslayer as well. Now you have that engage from ZDZ on the other side. Milky Way just went straight into him. Double knock up there. And EDG, they find another pick. How is this happening?
I mean, Angel lived for so long. I thought this was them going to be starting up the grubs, but Tongyuan was still saving his teleport. He didn't end up using it to go back to lane, so he still has it up and available. He could have actually used it to teleport into this play, but now, I mean, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
EDG right now, like, they're making plays in mid. Right now, RNG are just so late to a lot of them. I feel like they're overestimating so much of their damage.
Yeah, I hate to talk too negatively about RNG. There's just been so many things going wrong for this team with such bright names. I mean, you look just a year ago, man, and seeing Milky Way being one of the biggest faces in the entire league and making, honestly, the entire world pay attention to his come up. And now how far it has fallen in under RNG's care, and it just feels real bad.
I mean, Milky Way literally still has defenders in our Twitch chat every single day. There are people who are saying Milky Way to BLG, like, on repeat for some reason. So he bought himself a lot of goodwill with the performance he was able to put up on FPX last year, and kind of sucks to see. It feels like Care definitely got the better of that divorce, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it does seem that way. A legacy fight between two legacy orgs, nonetheless, even if all that history is nowhere near the current state of things. But that being said, we look back into the map state of things. First items are going to be coming online a little bit quicker there with that 2,000 gold lead for EDG.
Well, I mean, EDG now, they just got 3 grubs in the top side while Milky Way was investing on trying to gank a Scion. So EDG very happy with this game. 2,000 gold lead, like you had just mentioned, already have the Feats of Warfare. So they're going to be looking quite strong. And I was taking a look at like some of the stats for this team, and it feels like RNG, reflectively, like when you look at them, they're much better at finding skirmishes around the map. It's just about playing these objectives that have been really painful for them. Like, they are tied for second in Group Nirvana for First Bloods and First Turrets, but you look at Dragon's percentage, and EDG have almost twice as much at 60%. Herald Control, 60%, also twice of what RNG are having.
Crazy,
so
man.
Their setups from the side of Royal Never Give Up have just not been all that so far this year.
Yeah, and now they have a composition that, while I said gave themselves a bar of execution because you have to have all those timings and things, right? On paper, it should be pretty simple, right? You get one big engage with Milky Way. You can follow it up with Xiaosu with the Stand United over top of it. And Tong Yuan should always be there to follow through on that singular target. But we've seen it go a little bit astray in a couple of fights so far. Still the possibility to pull it all together, though, as another dragon is on the horizon. Would be second dragon for RNG.
EDG are here first. Scion has to push this next wave if he wants to be here. Does have the teleport as well as the unstoppable onslaught, but EDG are just choking all of this vision out. There are some wards behind them from Royal Never Give Up, but it is all about mid lane push. And the fact that Ahri is not able to grab this versus a Xayah so early on into this game is very good for Edward Gaming. So they're going to start this up. You kind of see that Silas right now marking the Tri-Brush as well. Sion's going to be here first, though.
All right, we'll see who ends up getting the better of it. Niket just goes for the engage in the pit, going for the 3-man. They got Tong Yuan there. That engage, double knockback as well. They got the engage from ZDZ. Is RNG starting to find picks, starting to get resets for Tong Yuan.
Angel.
But they have to deal with Angel. Angel has been getting resets, finding his own fashion here as he's going to look for Xiaosu. Now the double engage, double knock up as well from Tong Yuan. He'll get knocked up and knocked down. Double kill going through for Angel, finding another reset. He's been getting reset after reset after reset. And RNG can do nothing but watch EDG find another devastating fight.
Well, look, they may have not gotten that dragon, but Angel steals another Ahri ultimate and just shows up Tong Yuan on his own champion there. 3 grubs as well. Silas is incredibly far ahead. Already had the Rod of Ages, now has 6 stacks of the Darksteel and another turret plate alongside all of those kills. Angel putting to good use that ultimate as well as just showing off some of that expertise that we know him for.
And we get to see the differentiation between Angel and Tong Yuan, 2 guys that have known the RNG banner well, but had swapped places. Angel came in as the reinforcements for RNG and gets the better of Tong Yuan here with his own ultimate.
I mean, look at this. I mean, Niket goes on in. None of the damage dealers are there. The Shen's not ulting him. There's no Vi ultimate until afterwards. And between On and Wink, this 2v2 with the Xayah Rakan providing so much crowd control, it is difficult for RNG to find anything when they're fighting into a choke point, into all of the setup that EDG have. And again, Angel being the biggest beneficiary of all of that play. I mean, we still have 5 minutes until that Rod of Ages is completed, and who on a side lane is really going to be able to kill this guy? Because we talked about that for RNG. They have much more potent side laners, but as we're seeing right now, Sion is pushing Xiaoshu out of this matchup right now, and Angel, he might need some more reinforcements before he goes down.
All right, let's see. They're going to send their masses. They're going to send over Tong Yuan and Milky Way onto Angel. Angel going to try to get the outplay here. Goes for the cease and desist. Now going for the all-in on Tong Yuan. Surprise, he's still taking. He's actually made RNG scared because Wink and Xiao Hao are here as well. Vault Breaker queued up.
Oh my
play,
God.
Grand entrance right back. And the rebuttal is stronger than the initial conversation from EDG. As they find the pick now, the TP coming in. Xiaoshu will miss his taunt. RNG, they are caught lacking time and time again. Another TP, or at least play coming through with that Stand United is still available. EDG still making it out. Angel still alive. As a double kill comes through for Xiao Hao, they're going to find the triple and then find the almost ace as Xiaoshu going down last. That is a full and total ace going the way of EDG.
And Wink with the snap engage, setting up Angel. He is unkillable in this game. 6-0-4. It's been a long time since we've been able to see Angel really step up and have these carry performances. He's been on some of these softer control mages like the Rise, like the Victor and the Talia, but this Silas looks impeccable from him as RNG cannot find the enemy mid laner.
Man, I'm sure we're going to get a look back at that one. Angel making out with a smidgen of health. And now an almost 7,000 gold lead this early into the game. This was all a play that RNG wanted.
I feel like this is exactly the problem we outlined during the pre-show, which is if RNG ever finds success, it is with Tong Yuan and Milky Way actually working in tandem. And so far, we have not seen that this game. EDG outperforming them, and then disengage from Wink, finding Milky Way, finding Jiaqi as well, forcing out summoner spells, and making it a very tough fight. The fact that Angel lives through all of this, he has played this fight, and just this game so far, impeccably.
He really has, and he was the target. He even got charmed there, but that flash play coming through, the survival. Oh, it's devastating. Honestly, backbreaking for RNG.
Yeah, 4 stacks of plasma, red buff, and he even has the balls to kind of step up and say, you know what? I'll take that quadra kill away from you, Xiao Hao. Don't worry about it.
Oh, and now here he goes again. Can't stop saying his name, can't stop seeing his plays as he goes for his own Magnet Storm. Now the Stand United, he overextended big time here. He finally goes down. They will end up getting the trait. No, not yet. Niket is still alive, but now the rest of the team from RNG are losing their health bars. Wind becomes lightning there. Tong Yuan getting over the wall with the reset there as well. Rift Herald will be used by Xiao Hao. I don't think he meant to hit that, but it will just be burnt down instantaneously.
Oh, they have 4 grubs. They can try to keep going for this play.
Oh my God! DDZ explodes Niket. Holy crap! That was the most damage I've seen of an unstoppable onslaught.
All right, everybody in chat.
That much damage.
If for all of our Twitch chat users, if you have 7TV, even if you don't, it'll be really funny. Let's start spamming the ZDD emote. Let's just go ahead and get that ZDD.
Throw
the most wonderful Scion ultimate of all time here in Group Nirvana. Well,
ZDD's in the chat. ZDD's.
EDG, man. Like, it feels like, okay, Angel may have gone caught out and given his shutdown, but the rest of EDG are there, and it feels like RNG, they just have to invest so much just to get a single kill in these fights that is not onto the enemy support.
I honestly, Angel's ballsy, as you said, for that one. I like it, but unfortunately, the wallet is just too big for Papa EDG.
It's not looking good right now. Again, we had talked about that for RNG. They cannot lose a single game tonight, but this first game is looking ever so EDG dominated. Yeah. 17-5 at 18 minutes. Almost 8,000 gold ahead.
It's devastation. And in a series that matters so much for RNG's hopes in the future. Again, I'm not going to go too deep into it because we obviously don't know. They're just rumors, but you never know what the future might bring. So the fact that this could be the last game for RNG in this entire year means a lot for an organization that has seen the highest of highs in the LPL repeatedly. They are, and were at least, a perennial champion in the league itself, and now seeing them potentially play their last series here of the year. Angel will get away from the rest of the side of RNG, get a little bit dicey there for him. But we are hitting second item here across the table. We did get that Rift Maker plus that Roa full stacked for Angel.
That was the Rel ultimate too, and it was just a Chemtech empowered blast cone ends up going down. They're going to move into this top side with 3 grubs. EDG, they slam these turrets and they absolutely annihilate them. Going to look for a play, maybe onto mid, but with Angel having access to that Ahri ultimate, RNG are now late to the play and they're going to lose a large portion of this turret's HP.
They are indeed. They can't really do anything about it. Xiaosu losing a quarter of his health bar just by stepping up as well. Slowly but surely, they're going to whittle down these turrets on having himself a wonder-star performance. I know we wanted to talk about him a little bit. We're getting lost in the sauce talking about Angel so much. But he's having a great performance. 5-0 and 8 on this Xayah. We talked about from the draft, a very important part to the puzzle for EDG as well on their peel back.
2 items on this Xayah, and on kind of having a coming out of the woodworks almost for EDG. I know that they had Awesome to start. Exactly. They brought back On and Wink. I thought it was really surprising. I know that IG last year had some issues. I did want to extend for IG and RNG of 2024 a pass for all of the players because that team and those teams were just dumpster fires, unfortunately. But it was kind of surprising to not see
EDG
on a starting, not have a starting spot in 2025.
Yeah,
but
agreed.
in Split 2, that came to possibility, and hopefully EDG can try to bring this duo and the rest of the squad back into Split 3 to group ascend. Again, placements in playoffs have a very big implication as to which group you'll be in for Split 3.
Yeah, it really does. You need to have your best performances throughout the rest of it, and even though Group Nirvana teams haven't gotten to play as many games as Group Ascend teams, they will still need to be ready for that playoff play-in, which is a very important next step to the table of the LPL here in Split number 2. But now in this one, suffering almost a 9,000 gold deficit is RNG versus EDG. EDG want a clean victory here. They want to try to secure themselves that playoff play-in. A little bit of a catch-out. Tongyuan's dead. On just catches him out. Quickness combo from Wink as well. They don't even worry about the turret at first. Now they turn back to it. Tier 2 will fall. They also have the push in mid lane by ZDZ. And this is a signaling of the end, Al.
Yep, they've got 3 grubs. They've got 2 dragons as well. They've been dominating this entire game. And hell, they got the Thornbound Otacon this patch as well. So even more combat effectiveness. There's the engage from the Ken.
3-man engage. They're under turret now as well. Cease and desist comes down. Turret falls. No defenses are left for RNG, as now they have to be very careful. But Jiachi is trying to pump in some damage. On has finally arrived with his damage as he's coming through with almost 3 items completed, though EDG will only get the turret. They won't get the inhib. They will back away.
Look, everything's a Pyrrhic victory at this point. You stopped them from taking their inhibitor, but you lost another member, and now you're 10,000 gold behind. The Baron hasn't even spawned. We still have another 3 minutes before the big purple worm comes out onto the screen, and we're now looking at EDG. They are so dominant, and RNG, they had to use their entire inhibitor turret just to get a pick down onto Wing. That is not where we want to be if you are on the side of RNG.
I mean, this has to be one of the closest, or like the biggest gold leads in shortest amount of time that we've had. I mean, that's bad. They had like a 9,000 gold lead at like 18 minutes or 19 minutes. That's actually pretty wild. And speaking of being almost on 3 items for On, well, guess what? He hit 3 items. The Navori Flicker Blade is completed there already, but then you had the IE completion on the back of it.
That might just be, if this game wasn't already over, that might be one of the reasons why we don't see.
We've seen this one before.
Yeah, ZDZ's going to teleport in. You can see on the minimap right now, the rest of EDG are on their way. They're pushing in on this mid wave. There's also Dragon spawning in 40. ZDD!
He's going to run him down as the train has come to town. Unfortunately, RNG did not pay for their ticket, and they will be escorted off the premises here. EDG going to take the fight into the base, take the fight into the Ket, and into this top lane to finish off game number 1.
All right, Tongyuan is making a recall. We're spamming emotes. Jiachi, you know, he's
the RNG emote. Oh my God, look at him.
No!
The wink ZDZ RNG emotes here absolutely feels bad. Go ahead and throw those ZDZs in chat and the ZDDs. as we do end up getting the finality. I can't believe it. I love that for this series, they assigned the emotes specifically for RNG, as we will end up getting a Game 1 resounding win from Edward Gaming.
Wow. What an insane game from EDG. And not to be, I think, unexpected, right?
Yeah.
Like, we came into the match, we said that this should be an uphill climb for RNG. I mean, you just look at the standings alone. 3-1 for EDG. They came into this as the undefeated team coming into the split. Then they go for RNG 1-3 here, on the brink of being eliminated for the rest of the year. This was always going to be a tough matchup, and we have had great performances in the past so far of this year, but
yeah,
this is kind of the RNG that we have come to know so far for 2025.
It is a sad day. I mean, it was going to be sad either way, but that does mean that RNG will not see the light of day for the rest of the year after this series. So now you got to think what that means moving forward for this team. Obviously trying to make the best out of the worst situation, but trying to get the best out of these players to maybe prop themselves up going into that split 3. But on the side of EDG, you got to be feeling good as well. You handled business. It looked like a marquee performance from On and Angel.
They perform so well, and honestly, I know Angel's probably going to get the MVP, but I really want to give a special shout out to Wink. This guy performed so well on the Recon. I'm glad that we got to see the Lovers duo do so well with his work husband On. Really just kind of at least providing the crowd control and that snap engage that we wanted to see. There were some questions as to what this draft was going to look like, but again, for RNG, mid-jungle never really found kind of their footing. I think that Tangyuan, despite having one of his signature picks in the RE, just way too many charms missing. I know it's a really small mechanical thing to know.
That first fight, man. Oh.
That first charm missing, tough.
It literally is like game defining, honestly. I know we don't like to take stock of like little things and things could have gone wrong either way, but like a fight win there leans towards the win condition that we set out for RNG, but unable to do it. They had a pretty clear composition there as well and won't be able to have that in game number 2. Gonna have to change things up.
So I'm kind of thinking about like, what can we get from our next draft, and kind of thinking about like what RNG can kind of do, because now that they've lost the game, like we said, they're eliminated for the rest of the year regardless of today's result. So are we just going to see them go Super Saiyan? Like, are we going to see them just show up suddenly as like 2021
I want to see the Milky Way Zed jungle.
Yeah, like Zed, we're probably gonna get a Kindred. It's probably gonna be a Kindred jungle
totally
with a Yone mid or an Akali mid.
Okay.
We're gonna get all of their like signature champions. They're gonna look like all stars, and then, you know,
it's crazy
we'll
what
see
happens
if they
when
can
there's
win.
no stress. Although I feel like there's more stress when you know that you're not gonna have a team for for the rest of the year.
Well, they already weren't getting paid,
cycle.
so.
Well, all right. I guess we just throw that out there. I guess I love that. The truth is the truth, baby.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was a really good performance of EDG. I expect them to come out with another further good performance in game number 2. But getting into the stats of this game number 1, it's definitely gonna look as one-sided as it ended up being. Again, about an 8,000, 9,000 gold lead, like 19 minutes into the game. This is how the cookie's gonna crumble.
This is exactly what I needed to see from EDG, and especially if one of these two teams, I think that EDG are kind of in that running. I know that LNG already finished all of their games. They're 3-2, 7-4 in game score. EDG really need to win. I think they've now locked themselves. Even if they
yeah, because they had to be 0-2'd.
Yeah, they would have had to been 0-2, so EDG's also now locked for playoffs.
Yep.
Oh my god, Group Nirvana's finally locking up. I've been waiting for this all year long, bro. I really wanted all the Group Nirvana games at the beginning of the year so we could just get it done, but that's very important.
I mean, we still have 2 weeks left, so you know.
The last series is tomorrow.
No, I'm saying like a regular season for Ascent.
Yeah,
so
sure.
at least you're right in them getting all the Group Nirvana games out early.
Yeah. But with this win, not only are RNG now eliminated for the rest of the year, EDG now lock themselves for at least a play-in spot, so they'll be facing off potentially against the 5th or 6th seed of Group Ascend, which still a long journey until that happens, but potentially we can start shadowboxing that as this series does develop.
You just want to find anything to talk about that is not this series, and I appreciate
this game was over like 6-7 minutes in.
It was pretty Jover, I'm not gonna lie. As we get to see some of the clips here, look back through. This was the back-breaking fight. It felt like this was the moment that if that charm connects from Tong Yuan early, gets the magic resist shred, but also gets that extra damage down, that fight goes completely differently. But then I don't know what it was. There must have been. I know they had Magnet Storm on their side of things. Sometimes magnets attract, sometimes they detract. There must have been a magnet in the Dragon Pit because, like, 3 times in the early game, RNG just funneled themselves into the fish and barrels type situation. Ended up having to fight their way out of it.
I don't know. Just the coordination from RNG
Can
just
you
wasn't
fish
there.
with magnets?
Yes, you can. It's magnet fishing. Not joking.
Are you just,
but you can't.
Oh.
You can't do fish. You can't actually. It's not like actual fish, but what they do is like into rivers.
Like the little kitty thing, like the like the thing we got when you were a child, the little like magnet with
but
the
like
little thing.
no, but like those are but magnet fishing is real. That's how they like you can. That's actually really funny because like in riverbeds around the country, sometimes you can find like weapons or like unexploded grenades in the river. You're actually supposed to contact your local authorities because if you find a weapon, it could actually be important documentation for a prior crime.
Oh, interesting. Well, now you know. I'm just imagining somebody going fishing for the day and coming back home and just having a pile of boots and stuff and saying, "This is what's for dinner."
Mom, I brought home a bouquet of grenades. Here you go. The flavor just explodes in your mouth.
Is this series not just magnet fishing? We're looking for we can look for weapons. We can find anything in this series, Al. It could be anything. It could be fish.
Maybe we can find some tickets for RNG to go to the next LPL camp.
Maybe I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna make an even
sorry,
worse
man.
joke. I'm not even gonna do it. You already made one earlier. We're gonna leave it at that. But an interesting culmination to our first game of the series itself. Obviously, we're having a little bit of fun with it, but EDG came and handled business for sure. I know you talked a little bit about it earlier, but you wanted to give it to potentially Wink. I don't think anybody but Angel's getting it. I'm sorry, broski.
I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
And it's so funny, obviously, the historics between Angel and RNG and EDG going between both worlds, but obviously finding the better of it for EDG against Tong Yuan all those years ago. God, it feels like forever. 2023, that weird amalgamation of an RNG roster. But coming back to it now, looking a little bit of nostalgia there as well. That this series is inevitably gonna bring, as we talk about 2 legendary organizations within the LPL.
I can't believe last year RNG Spring was Breathe, Wei, Tong Yuan, LWX, and Ming. And look at where we're at. That roster didn't even do all that well. All things
Ming took a stop off of his beach vacation for like a month. All right.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But it's just so incredible to think about that. That's the roster that was there. And yeah, rightfully so. He was nuts. The fact that he hasn't gotten an MVP so far, this split, kind of surprising. But I know that this team has really been working off of their bottom lane and jungle pairing.
Yeah, they have been, but it was all about Angel this time. So many ganks thrown at him, so much pressure thrown his way, and so many times able to get out of those situations. But this game, number 1, holistically goes the way of EDG. Before we get going, though, we have to say we're extremely, extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show on a daily basis. The heart goes out to all of you. A lot of the initial payments go to paying the on-air talent, the broadcast upgrades, as well as everyone behind the scenes. So please make sure you go subscribe to our Coffee. It'll be linked in the chat. You can unlock perks like access to interview questions and giving us those for our behind the scenes interviews, as well as getting into that content a little bit earlier as well. So please make sure you go subscribe. It'll be linked in the chat, and then we'll see you for game number 2 on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone, as we have a new addition to this wonderful legacy matchup. I'm Azal, joined by Alk and Kelsey Moser coming to join us for this EDG RNG game number 2 coming up. Kelsey, welcome.
Thank you. Excited to be here. I mean, I just saw RNG completely get destroyed. So, you know, I mean, if you look at my hair, it's like at least half of these gray hairs are from RNG EDG matchups. So it's only fair, right? Exactly.
Well, you also joined us in perfect timing because have you heard about MOBA Trainer?
I have not. Please tell me more.
What? A new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program, which we're going to be doing now with our help from producer Kai. Work through some of the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from the map, answer the questions, unlock more features. So let's go ahead and do one right now. We're going to be doing abusing item spikes and level advantage. And we'll be getting into now. We have Coach Kelsey here, so we can actually have some good knowledge. Let's go.
We've got
I'm a Valorant coach now, by the way.
Coach of the year.
Yeah, and Coach of the Year, by the way, for your CLOL region. So impressive stuff.
All right, so we're looking. What should Kaisa do? We have 20 seconds. Fight Rel, trade with Ezreal, or push the wave.
I mean, I think probably just you have to trade with Ezreal, right? I think that's necessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
My Leona's on Tribrush right now, and Rel is closer.
You gotta choose it. Click it. Nice. Good choice. Let's go.
Yes, let's go.
Draft Queen,
we got
Kelsey Moser.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's already working out. You can see the coach essence oozing into these picks. Now we got to think what the next setup is going to be here. It's going to be coming up very shortly. We got to be quick on these. Move to the river fight. Look for Ezreal. Hit the turret.
And generally speaking, I think you just look for Ezreal here. You should have numbers advantage, right, with Vi.
Vi is kind of far. So on the mini map.
I think if you zone Ezreal, you still win though. That's kind of how I feel.
Choose. Look.
Yeah.
Oh, we ran out of time.
No, we ran out of time.
I'm blowing
Look for the Ezreal.
We're hitting really for Ezreal.
Yeah.
Oh, bad choice.
Okay.
What?
We
out
suck,
of
I
reach
guess.
when you have no ultimate. All right, we're 1 for 1.
Oh, wait, this Ezreal's just trolling though.
2. Hey, that doesn't matter. That wasn't.
I think.
Actually, wait.
I mean, I do think if you zone Ezreal, then you just win the fight. I mean, look, they're already winning the fight.
Yeah. Ezreal also
now we
has
have
to pick up
choose.
the wave.
This one's a little easier. It's only 2. Turn to the Aurelia or focus on the Rel.
I mean, I think just kill Rel. Like it's
all right,
easy.
let's focus on the Rel. Let's see what happens. A little bit caught out.
Also
Bad
bad
choice. Rel is a non-factor this fight. That's a low priority target.
Now, I feel like we could have helped Kelsey out on this one. As AD carry players, Aurelia is one of the most broken champions. So
I mean, yeah, she's one of the most broken champions, but I also see, like, all of my teammates, they should, like, they have CC. They should just be able to kill her without me. That's my feeling.
True.
And so I'm just going to get the free Rel kill. Extra gold. 5. Chill.
We didn't even focus Aurelia.
Yeah, we did not. Flash to dodge the stun or save flash. I mean, you have to flash to dodge the stun. We just said that Aurelia
just
is like
be better.
The most
Wait, just don't get
ridiculous
hit. Just don't get
Yeah,
hit.
just don't get hit.
Okay.
Just save flash.
So
I mean, it's
save flash.
Aurelia.
Okay, whatever.
No, I think save flash.
I
What?
told you.
Oh my gosh, we're so bad.
Alk, you literally just said we both know as ADC players that Aurelia is the problem.
This might be a record for failures on the MOBA trainer segment.
No, there have been worse. There have definitely been worse.
There have been worse? Okay.
We've had 2 play-by-plays basically come on the show.
Just let me believe that, you know, it's a record for failures. That makes me
there you go.
happy.
That's all that really matters.
Yeah.
Well, now we get into what really matters in this game number 2 as
sure.
the draft is coming up. Yeah, exactly. See that transition? You see. Before we do that, though, if you enjoyed that MOBA Trainer segment, please go subscribe for 20% off with our code LPL20. You benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and us as well as the broadcast. But now in this picks and bans, we already have 10 champions not available from either side. We'll see the Pantheon, the Victor, and the Azir band, as well as that Yone, the Lilia band so far as well, from EDG being on the red side, RNG on the blue side.
Guys, who cares about draft? Let me just see a Kindred first pick, guys.
Yeah.
Let's just get the Kindred first pick out of the way.
Yeah, I just want to see some fun, right? It's the last series for potentially RNG. I mean, it is the last series for RNG. Yeah. Let's just have some fun, guys.
With a little asterisk saying maybe ever, but you know, We're not going to go that far.
Ever.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
This just in.
We
leaking
went
from
there.
Mazel Cast on Twitter.
Hey, you never know. Yeah, I'm leaking, bro. I'm leaking. You know, that's my next job. It is the Nefiri, though, locked away. So it is the Rumble first pick into potentially a couple meta picks being open. I want to see some of that craziness. I want to see some of the flexibility in the draft itself. And there's the Kindred. Yeah, absolutely.
They're all Kindreds now.
They're all Kindreds.
They're all Kindreds.
It's actually a really cool version of the modeling, by the way.
Okay, so we're getting Skarner, we're getting Nico potentially. Nico has been a support that has just kind of risen so much in priority for bot lane, just to kind of really assuage some of the early laning woes of some of our AD carries. So I wonder what other pairs we're going to be seeing with On and Wing.
Please, something. I want the Master Yi now that he teased it. I want it. I want it so bad. We'll see, though. The Skarner makes things not fun, I got to say, from the side of Xiao Hao. I don't think he's having as much of a fun time as maybe RNG want to have here.
I'll take the Viego. No, okay. Varus. I mean, the Rumble.
Varus jungle, let's go.
Yeah, Rumble Varus historically has been a duo that gets you prio in both bot and top lanes, right? So you have a lot of control, even if your mid is going to be scaling or not necessarily interacting. So I do think it's an interesting like 1-2 setup for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could go for
Way
support
too
here,
serious.
but I think you're probably just looking for jungle. Just give Tangyuan, if you love your bro in the jungle, all right,
Let's
we're going
go.
for Viego. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
And if you're looking to enable your jungle, like looking for these early prio lanes, early prio Bryans is really useful, and the Viego can just start fights for you. But we need some CC for sure.
I'm terrified as a Diego going to this comp, though. As soon as you engage, right, like Pop Blossom, the groundwork with the seismic shoves coming through from Angel as well. I mean, there is so much counter dive right now as they do lock in that Talia.
May I add the fact that all of these champions get outranged by our Rumble and Varus. So maybe we see something. You get the unstoppable from the Heartbreaker. So we'll see what the back end of this draft is already kind of coming on through here. I think that RNG are probably going to be looking to get rid of some more AD carry pairings with this Nico. I think MF is something that they could be looking for, already taken away.
I like the Aniban. Pretty iconic stun setup with Viego. Definitely thinking about what will enable the jungle because the draft already is doing that.
What is that hand sign, by the way? I know that's completely different from you guys talking about the draft, but there was like a
this.
Of
that's
like
that's usually
sign.
like the Zeus pose because he does like the.
Now it's the on pose, okay?
Sure.
We adapt that here in the LPL. We are in the second phase of bans, though. Going to have some mid-prio continuing for EDG and see if they want to continue focusing that bot lane ban focus for the side of RG. We've gotten half our picks already picked from both sides, and there's not really any craziness. Where is it coming from, guys? Where are we getting the wild picks?
I think the crazy pick from RNG is probably going to be what their roster for 2026 is going to look like.
Yikes,
too
bro.
soon.
Yikes.
Too soon. All right.
You got on me for what I said. Come on.
And the Callisto
We have no
is
excuses because we're the admin.
I mean, Ashe is still available if we go for the Callisto angle, which would be really useful.
Appreciate
also
you,
provide some
Kelsey. Thank
CC.
you.
We're gonna see Ashe Varus. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I think Ashe Varus would be fun. I mean, if we're looking for some fun ball lanes, right? I see Callisto and I immediately want to pick Ashe, like no matter if it's support or ADC. So
absolutely, this was something we talked about in game number 1 as well. That was hovered by EDG, willing to go for that kind of more 2v2 focus matchup.
Can also just go Nautilus, just more jungle enabling.
Yeah, could be Nautilus. Leona also, I think, kind of works if you're gonna have a Talia in mid. Especially if we're talking about RNG already having like the Rumble and the Varus, you have just spot crowd control on the spot on wherever you want against EDG. But if they're gonna have a mobile members like the Nico and the Talia, I think Renata's also fine. I'm a little questioning in terms of what's up.
Tangyuan smiled really big as they locked in Ornn.
Is this Ornn mid?
It might be mid Ornn.
It might be mid Ornn.
I'm not. That would be absolutely hilarious if they end up going that. We'll see what the final pick is going to be for EDG.
I'm trying to think. Does mid Ornn do anything into Talia? I don't know.
So you can
break
block
the
her
wall.
flick. You can block the flick where she tries to throw you, and once you hit level
can break
6,
the
if we're
wall.
talking about the breaking the wall is cool, but it doesn't break the whole thing. It only breaks like a small entrance.
Just
and more so, if they ever do visit mid, they can try to force Angel's flash. I actually do think that RNG's composition, while wacky and a little weird, does feel like it does very well into what EDG are showing, where they're kind of going for a pick style composition. They're very low damage as this game goes on, and I'm looking at this from RNG side. Am I gonna have to watch a third game of this series, guys?
It could happen. I mean, I think I also like it. I think it's very much just we're enabling Milky Way, which is more or less what we wanted from RNG this entire season. And if it comes out in this game when they're eliminated for Split 3, then whatever. I mean, let's
Why couldn't you just
let's
do it in game
happen.
number 1? Come on. When it mattered, you couldn't pull this out. The Ord is going to be that lock-in in mid lane. Look at the smiles on RNG. A lot of weight, it feels like, maybe lifted off the shoulders, and sometimes that's when the big upsets can end up happening. EDG still need to clean this one up. Yes, they did lock themselves into that playoff play-in after not going down 0-2, but still a lot of work to be done from this team that does have some higher expectations as a team among this group Nirvana setup. But we're getting into game 2 now. We'll see if this Ornn truly does pay off for RNG, if they can keep this series going. Their last series of 2025. We still have over half a year left, and they will not see any more competitive games. What a wild factor. We knew coming into this one, this historic matchup between EDG and RNG was going to be a fun one. Let's see if they can bring us the distance.
This is officially LPL story time.
Yeah, what's your favorite RNG memory first? We'll start with that one.
I think my favorite RNG memory in general was probably the 2017 RNG roster, because I remember going to, I was in Shanghai at the time. I flew in, I went to dinner with one of my friends, and I had rated them top of their group, and he said, Kelsey, please stop. Like, RNG have no money, right? They're not going to be good. And then that roster was like the first Ming debut, right? Yeah, and they played around solo lanes with Xiaohu, and they did really well. I mean, like, Uzi played a lot of Varus then. It was a good time. So I really like that roster. They just kind of rose to prominence, and then 2017 was a really good year for them. Yeah, they got knocked out in semifinals at Worlds by T1, but
Sag.
Yeah.
So the last time we got mid Ornn and competitive in a tier 1 region was actually Fate over in the LCK, but the last time we saw it in the LPL was Yukai, Top Esports versus IG, summer of 2022.
Oh man, so when was the LCK one? Was that recently?
Also 2022.
Okay. The year of the Ornn.
It was in July, yeah.
We all remember 2022. Oh goodness, what a day, what a year. Anyways, it is something to look at this matchup here. I know we talked about RNG a little bit, but see, get the present RNG, a lot of weight off their shoulders, as we said, maybe at least imbibing them with a little bit of confidence here, as they do end up getting the kill in the 2v2 over on the Timo. Thumbs up, the Top Esports throwback from Chachi, and it's going to be first blood for RNG.
He's showing some love to his teammates, you know, the fact that he was on Top Esports Challengers before he was kind of coming on through. But I don't know, man. Like, this 2v2 with Nico and Wink, yeah, there we go.
We
like,
already
you have
had
a lot
our
of
super
damage, but I'm kind of worried, especially with this. It seems like we're getting an on-hit Varus, especially if you're going to have this Renata. So maybe not having that same range lethality that we were going to talk about with RNG, but if we ever get into a setup, you're still just going to have higher DPS all around coming in versus EDG.
Optimizing for playing in the team composition, the team fights against Cassandra and Skarner instead of just the lane matchup, right? Which, and if we're coming in and we're getting first blood anyway, then that's a big relief.
A big relief indeed, as we are going to come to the culminations of the first jungle pass. Maybe a little bit of a gank by Milky Way in mid lane here as well. The double knock-up, or at least double CC chain, can be there. Angel will be forced to flash. So that's already 3 flashes down for EDG. Yes, we already have Jachi's down too, but RG in the favor early.
Hell, I'll take that. I mean, Talia already has a pretty tough time with moving Orin out of the mid lane as a champion, and then now anytime that... Yes, I mean, her wave clear is pretty piss early on, and you see that Tangyuan, he actually went for the Reju bead and D-shield start, so he has a ton of regeneration, so it should be tough. The only thing, if Tangyuan's smart, he's maxing Q in this matchup, you are basically just sitting there, and anytime that she gets in range for you to EQ her, your jungler can just come by, especially now that Angel doesn't have flash.
I also do think winning bot lane early sets up a lot of opportunity to make sure you have vision around the Orin. So if there is an attempt to kind of push him in or focus him to make sure he doesn't get prio, right? That option is no longer there. So we're really thinking about how to set up this Orin to succeed. And already we're sort of playing around the mid lane, so good times.
Yeah, so far so good. I also love the spell book for Tangyuan, as he will be able to get the double smite potentially later on. But also got to see how he wants to utilize that throughout the lane phase itself. We will have that first dragon coming up. Obviously, that game number 1, we did have a little bit of differentiation in those early objective focuses. But until then, we have a little bit of time. So now we get the other side of things, Kelsey Moser. The EDG memory. What's the favorite one?
My favorite EDG memory? Alk mentioned it before, but it's the Tallahassee 2015 MSI. That was a really good time. There was a lot of factors there. It was Mako's first year of competitive play. It was the first series, international series, LPL 1. They beat T1.
Yeah.
It was very crazy. Also, it was just in Tallahassee, Florida. Yes, I was there. Alk mentioned how old he was. I will not mention how old I was. He's considerably older. Yeah.
I'm at a disadvantage, but that's fine.
True.
It was my first event where I covered as a journalist full time, so that was really cool as well. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
That's actually really sick.
And it was also the first time I met EDG, Aaron, and Clearlove, so great time.
Let's go.
That's actually really sick.
Linda in shambles. So we're going to see RNG right now holding the entirety of the bot side jungle, although Angel now trying to make his pick on Niket.
They get the handshake. Niket, though, walked into the wall there. Ornhorn back across on a 2. Tangyuan wants the kill now at odd. He's flashing forward. That was a 3 CC chain in a row by RNG. They'll lose Niket for it, though. The bailout won't have enough there as Equalizer going to be used. EDG going to make it out. It is the 1-for-1, though. On is the one that falls.
I think you're fine with that, though. You're forcing out the Skarner into the topside jungle, or at least resetting. He'll have camps up as well. RNG can start this up, but I think they're more prioritizing just trying to finish up some of these lanes right now, especially that Xiaosu having to teleport into the mid lane and catch this wave.
Oh, I like
Thank you.
Oh, that's actually OP. Shout out producer Kai. With the bracketology of what exactly needs to happen for either side. As you see there, EDG getting that win. Ends up getting them into the playoff play-in. Oh, God. Went down to 13 and then 1. They do secure it. First dragon will go over to Royal Never Give Up.
I think that's the producer reminding us that we should talk about the stakes. Because even though RNG are out, this is still an important match for EDG in general. They want to be able to play for an opportunity to get into playoffs. An opportunity to demonstrate that they've still got it, you know?
Yeah. They should have also, if I remember correctly, they have the head-to-head versus LGD. It comes down to tomorrow's match, Ultra Prime and LGD. I can't believe we're in a situation where LNG is a team that could possibly play in playoffs, considering they're a team that we had literally zero expectation of, and we're still disappointed with their 3 jungle swaps. But they made a last-minute run, and kind of exciting to see whether or not that'll be the appearance of them in Split 2. But we're getting closer to that first set of grub spawning here, and EDG are first to the play right now. You can see that RNG's bottom lane is just now trailing through the river. But I think much better setup for RNG, especially with Tangyuan and that Call of the Forge God getting ready to come off cooldown.
Yeah, you just really like the team fight setup right now for RNG. Gonna have that kind of half item completion as well. Jachi having his boots completed there. The grub's gonna be started up by EDG first. See if they can actually just get a handle on this one. See Milky Way coming around the corner there, but he's just going for his blue buff, so maybe just willing to give this objective over. And honestly, a little bit scary there. They will get the one potentially here, maybe second one, but the fight's about to kick off. There's Jane's Corruption onto the clone of all things. Second grub got secured, but now EDG going to try to make their way out. Angel tries to find a big seismic shove, does end up getting a ton of damage down, but it will be the trade back of the other grub going to RNG.
I'm actually just surprised that EDG just let them walk in like that. Like, EDG have a lot of tools that just let them zone or camp bushes.
Oh?
Oh,
Dude,
nothing.
Angel is feeling himself on this
I
release
love
so far.
Ornn so much. This champ is broken. I thought it was really smart. There were some really cool mechanics we got to see individually, like Wink turning into a minion so that the spread of the Chains of Corruption from his clone doesn't actually tag him. I thought that was pretty cool. But I think that's surprising. Part of it is maybe the fact that they're missing some ultimates, especially between our two supports. They'd already gotten the Chains of Corruption plus the Call of the Forge Gods, so I think EDG just wanted to cut their losses and say, hey, we got the two grubs. That also gives us a feat of strength or gets closer to the epic monster slaying. So, hell, why not? We got what we wanted.
I am wondering now, though, the compositional strengths here. Maybe we can dissect it a little bit on both sides. I mean, Wink getting his ultimate is going to be a massive unlocking factor for EDG, but Niket having his will be that kind of answer every time to that big engage. So how do we feel about these team fights that are coming up? Obviously, another Dragon, as well as more objectives down the road.
I think it's just really important for RNG to get control of the space proactively because they're not as very useful into EDG's team comp if they're forced to force into, but if you're walking in, then they have so much AoE zone control, they have so much ability to displace, so it's just hard to lay down some of RNG's ultimates that require a bit more setup in that situation.
Yep. Also probably going to be waiting on some more items, especially. Oh, we're seeing the engage on the Jiaxi.
No. Fate's Call going to be used. They will end up getting him out. We'll have burned that heal, though, on top of it.
Right. I mean, you're not too upset about that. You didn't actually end up losing all that much. Again, it was a trade of ultimates, and honestly, I'm more so looking at Wink still having that Pop Blossom to make a play happen. And you can already see that RNG setting up very early, utilizing this fact that they just pushed Wink out of this bottom side river, so they get some vision down, and they're even applying some pressure onto Angel.
Get a little bit of setup, at least around this bot side. Get some more plates, potentially. Still just flabbergasted. Tong Yuan willing to bring out this Ornn in mid lane. Already on his first item completed as well. Kelsey, how we feel about the temperature check on the Ornn mid for the young starter of RNG as we're looking at bot lane gate. Maybe we don't even get a time, actually. Is Angel, he just leaves Wink completely by himself. Milky Way will buffer that Pop Blossom with the Soul Steal. And now Angel and ZDZ are here as a response.
You know, I'm sorry, guys. I feel like you were here for the EDG story. They make it to playoffs, but I joined, and we're getting the RNG EDG banger. So many times historically has this series between these two gone to 5 or gone to 3, gone the full distance. Their very first major series was basically the qualifier for the 2014 World Championship. They played for seeding. And seeding first and second, and it was only a best of 3, but it went to 2-1.
Of course it did, and we heard Alec talk earlier. RNG technically is in the advantage in the game score between the two organizations as of right now. EDG making a mark of that in game number 1, though, but that will be EDG also taking a Dragon to even the Dragon, stacking up 1-1.
Wow, RNG, they focused on trying to get gold first, and you know, kind of want to answer your question there, Lennon, about the Ornn right now. I mean, I love Ornn in mid lane because compared to some of his other roles, it's a lot easier for him to get gold and experience so that he has access to those masterwork items. And so just having this Ornn kind of set up plays, again, playing around the Milky Way and getting him those resets definitely feels nice. Also, first item starting to come on through. So they used all of that just to get some plates on bottom side. They get a summoner spell out from Angel with the teleport as well later on. So, I mean, it's minor advantages here for RNG, but I like what they've been doing with playing around the map, and especially with this this bottom lane duo. It's a lot easier for Varus to get mid priority in this stage of the game.
Just wondering now as well, like, he's up 30 CS over Angel. He's like up almost 2 levels.
I think
it's now
this champion is broken.
I did laugh, okay? It's a mid lane Ornn. But it really does feel like RNG is taking advantage of all that weight being off their shoulders. Yes, they are done for the rest of the year, but that does not mean they can't deal a blow to EDG on their way out, Kelsey.
Yeah, I really just want to see how they're able to use this setup to make sure, and they already have control, right, before the next spawn of Rift Herald. I want to just see how they're able to maintain their control, how they're able to fight on the bushes, and how they're able to especially enable Milky Way, because that's what this composition ultimately does.
Try to see how they can utilize that. I still, like, Niket is still such an interesting storyline to me. I mean, obviously he's been a little bit subdued on RNG, it feels like, but really turned some heads at the start of the year as well. Now we're taking a look at the map state, though. RNG, we're looking for a potential play on top side. They are going to catch out Wink, who's really by himself, going to be forced to pop the defensive Plot Blossom. Gets Fates called in, so he can survive. Owenhorn going back there. Chains Corruption going to be used. TP coming in as well. Xiaohao literally cannot play the video game. Double flash coming out from both of them. EDG licking their wounds, but they will make it out alive.
That's incredible there for RNG. Not only did they get a bunch of ultimates, but now the flash wave from Angel and from Xiaohao. Angel's probably going to get dove on this wave. Xiaoshu used the equalizer just to make sure that he buys time.
Oh no, they got a little bit of revenge. They didn't even need to dive. Jachi snipes him down, takes him out, and that should be the Rift Herald also going the way of RNG.
Take those.
And just look at how much setup and how much vision they had there, right? Like, they were already ready for just someone to walk in. And even though it looked initially like Milky Way was being a little risky, he knew he had his teammates to set up, and he knew exactly how far away all of the EDG members were. So he was just ready to execute, and they got Wink low enough that EDG had to retreat.
It's almost a 2,000 gold lead now for RNG, as they're going to be looking to take down that turret as well. Will be first turret of the game if they can take that one. They also got the Rift Herald, so some standing gold waiting for them to be taken. And they're going to balloon this lead up to about 3,000 gold now. EDG looking for a play on bot side. The ward going to come out, but they can't get Niket. Niket able to masterfully get away on this big crash away, but Tong Yuan still so damn tanky, almost on 2 items. Nobody can really shred this health bar yet.
Oh, the ultimate though.
Okay.
All right, this is it's a zoning ultimate from Niket, but I just don't understand how we're trying to dive in Ornn. Like, he already is very tanky. He actually has a hollow radiance, so basically he just has the magic resistance variant of like a Sunfire, so he just explodes all the minions. It's really good for him to be able to wave clear. I think this is a very risky play from EDG, and maybe already a little bit of desperation in this game. Now 3,000 gold behind, and you have the dragon spawning in 45. They used a lot of their timer there to make that play happen, and without anything going their way, still feel like EDG are feeling very good about their chances. They even have the Hextech portals to really kind of be a little bit later out on the map and kind of cheat for vision.
They also, instead of using their timer to clear out top and make sure that they get top control before Drake spawns so they don't have to go back up there again and address the wave, they overhauled to dive the Ornn. Oh,
they're going to do it again. Oh, he's still taking forever to die. Will end up going down over to Angel, though, so that'd be a nice little pick by EDG.
They stopped to answer the top wave, like Kelsey was saying.
Yeah. Got to try to get back over there. Weaver's Wall is available if they want to get over there quickly, but this wave crash in mid lane is also going to be something they have to deal with. Looks like everything should just be fine. That wave did crash in topside. A little bit of a collapse from RNG around this mid lane now as Rift Herald's going to come out.
Yeah, and even though they got those kills, right, like Alk was saying, just because the map is so much in favor of RNG right now, it's very hard for them to capitalize on it. They are not even able to start the dragon here.
There's a big white square on the map.
Yeah, there's a giant
Nico.
white
It's because Nico,
square.
she's the specter.
The ghost, yeah. That's actually hilarious.
Wonderful.
Wink is like, if I can't get anything else out of this game, I'm going to at least break the game before I end up getting this game going.
$1 million company right here. I love to see it. All right, well, Xiaosu can jump over this wall using this blast cone. Also has the equalizer for the range. They're going to try and go for the Callista Ren combo.
Look at Xiaosu, though, on the other side. Weaver's Wall going through. Dragon goes the way of Milky Way.
Nice,
he gets the second one there, and RNG are taking this one all day long. Resets coming through, and they just look for each fight they can. Milky Way makes it back over the wall to chase ZDZ. He is his brother in arms in that Skarner, but not any longer. As him and Jachi are going to try to run down ZDC. He's throwing up the Timo emotes. But another fight win for RNG. And it just feels like they are vibing here as a 4th kill comes through for Jachi.
How do you get the smite when there's a Kalista who's been hitting it for like 15, 20 seconds? I feel like there's
no idea, bro.
Some pretty big mistakes coming in from EDG. Maybe having a little bit of fun like we had seen from them earlier on into this game and some parts of game number 1, but that feels like a massive win for RNG, not only grabbing all of those, but even getting some kills on the back end of it. This is looking way more like an RNG favorite game.
I wonder a little bit about the replay because I do think the blast cone was huge. And the fact that Xiaoxi was able to get over the wall here. He doesn't necessarily have drop the ult, but damn.
No smite from Xiao Hao.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I agree with Kelsey here. Just like having the Rumble immediately put some threat into the pit where maybe EDG were thinking, okay, like we don't know exactly where Rumble is, but we know like if we put down this wall, there's a very high likelihood that he's going to be cut off from the rest of the team. And so at least reinforcing Milky Way into that Dragon Pit feels very good for RNG. And so I mean, they had they got one of the grubs. They were able to grab the Herald and use that on mid. They weren't able to take down the full turret, and that's kind of the last bastion for me if I'm looking at this from EDG's side. The fact that they can still contest this mid wave so far up is kind of the only ways that they're going to be able to at least proactively get into the river and not have to walk into too much fog of war that is in favor of RNG.
Speaking of proactive, they're going to burn the Atacon. That is bold, my friends. Angel going to be spotted out on the ward. They're still going to commit to it. Okay. They might end up getting a little bit more than they can bite off here. At least more than they can chew. Is EDG going to be surrounded now? You have to be very careful the length of engage. They're pulling off now. EDG scattered to the wind right now. I have no idea what's exactly happening on my screen. As On is by himself on a flank, going to be immediately collapsed onto. You have to remember, they have this massive flank. On is just completely caught. 3-man Ornhorn across the board, and another one goes down as they try to find this fight on RNG. They do get a double kill from On, but RNG find resets all day long for Milky Way. They end up finding a triple for him and gonna finish it off with the final 2 kills going down. That is a clean ace for RNG.
This game's looking as one-sided as the first game. Definitely, but this time in RNG's favor, right? I think just a lot more coordination, a lot more thought going into this competition, how they want to execute it. EDG's map movements and EDG's decisions just seem very desperate. The Dragon pull, the Otacon pull, both without clear setup, just makes it very easy for RNG to say, okay, we know exactly what our composition is going to do. We're going to press R for Orin, we're going to press R for Rumble, we're going to layer those ultimates, and we're going to see how we play out the fight.
Just like On and Xiao Hao, like this is another objective where we have a million spears into our to the objective, and we're just not coordinating between the two of us. We feel like we're afraid, again, not marking or trying to find where this Rumble is either. Part of this, I feel, comes back to that early game where we saw the 2v2 for RNG go their way. They found that 2v2 kill. They were able to pressure the Kalista and Nico, and all the way from draft, you know, part of the reason why Nico has been so powerful is obviously her ultimate is very impactful when we talk about team fights, and she kind of works so well on kind of a budget when you're playing her in support, but she's also a very strong laner. So we were expecting for On and Wink, especially as a duo, to hopefully take Jachi and Niket to task, but that has fallen apart, and a lot of this map has just completely come down and come off the seams here for EDG.
But what a great performance from RNG. Again, their last gasp effort here, their final series of the year. An important one at that. Try to take down EDG at the last moment, and here they find themselves 8,000 gold up, much like in a position that EDG were in game number 1. Complete control as well after getting that last dragon. We'll have another one coming up in about 10 seconds. Right now, EDG's name of the game is just a fight away from RNG.
It's just in their DNA, you know? Even when they're out, they have to screw over RNG one more time. It's just EDG one more time.
We must take this to 3. You know, we were talking about that. The all-time before the series was 57 RNG, 50 for EDG, but we said, hey man, for old time's sake, let's go to 3. Let's push ourselves.
let's just see what could happen. You never know what could happen. We are on second items now, though, big time for RNG.
One of my favorite quotes was just when they were playing for MSI, like 2016, it was EDG were so confident going into that. Clearlove said, I'm already studying my opponents, etc. Right? And then RNG said, you know, study them a bit more. It's fine. And they won that one. So.
Look, I feel like history repeated itself, right? Like maybe it wasn't for internationals, but you know, Beitron and BLG, the very famous Thunder Talk series that we got at the beginning of the year. He's like, we don't need to study for our opponents. And Beitron, and it was Hoya actually. It was
Dude,
like, you
what
actually got
is
to study
this?
for us. It's a free win for RNG, is what it is, Lennon.
What the hell am I
We're running
watching,
through.
man? What the actual hell was that? On just didn't even get to play the video game. He had to stand there and watch while they killed him with an entire screen of distance between them.
Get oiled.
And maybe that's just what has come to Taguyen. He smiled that devilish smile when he locked it in, but honestly worth it.
It's just the power of range, as Elk said. In the draft, you know, entire composition is outranged. Bro tries to approach the tower, just gets one shot before he can even auto back.
Warren mid's looking OP. The stonks are rising. Let's see if Taguyen can win. It is a 2v2, a 2v1. You got Nico as well on a huge play. Oh, we are desperate.
Come on. Yep.
Brutal, bro.
Taguyen is taking on the entirety of the team. He finally doesn't die. He's not dying. Okay, he gets bailed out. They'll get the kill in the end. A four-man hostile takeover in the end, but they have lost a big part to their front line as they will end up taking the blue buff away. RNG slink away from their side of the map. EDG do find the pick that they spent literally everything on.
I think this is very fake, though. Even with this teleport, they're now going to know that Xiaoshu's coming on through mid lane. There's no Talia ult. There's no Skarner and Pale. No Wink ult either. This is such a Hail Mary.
I think we're getting ready for this fight, though. RNG locked down Jachi, going low, does have the bailout, but will not be bailed out. 1,000 gold go the way of Xiao Hao. And now the all-out used by ZDZ. Can't find Niket. They're going to turn back to the Baron. Look at these forces coming through here. They aren't going to go straight to the Baron, though. In the end, they will end up backing off.
Again, it's the fight that EDG want without the map setup they want, right? Because even though they get a pick there, they can't exactly get an objective. The wave bot is pushed in. RNG was forced to base check them, so they managed to get the engage with the ultimates that they have that are easy and point and click, but...
Wow. Guys, Jachi had a tough game number 1. The LPL observers, we don't need to be doing this. He's a young kid. You know, there has to be rules against this kind of stuff, but whatever. Like Kelsey said, the map just wasn't in a great spot there for EDG, but hey, able to find at least 2 picks and a couple summoner spells, so hopefully they can try to leverage this advantage now going in, because it's a minute and a half before a Hex Tech Dragon is going to spawn, and that is Soul coming on through for RNG if they're going to be able to claim this one. Again, we have not seen EDG, specifically On and Xiao Hao, work that well here in game number 2.
Oh, Xiao Hao flashing over the wall. Chains of Corruption went wide again, but the Ornhorn did not. Angel goes golden. Double knock up there again by Taguyen as they get the first Soul reset by Milky Way. Now looking for the flash play. Milky Way wants it. Doesn't hit the seismic shove, but Jachi takes down Wink with a big piercing arrow at least. ZDZ going to be the next one to fall, and might not be able to blow on those ZDZs in the chat just yet as we're going to game 3 here. RNG with an almost 10,000 gold lead, and off the back of some very consistent fighting are going to even up their last series of 2025.
Yay! RNG can win a game. You're a little late. I feel like, you know, if we would have had this in game 1,
good in game 1.
Would have been great, but, you know, it's similar to OMG. Gotta win one.
It's the classic phenomenon. You know, once you're eliminated, pressure's off. Just have fun. Play like you play.
They're not even gonna finish it. Well,
all right, guys.
So I know we've
had a lot of people doing some wagers in chat using the Twitch points that they've gained. Do we think that there is any chance that we get a legendary RNG toss here in this game?
That would be a one of all time, but honestly, we're going to go out Might as well go out with a bang. Go out with like the biggest throw of all time in the LPL as your last game of the season. As now we get that double engage. Just eliminates the backline solo, and unfortunately that's just another wallet diff. Straight to mid lane, straight into these TPs. You didn't even have Xiao Hao with you for EDG on that fight, and I think they knew that it's a go next angle.
Well, what do we think about game 3, guys? Is blue side going to prevail? Do we have?
I think blue side might be slightly OP as the stats have shown, but
that could be the
so
case.
too.
Kelsey, I think you and I have both, we've been in agreement about this. Draft doesn't matter. Stats awful. It's all about the gameplay here.
True. It's definitely about the gameplay. On one side of things, maybe not the greatest of gameplays, but on RNG's side of things, they knew what they needed to do. They got it done, although one game too late, unfortunately. They are still locked out of 2025 for the rest of the year, but have the opportunity to do some really funny stuff against EDG.
In many ways, this was an historic EDG RNG matchup. Because you had RNG controlling the side lanes, you had EDG looking for the 5v5s, generally the scaling jungler. Very often Clearlove would just farm and then come to team fights. You had very, very high team fight kill participation for across the board just because they would always fight together. Whereas RNG was one of the first teams historically in the LPL to really understand what a side lane was. So, we basically had that going for us this game. Yeah, it's true to their roots.
And the classic situation of if you throw a pick that doesn't normally get played against any LPL team, no matter what ranking they are in the league, they just don't understand what happened. They throw their hands up. They're like, wait, what is League of Legends? But the Ornn mid, all memes aside, actually did pay off really well. And I think Tang Yuan played it very well, being so mobile, so active on the map.
See, we took away some of his agency in the game, and he performed so much better. All he had to do, he didn't have to be a main damage dealer. Why did it take us 5 months for Tang Yuan to play secondary ward for Milky Way? I feel like we should have came to this conclusion a long time ago, unfortunately. But hey, now we're here. We're in a possibility of a game 3, and even with RNG eliminated for the rest of the year, there is the possibility that they do some of the funniest stuff ever, where if they win this series, they go up to 2-3 in their game score, potentially even kind of help knock Ultra Prime out of contention.
Well, you gotta do that, Ultra Prime. But, I mean, in general, when I think the game plan was very sound, when I see the Rumble Varus 1-2, I said, finally, we're gonna play pushing lanes, we're gonna enable Milky Way to fight around everything, and then we have a mid to set him up. It's all gravy from there.
Apparently, it's easy ridings, but really, really impressive stuff from RNG. Some definitely interesting calls from EDG, but I got to think about now the draft setup for game number 3, because we've had very clear conditions in 2 games in a row for RNG, and I think this one definitely was executed on better. But being able to find that again, I think is going to be harder to come by, as you're going to be going into 30 bans of champs.
I think it's fun, though. I mean, the fact that this is something that I feel like, sometimes when we have these unique champion picks, actually kind of goes like into the theory of playing Fearless Draft, which is like champion economy and eventually like draft economy as to what you're allowed to pick. And now Ornn in a game where like we're not really expecting them. Now Sion's also gone, so maybe we get some more of those big bruisers that kind of like that Jace and maybe the Renekton later on into the series. And that's just another mid lane champion gone from Tang Yuan. Not just the Ornn, but now Talia as well gone from these 2 guys.
Yeah, some big picks going to be off the table. Kelsey, is the nostalgia winning out here? Are you feeling all the nostalgia from all these years these 2 organizations been going at it in the LPL? All the glitz and the glam, all the best gameplay you could ever ask for?
It's Group Nirvana, of course, is the best gameplay.
Group Nirvana is where it's at, though, honestly.
It is.
I mean,
very
straight
fun.
up. This isn't really an LPL Gold graph, and this doesn't really feel like a Nirvana game, but it did go to Elder, right? So even though it was extremely decisive, I think that's a requirement for Group Nirvana, is you must go to Elder. The game must have an Elder fight of some kind. Usually 3 or 4 is preferable, but
I'll
You
give
know.
it to EDG as well. They felt like the end was near, and they were like, you know what, we're gonna jump off the cliff. Maybe there's something there that can catch us at the bottom. Maybe it's just gonna be a rocky finish.
They can get a
went
Callisto
all
ult in real life. They can get pulled back. The fate's call. Don't
they went
jump.
all in with that final fight, which did not work out for them. But I give them the benefit of the doubt here, getting ready for that game number 3. We're gonna take a look down memory lane, not of the organizations, but of this game number 2 and the impact that Tong Yuan had on this Ornn mid.
I agree with Kelsey though. The Group Nirvana has had they have less games than Group Ascend by a far margin, but every game matters that much more.
Exactly.
And as soon as you see this happening and this game occurring, you know that Linda somewhere is crying deep inside. Just as
Okay. I like it. I like it. There's a little shout out to Linda, the GOAT, by the way.
I did ping her earlier. I did ping her earlier in the server, and I said, GLHF, time to see EDG lose to RNG. And she was ready. She was already mentally ready.
Why did you do that? I gotta ask you. I got a request from Prod. How are you feeling right now, Kelsey? How are you feeling? Feeling okay?
Great, having a great time. I got to see RNG win just one more time this year. It was good, enjoyable. Maybe they'll win a third time.
We've
You
got
never know.
Kelsey Despair on
The crash out despair
The
and
cat
the perfect
despair.
time.
I
I've
love
got to
it.
watch RNG win.
This is
I
wonderful.
got to watch RNG win. It's great.
Yeah.
Somebody
got to see
take a
both of these
screenshot
teams
of that.
win, at least now,
that
on
needs
the
to
last
join
match.
ZDD, by the way. We need to get a little screenshot of Kelsey in the despair moment and then have that as our second emote. I'm just going to call
There you
that
go.
right now. We're
Kelsey
all the
despair.
admins on broadcast right now. We can make the
That
decision.
is true. I've been abusing that
True.
power. Whenever it's like me and one of the other casters, that's the first thing I bring up, especially with Slayer. Is just like anytime he wants to like banter a little bit with me or make fun of me, I'm like, it's coming out of your paycheck.
Coming
So,
out of
yeah,
yes,
no,
the paycheck.
We can't pull rank
Yep.
here, unfortunately.
True.
Unless actually Kelsey would probably have most seniority, not only because of the
Yes,
Tallahassee
so.
thing, but also because she's our financier. So
Yeah, absolutely. And
Wow,
also
you just
was
called me
the
old. It's crazy.
founder of the first iteration of LPL English, which is another huge shout out to the beginning of the, I guess, co-streaming era. I don't know. I mean, that was a long time ago. My God.
Yeah, it's hard to say exactly what that was. I think I've never heard that word co-streaming. Never
No,
occurred to me.
never.
But I do think like RNG EDG, it's still exciting. It's still got a little bit of magic. And I did want to quibble a bit with your intro, Mazel, because you said
Okay.
one of the greatest LPL series rivalries. It is the LPL rivalry.
true.
It's
Get
been
me.
going for so
Burn me.
long.
It has
It's been hype forever, right? Like it started 2014. You had that banger 5-game series. EDG was supposed to win. EDG were dominant for so long. I think they won like 9 because this is when there's still a lot of domestic tournaments at the time. EDG had won 9 titles basically going into that, and RNG win in 5 games. Or they were Starhorn Royal Club at the time.
Yeah.
And then 2021 all the way, we have the back and forth. We have so much energy. 2021, you have EDG getting the 5-game series win in quarterfinals and going all the way to the final, like RNG did in 2014. But this time they win the whole thing. Get LPL another world title.
They do
I
it
mean,
there,
it's-
and then earlier in 2021 we have the RNG MSI title as well.
Very true.
And it's even though, the rosters are in the states they are, right? Last year wasn't a great year for them. This year isn't a great year for them. But you still can't help but get excited when you see these logos, I think, on screen as a longtime LPL fan. So
For sure.
I completely agree, and it's a big shame that RNG will not be involved for the rest of the year. I know both them and OMG will definitely be missed in some capacity, but obviously the organizational standard and the history between both of those orgs being done for the year is absolutely insane to me. But we have to also look forward to the MVP here of this game number 2. Honestly, give it to the whole damn team. They came out with it at the end, finding a lot
mid.
of advantage. But it
Yes!
goes to
Yes!
Tong Yuan.
Let's go, Tong Yuan.
After 3 years of no Ornn mid, we get another one, and it gets MVP.
No, I don't want to see Ornn highlight reels. I actually would prefer to get out of this game as soon as possible. It's going to be a lot of Ornn pressing ult, and that's it.
Prawn asks in the most wholesome, nice way, hey, do you want to see the... No, I do not. I am done.
Prawn is rebelling and showing the highlight reel anyway. It's
Incredible stuff. Well, that is it for game number 2. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll get over to game number 3 after we have a short little break. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, as we just hyper skipped straight into draft for some reason. Don't know why, but we're here. We're ready to go. And, of course, it's the ultimate game of this best of 3. One of the most historic rivalry. No, you corrected me in the off point. The most historic rivalry in the LPL. EDG versus RNG, even though it's many years from that big rivalry moment, it still is a very important one in the legacy of the LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alec Battery. I've got Kelsey Moser with us as well. First pick of the Lilia coming through for EDG, who are on the blue side.
Kindred ban, I'm depressed. Why watch? I'm sad.
It's the last game, man.
I know. That's why we're in a draft already. They wanted to make sure that we're keeping on
They
pace.
wanna get it going.
We still got 2 other series after this, remember? So they want to be at least a little kind to all the folks that are around the world watching. But already, again, like you said, Xiaohao getting that Lilia. AD mids, though, especially for EDG, a little cramped. So start to have to think about either something like a Corki or potentially a Tristana later in this draft. A good flex between him and On.
Sometimes I don't think blue side is OP. Sometimes I just think something happens to teams when they go on red side and draft, and they're like, yes, we need the first pick Alistar. This just needs to happen.
It just has to happen.
Yep.
The Renekton and the Azir have been double locked in for EDG, though.
Yep, so we'll have a lot of skirmishing around topside probably. Alistar probably is signaling that RNG are willing to kind of allow the jungle to have control around topside to let that matchup be volatile.
Oh, and we're getting
Tangyuan
Tangyuan again with the Aurelion Soul there, showing off. We saw it in the OMG series as well. Want to try to bring some scaling into this game, and alongside not only the slow, but with the amount of lockdown that RNG have, there's going to be a lot of Stardust, hopefully, that he'll be able to get from his passive.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I know that we'll get a chance to talk about the kind of team compositional setups, but Tangyuan's feeling himself, and I love it. This is the kind of moments you want to have. Again, this is the last setup for these teams, at least for EDG before they get into the playoff play-in, but for RNG for the rest of the year. As a player, personally, you got to set yourself up for success. You got to make yourself look as good as possible, and I love that Tangyuan is trying to bring out a little bit of flavor here for himself. In the second phase of bans, though, it is all bot lane focus.
Absolutely. I think if we're talking about bot lane focus, right, then this is definitely an angle where we can see some differences being made, because right now we have a very easy situation for Azul to kind of scale, to kind of vibe. Azul into Azir matchup is one of the less punishing ones, so I assume RNG by picking okay. Jax. If you can't get the Kindred, I think if you're a Milky Way fan, you're a really big fan of seeing the Jax here. That was probably his second most successful champion last year, so very cool to see.
But does it work into what EDG have, though? Like, fine, you're going to be playing into like a Renekton and kind of, maybe some of the lower range of some of the other members of EDG, but like there's an Azir who can kind of shuffle you away. There's still this Lilia that's a little question mark ping. I'm a bit worried here. We're getting a Corki and a Nautilus now. Corki has early skirmishing, but just across the globe has not been performing admirably. Has like a 30 or 5 something % win rate right now across the world. So hasn't really been working out. EDG are going to have massive spikes on 1 and 2 items here.
All right. Go ahead.
I do think, however, though, you're going to be doing a lot of ability-based damage, and you're keeping the theme of the range versus the Jax. And plus, if you're blinding Alistar, right, then Corki knows he's going to have a somewhat free laning phase. So definitely an option there.
It absolutely is. I know something that Alec wanted to talk about coming into the series was the spot lane matchup between An and Jachi. Coming into this one, it is going to be an interesting one nonetheless of Corki versus the Sivir. But what is your take on this bot lane, more so specifically the bot laners individually as we come into it, Kelsey?
I mean, EDG should just win by default. They have 2 bot laners playing against Jachi. Like, how can win? There's two marksman players, but we came into this series thinking not only the experience of EDG, but especially between On and Wink, should be able to take control of a bottom lane that has two relatively fresh players to the LPL, in Jachi and Niket. Niket having a lot more experience playing last year, but so far I think that Jachi and Niket have at least shown some mechanical prowess in these 2v2s, and with now the Sivir and Nautilus, or Sivir and Alistar, they need to play a much slower game this time around. It's a hyper carry with this Sivir. Is going to be really, really good at, I think, kind of leveraging some of the range that EDG have, and hopefully we see from RNG that they're actually able to kind of slow this game down. You have an Aurelion Sol and a Sivir. If we get to like 35 minutes, hopefully you should be advantaged in this game.
That means we get a lot of story time, right, Kelsey?
Oh,
Yeah,
and Bessa
absolutely.
jungle. Wait, what?
So
Oh,
it is going
it's
to
Jack's
be the
time, okay.
Ambessa jungle here coming in. We thought RNG might be cooking. They do indeed cook a little bit. The final game of this RNG squad of the year. An historic legacy organization in Royal Never Give Up that has been there from the start as Starhorn Royal Club, and now potentially going into their last series, their last game of 2025 and potentially beyond. We gotta throw that in there. We'll see as EDG try to take them down one more time.
I think Elk and I are doing the same thing.
Ever.
There it is.
In Tier 1 anyway, I know that some of the LCK CL players have played it, most notably a player like Vincenzo on T1's Challengers team, but why is Milky Way playing Ambessa? Like, this is a team that now has played Ambessa in 3 roles. Xiaoshu, Tangyuan, and Milky Way now. I don't know how much it's going to matter. Ambessa, depending on what build he goes, if it's more of like a Bruiser-esque build with the Eclipse or in the Sphere of Shojin, can also go for the Cyclo Sword and be an assassin. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We're seeing most of them go for Conqueror or Grasp. We kind of dropped the Electrocute Ambessa very early on.
On the plus side, we were questioning the Jax jungle pick. If Jax basically is just there to play against the Renekton, have decent early levels, then at 2 items, just keep side pressure, which was kind of RNG's MO in last game, then Jax maybe serves a bit more of a purpose in top lane.
Yeah.
I like it. We'll see if we end up getting a little bit of that top lane focus. Right now we're looking at the 2v2 kicking off. Obviously level 2 very important between them, but love to see the 2v2 kicking off down there. Junglers will be pathing away from this bot side going towards top side. And I do believe that's going to say first Ambessa jungle.
Yep. It's not only just here in the LPL, but ever. No one else has played it in a Tier 1 region. So exciting stuff here in the last game of this series and last game that RNG will play in 2025. So I have to imagine, though, that I'm kind of looking at the clear. How is this guy faster than... he's like keeping on pace with Lilia. Yes, she has a lot of mobility and a lot of her spells are AoE, but damn.
Milky Way's in the lab, bro. He's been cooking.
Sure.
Jungle pets. Yeah.
Jungle pets have been OP. That is true.
Yes.
Now a little bit of trouble. And top side. Oh, ZDZ's
wow.
got his angle, and Xiaoshu will end up walking away. ZDZ felt like he let him live there. Obviously, Leap Strike and Flash still available on both sides.
All right, then. Maybe it should have been a Jax jungle.
Maybe. Who knows? Into the Renekton, though, that sounds pretty miserable, right? Like, that's one of the more classic matchups, so... counter matchups for Ambessa, so... Maybe you're right. Maybe we should have just tanked the Ambessa matchup and said, hey, let's just put the Jax in the jungle here for Milky Way. ZDZ still has not recalled. I don't think this is ever a real gank, but you already see that Tangyuan. This is also a fake fight. There's no way we're looking for this right now.
All right, we're going to see the fight. And it goes away Milky Way there, too.
He does get the
secure it, but now he's in trouble. Yeah, Angel's got his number. The flash out, the Conqueror proc, but he didn't even get the damage off with it. And first blood goes to EDG.
Flabber would say that's worth. Yeah.
True.
Damn. Damn. Maybe. Also, double buffs going over to Angel. That's that feels very bad because Tangyuan's like, what the hell did I do? I came over to help you, and now I lose double buffs to my mid to enemy mid. He's going to walk up and hit me. He'll have infinite sustain in the lane. So let's see what EDG is able to do with this mid priority that they should have now with this Azir.
Seeing the gank potential from Milky Way. He's trying to stay active. He's going to look on bot side now. Jiachi and Niket trying to go in a little bit early. They get the headbutt onto Wink. He's out of the fight now and in trouble. Flash coming out. Wink in trouble now too as well. He's going to go down. Milky Way gets the response play there. Now Niket getting low. Gets the flash out of On. On will get the kill. Swirl Sleep does go a little bit wide. Xiaohao won't be able to follow up, but maybe using the speed up here as Milky Way wants to fight. Milky Way has a lot of skirmish potential, and Milky Way finds another kill. That's going to be 2 already for the Ambessa jungle.
This is looking to be one of our more interesting games, right? Definitely the closest start to the game so far, I think. Also, shout outs to Milky Way in this one, because I think when you have lanes like this that are basically losing at least push across the board, you put a lot of pressure on your jungler to make something happen, and he's definitely done that for sure with a great deal of success in this case.
He does a hell of a lot of damage right now. Like we're just seeing him like do just an insane amount to EDG's bottom lane there, and honestly, while he's at least trying to keep Xiaohao honest. Milky Way's got to be careful. Yeah, he's dead. All right. What I was going to say is that by constantly just being in the river and despite him going down, he is trying to keep pace with Lilia and keep Xiaohao honest as EDG, because you do not want this Lilia to kind of start to take off in the farm department.
They're going to look top lane now as well. Try to get a gank on the Xiaoshu. Under turret. Counter-strike's already down. Now they get the CC chain in, and Wink is the one that gets the kill. Not exactly where you want the gold, but EDG come out with the gank.
Yep. And just taking kind of some of the agency from... Oh. Alright. False alarm. Taking some of the agency from what happened in the bot lane, and Wink really recognizing that roam timer. I think... I flamed the early Alistar pick a little bit, but Wink historically has been a star on that Alistar champion. And then also just identifying this timer here is maybe, depending on how EDG do, early candidate for an MVP.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Wink. I was surprised that Kelsey was doing any kind of negative bias towards this guy anyway. So we're making the rounds. We're making the rounds on this one.
Yeah, there you go. But this is a setup where, I mean, you have to talk about the history between these organizations. I mean, this is over a decade-long rivalry between these two. Like, Kelsey, is there anything you want to bring up about these two? I know we've already talked about favorite memories, but there's a lot of history between these two orgs.
Oh yeah, I think it's super interesting just how much weight and emphasis that you all put on bot lane as well, because I think it's really what made these matchups exciting, right? Historically. You had Uzi, and then like Name was one of the big 80 carries in 2014. Then you had Deft coming over, and it was always about bot lane, right, between these guys. So I think it's very interesting to see that emphasis again, and that's really what descended these games.
I'm surprised that RNG decided to walk up right there as that double swirl seed connect. Xiaohao just pulls the trigger, and that'll be the dragon going to EDG as well.
I think that was very adventurous. I like that kind of look coming in from EDG. It was literally just a single swirl seed landing onto two of them. You get the cleanse out from Jiachi, but the lilting lullaby still comes out. So really good look coming in from EDG. Got to be worried though from RNG with both of our junglers hitting level 6. The public execution opens up such a big play for them.
Oh, okay. On in trouble now. Milky Way finds his purchase yet again, getting the kill to Jiachi.
He does so much damage right now. He's going for the Eclipse first item, and this is what I was worrying about. Milky Way's gonna basically be playing a normal Ambessa game, but probably going to be a little weaker than usual. I know we were talking about some of his combat prowess earlier, and he'll be able to farm the jungle very quickly, but because of how jungle is situated right now, especially carry junglers, I'm worried a little bit about how RNG are going to be able to actually delegate resources in this game. Just by the way of, like, you have an Aurelion Soul, you have a Sivir, like, someone's going to have to pick up all this farm. Aurelion Soul's more willing to give up gold just because as long as you're killing stuff in his E, he'll still get Stardust. But he's going to basically be like a backline assassin in a lot of these games.
I am curious because when you talk about the scaling, right, you do have the range coming out of the Corki, but you also just have the range from the Acel you have, and then of course on the other end, you would just have so much scaling power in general. So I think like if RNG are playing a semi-competitive game, like they're still just gonna stay in even with a gold lead, especially if all the gold is going on at Bessa, right? Which is the character that you really needed to go on early. I think they're in a really good spot right now.
I like it. It's a little bit of setup for a game 3 now that means a lot for EDG to end up winning, but really wanting to find a final game win for both sides. RNG could do something really funny, obviously, to bow out of 2025 on a win against EDG, keep that better record that they have and the longevity of the history of the organization. Engage now coming in onto Angel. He's in trouble. Is going to get out for a little while, but Tong Yuan will end up killing him. So we're evening up here as just about an 800 gold lead for EDG now.
Can we talk about how different this series has been? Like game 1, I'm having Angel absolutely gap the living hell out of Tong Yuan and the rest of this RNG crew. And then game 2, I'm watching Angel just like, he's getting bodied by Ornn mid. He's getting just raw dog solo killed by Aurelion Sol as Azir. This is, at least we're starting to see a bit of a glow up in this series, especially Tong Yuan historically, I think here in the LPL, has not had the best of time playing in, older formats, and even talking about him last year, right? He was the worst rated player, the lowest rated player on Hoopu, which is pretty impressive, all things considered.
Yeah, and I think
perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think Angel's had his ups and downs as well.
For sure.
So I think it's a very winning matchup. Oh.
Okay. Got the CC on the ZVZ. He's still a big croc. Unfortunately, Xiaoshu did not get the memo. We're trying to push the wave there. Still going to keep 3 top. This is very scary for ZVZ. He popped the Dominus. Going to try to build that rage bar. Looks like RNG don't want it.
Ooh. Jacci even used his ultimate, so they were prepping a 3-man dive. That'll be no one picking up that wave. ZDZ maybe not knowing if there was a public execution up and available for RNG, but instead Jacci uses that to rotate from the bottom lane to catch this mid wave. Tong Yuan's going to catch this bottom wave now, so RNG playing the map a little bit better here, and at least trying to, they're coming up trumps when it comes to some of these spells being used by EDG.
Yep, and I think not only did we pop the Dominus for Renekton to clear the wave, right, and sort of stall the pressure, but Angel hovering topside a little bit probably also helps. So even if you're giving up some pressure on the map for RNG to rotate, you're at least keeping your structures in place when RNG are allocating so many resources to secure control.
Oh, we also didn't talk about this because this was just during one of a different set of plays, but EDG did also get the only set of grubs in this game, so any alone time they get on these turrets is really going to help them. I know that we've been keeping an eye on the scaling of this game, and that'll be a conversation as we go later, but any time that EDG is actually able to hit on turrets with this Azir and this Corki is going to turn into a pretty big advantage for them, especially with plates falling in about a minute and a half's time.
And I'm sure that Nashor's Tooth is going to be coming along for Angel at some point, and that will be very hard to deal with when it comes to Turret Siege, as we are getting set up for another Dragon. This will be second Dragon for EDG. We have to think, though, maybe RNG okay with giving this one over. This would end up being the feats of strength going the way of EDG, though. Oh, they're just going to get it? All right.
Yeah.
Well, the Dragon goes down. Feats of strength secured. Second Dragon in a row for EDG. Full neutral objective control so far from them.
Yeah. And if we talk about how these comps work, right, we addressed the range issue. I also think RNG they want to play collapse. Whenever you have a Sivir and some short range champions, you need to press R to kind of close the gap between the Corki, the Azir, the Lilia, who are just masters of kiting in some sense. So if you don't have good vision of the area, you're fine maybe sending that dragon away and then looking for a fight where the collapse is easier to execute.
Chelsea, may I just offer, instead of using the On the Hunt, simply land one of the worst hitboxes of all time in the FSO?
That works. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Simply just win.
We're in
It's a time-tested strategy. Just win. Simply hit your buttons better than your opponents.
die less, get more kills.
Yeah, a famous Smash or FGC proverb is "Don't get hit."
Yeah.
Right. So.
Just win lol is a good league one. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Easy peasy.
We're going through some great strategy here with between the two of us here. So for EDG, they got 3 grubs. They got the first 2 dragons. So again, kind of talking about objective control. EDG throughout this season, look at their stats, have been a lot better at being able to control the heralds and the dragons of the game, and RNG much more focused on more of the structures and kind of the finding more kills early on. So right now, EDG, though, you're seeing another Hextech Soul potentially on the cards for them in about 10 minutes time. So let's see if they're able to actually utilize that now with a Herald spawning. You always have to be wondering as RNG, okay, they have 3 grubs, we have to be able to contest, but I see absolutely no vision from RNG in this river.
Yeah, man, that's a little bit of trouble here setting up, but right now it looks like RNG is getting their ask of things and letting things calm down, keep that scaling going at least. If that's going to be the promised land that they end up going out on, I think they are still in an okay position for that. So time is starting to tick away. They're moving together. They do have that Sky's Descend. They want to try to get a dive, but they were on full vision going through that river.
Yep.
Ooh, ooh.
I saw 2 people get hit. Last time that happened, they got a dragon. Okay, Lennon?
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Rift Herald is going to go the way of EDG, though. The continued full objective dominance from EDG will be there. Oh, he wanted to go for the fight.
Tongwen has the upgraded ultimate. I don't know why we're not at least like trying. Niketa has been, I'll be honest, kind of just sitting next to Jachi a lot of this game. We need to see him out on the map. Part of the reason why EDG are getting all this vision, all this priority is Wink moving around the map, clearing out vision with his jungler, and so it is hard for RNG to actually walk over. They used all of this time. They gave over the Herald to the team with 3 grubs so that Xiaoshu on this Jax can hit this bottom lane tier 1. I don't know if this is necessarily worth it, especially with the fact that they're just going to be able to answer this very easily, and they can just decide to give on all of this gold if they really want to.
Alternatively, right?
Yeah.
Oh, if
oh,
they're
gonna bring 4 down here. They're gonna try to take Milky Way down. He's a little bit slippery of a fish, though. They might go on to Niket instead. They get the double re-engage from RNG, but now they're in trouble as well. Double lilting lullaby going to come out from Xiao Hao as he puts them to sleep. Xiao Shu will be in trouble. Sky's Descend coming down. Here it comes from Tong Yuan, but it's only going to get one of the knockers. He hasn't actually used it just yet, and not going to go for that full trigger pull. He's still holding on to it. And see if they actually want to do anything after that one. But they did end up getting first turret off the back of that play from Chaosu.
They did get first turret, no feats, and they brought all of EDG's pressure to bot lane so that Xiaoshu gets to rotate early to top, right? So that's something. It lets them kind of start the seesaw motion, which was very difficult for them in terms of map control because they basically had no prio lanes early. So getting out, I think, is a big win for them.
Yeah. They do end up trading some summoner spells, right? EDG no longer have any other teleports, same thing for RNG, but big winners, I think, is the fact that On no longer has his flash, and Milky Way did have to use his, so hopefully we see a little bit more coming out from RNG. Again, saving this Sky's Descend has been upgraded for a long time. You get more copies of them as the game goes on if you're able to get more Stardust. So it's going to be the Dragon started here, and Xiaoshu will be on a flank. There are still missing ultimates here from EDG.
Nguyen is the big caller here. They're going to focus on the Dragon, though. Niket getting low, being poked down, has to go out of the fight now. Dragon, 50-50. It goes the way of Xiao Hao. He's going to take that 3rd Dragon of the game. Going to flash out of Milky Way's public execution as well. Now ZDZ has a really good angle on the other side of things. Wink goes in for the fight, and On has that Gatling gun spinning away with Angel right behind him. The Emperor's Call ready to go from EDG as they take the Dragon and now maybe take the Cat too, as they're going to chase him down. Angel has the angle on him, and he will just be carved up for a little bit of dinner for EDG.
Okay, well, That'll be EDG now. Again, 4 grubs still. They use that Herald in bottom side so they can open up another turret. They're trying to go for this mid-tier 1. Don't think that's going to happen on this wave. And, well, Lennon and Kelsey, we are now 19.5 minutes into this game, and there is a potential for a soul in 4 minutes' time for Edward Gaming. Not looking too good. We have seen a lack of proactivity for RNG as this game has gone on, and we saw some early movements from them, but I think a lack of a trigger pull, I guess we'll kind of see here. Tangyuan's positioning is going to be really interesting to me just because he doesn't really kind of stop the opponents from getting in, and Niket actually takes way too much damage before this fight goes on.
Yeah. I was going to say, just contrary, I mean, counterpoint, Niket taking like a lot of the engaged CC, like EDG engaging onto them and the follow-up not being too extreme, just let RNG kind of hold position and maintain control pretty easily. And by RNG, I mean EDG, obviously. But I think in general, what I'm looking at now is just the Soul win condition is huge because we talked about RNG scaling. But if EDG are getting Hextech Soul at 24 minutes, like you said, that's massive.
It is. As RNG now looking to potentially force the hand over onto the Adacon. Could be very interesting to do, but never without thought of it. We'll be getting EDG's pressure up towards topside to remove some of this vision, place some of their own. We're getting closer and closer to second items. On already having completed his, but waiting for that evolve coming through.
Joshi is close to hitting 2 items here. He has a Cloak of Agility and then the rest of the combined cost, so he's sitting like 1,300 gold away, not including however much gold he has in his inventory. Kind of looking at it right now, and while second items are starting to come through for almost everybody, I am most intrigued about what we are going to get between our 2 mid laners here. They're kind of the marquee matchup going into today. Obviously 2 mid laners that have played for RNG in the past, especially for Tangyuan being kind of the new franchisee player for this team after Xiaohu ended up leaving. So I think Tangyuan has a pretty big burden on his shoulders. Again, we know that RNG is already done for the rest of the year, but kind of ending on a win, and I feel like trying to rewrite some of the last couple years of his performance here on the Cerulean Soul.
Yeah, sometimes that can be all the difference, right? The last series that we see of these players for the remaining months is going to be the impression that they leave for off season, right? New roster builds, all those things. And so a win here, you know, might seem inconsequential to viewers right now, but if we have the most insane ASOL angles that turn the game, then suddenly maybe org owners, GMs remember that from Tangyuan, and he ends up in a strong starting position next year.
Hell, not even just next year, maybe even Split 3, right? Like,
True.
These guys could be competing for active spots in the league for teams that are trying to make some movements, so...
I'm just wondering how, like, I mean, it's obviously a can of worms to even think about it, but, like, how that all works out. Are they still under contract? Are they able to look for other teams? Like, you're literally not playing until the next year.
I don't think there's much contracts holding a lot of these RNG players back, so we'll see.
Can you believe, like, I guess more so focused on RNG of things, but the fact that RNG and OMG are the first 2 teams to be eliminated this early in the LPL in, like, the history, right? Like, that's so crazy, Kelsey.
Yep, it's absolutely insane. 2013 was technically the very first year of LPL. 2013 was OMG and RNG's year, right? The fact that OMG and RNG are removed now in the most recent year of LPL for the rest of the year is something that is almost unfathomable, right? I think... Oh, here's some...
So, okay, the reason why I'm, like, question mark pinging right now is because Tangyuan, really smart when they were playing around the grubs there, or the Krugs, he wanted to make sure that he gets the Stardust. So as long as you're with the Aurelian Soul, anything that dies inside it gets you... Oh,
all in. Going
Angel?
on Angel now. They don't get him in the end. Emperor's Divide comes away. The skies have descended, but is it going to be enough? RNG looking for the kills, have sustained damage. Tangyuan has been untouched. He's getting the resets himself, but On coming through as well. A double kill already there for Xiaohao. He's dancing all over them. Tangyuan now breathing light all over EDG, but ZDZ wants him. He tries to get him, but can't get in the distance. But Jiachi, he has gone too far. The flash play comes through. Xiaohao finds another kill. I'm pretty sure he got 3 or 4 of them in that fight. and that will be Tong Yuan slinking away while Xiaohao secures the soul.
That's got to be the backbreaker there. That fight was so close for them. This Jack's still feeling pretty lost. The fact that we couldn't get this, maybe there's a little bit more, but I think really what's going to happen here is that EDG, they're going to go ahead and take this dragon, they're going to reset, use the portals, and then look for the Otacon or even the Baron spawning in 20 seconds.
Well, let's take a look at this replay. I think the fight just starts out really strong for them, right? Niket gets the initial engage. We have the Sky's Descent coming out. Absolutely looks like it should be a winning position because Tong Yuan untouched, pretty free to damage, but I think he's splitting off here to go for the support. They're just not what you want to see.
And then just kind of using some of his spells. I still like this from Tong Yuan. He actually is just staying in his W, so while he's in flight, the Q gets a bit more damage. And then you're able to really kind of put down as much as you can with this Aurelion Soul. Still some options here, yes. This is EDG with 3 grubs. This is EDG now with a Hextech Soul. This is going to help them be able to combat some of the infinite measures that an Aurelion Soul has, and hopefully EDG are going to be able to utilize some of this damage right now because this game does not get easier for them in here, and they have to continue to maintain this. They're only 3,000 gold up, and I mean, Tong Yuan is basically your last-ditch effort if you are Royal to give up.
Oh, there's the Sky's Descent coming through as well as the reproc goes in. Angel is already down. Niket found the kill there. Wink going to be soon to join him as Tong Yuan takes him out. And back onto the Baron they go. Okay. They could burn this down pretty quickly. It just spawned about a minute ago.
Wow. All right, let's see if EDG can come in. I think they still have some tools to make things happen. Niket being in position to zone in.
Baron's already going to go down. EDG, no response. It's a little bit slow on the back take. But RNG will end up taking that objective.
And they couldn't push mid because of Xiaoshu, so good job coming in from the top laner of RNG to help keep this wave pushed. It's still probably going to be this mid lane tier 1, but at least wasting EDG's time. Again, they still had these 3 grubs, so could have went down a lot quicker there. And EDG, they don't even have time to actually go for the Otacon because there's these Hextech portals. Milky Way getting right in, and this was on vision. Angel and Wink knew this was happening, or knew this could have potentially been an answer, as well as also seeing from the Tri-Brush where Tong Yuan was. So 2 kills going over, that's the Baron. EDG now with the Soul and looking for the Thornbound Otacon. Look at where RNG are right now. With the Baron, they're going to just try to barrel down mid and say, we do not care that you have this damage buff. You have to first kill us to get any kind of use out of it.
See if they can re-collapse over this. Oh, the Blast Cone. Maybe the Blast Cone of Doom right there. Oh. The Cat going to get pushed back, but that push in mid lane still going to be there. Otacon secured, so they'll have that lasting buff, but as well as the team fight damage once they start getting kills. Xiaoshu will take that side lane turret tier 2. So that'll be some nice gold pickup there, and the lead is fluctuating back and forth. But one thing that's not is that 3-minute timer on the Elder Dragon.
And I think Xiaoshu right now is slowly scaling into being potentially a star of an RNG comeback win, because it's very difficult to deal with him on the side. And while all of this was happening, but while they got the pick, while they were playing for the Baron, he was still just banging away at the bot lane turrets and keeping that away. So now EDG have to address the map differential on the bot side, while RNG can reclaim some of that top side control and then just keep EDG guessing like that.
RNG just got 3 turrets.
Yeah,
really
they did.
quickly, by the way.
Flipped
and
the
they're
gold
not
lead.
the team with grubs. They just barely got Baron. They're utilizing this comp. I mean, they hit 3 items on their carries. This is the part of the draft that we were talking about. Like, hey, we get to like 30, 35 minutes and RNG might be a bit scary to kind of face. We're seeing them group around this top side right now. I think they are losing a little bit of effectiveness, but by bouncing between these 2 waves, with Sivir getting mid-priority, RNG are starting to pull EDG around the map.
Okay, we'll see Wink getting a little bit caught here, though. Sky's Descent is available. Depth Charge will not be. That's a big ultimate engage tool for EDG, but things will whittle down now. Nothing else going to come of it. Still that looming clock timer coming through, though.
This could be another tier 1 for RNG, depending on how EDG reacts here. Looks like they will play to defend it, though.
See now as they try to reposition, get this redeploy going out. Oh, Xiaoshu extending a little bit there. Nah, nothing else coming in. There's a lot of pressure from RNG up towards this top side to get this outer turret before the fight's kick off. He can't get it. Oh,
Bro.
no. Oh, goodness.
He has Counter-Strike. He should have just stepped up. I mean, like, just take a little bit of damage, take the turret, you have the demolish proc, hell, just get your gold right now. Help your team finish off some global gold, but we've got an Elder spawning in a minute's time. Kelsey, we talked about the fact that it wouldn't be an Elder or a Nirvana game if we didn't have an Elder fight. So, looks like EDG and RNG with this last game of the series with some of their fates already consigned are going to be looking towards this Elder, the big equalizer in this game.
Yep, and like we said, you know, we have a little bit of setup here. I think they delayed Xiaoshu's recall, so that's something that EDG have for them, so they can kind of contest this vision line a little bit as the Elder spawns. We'll see if they can put the Hex Tech to good use.
And you have to remember how much is on the line here. EDG need a win here. Like, right, you want to make it into that play-in, and you want to do it your way. A win here does guarantee that for you. And RNG, they might be done, but they could take down one of their premier rivals in the LPL for the history of the league here as they go to take the fight now. It's still Tanguin we're looking at. He has the skies to send. As the skies open up, Jachi is going down. Xiaohao finds the solo pick there as he's in the midst of everybody. He's in trouble now. He still gets the one kill.
Oh, no,
Maybe even looking for the triple. Xiaohao finds two. He's looking for a third. Xiaohao, he's going insane. Get this man a team because he's got a triple kill.
Well, they don't even need the Otacon anymore. They've got three. They've got three grubs. Can we go for a little bit more? They're going to try and open up the base here. Angel's going to look for a teleport, and that might just be the end of the game here, the end of the series for EDG.
The end of the legacy, really, for RNG as well here in 2025. EDG putting the screws to him one last time. One last-ditch effort. RNG got it to 3, but EDG will deal lasting damage to RNG's base.
We have to get the Elder first, though. That's important.
Yep, true. That's the checklist. You know, Wing, Angel, they're saying, guys, Elder, let's go take the Elder, and then we can worry about ending this game. Baron will spawn in 30 afterwards, but EDG doing a victory lap now. They'll get the Elder, they'll take their resets, and maybe there's a re-engage. RNG are teleporting for this.
No, they tried to. They don't get there in time. Elder is now secured. You have to be really careful at the back of that fight now. Dominus had been popped by ZDZ.
Yep, they should get this bot wave real quick. Yep. And then rotating to top side, and they should be in position for ban.
Dude, Xiaohao is a monster.
I mean, the fight is just split here. Like, one of them is on, 2 of them are on the entrance into mid, 3 of them are on the entrance ramp into red side jungle. Like, the fight is already split, and then who else is actually dealing with Xiaohao, right? Like, there's no actual crowd control. This ultimate from the Aurelian Soul just doesn't actually provide all that much. I feel bad for Xiaoshu and Milky Way. This is actually a great flank from Xiaoshu, but between him and Milky Way, they don't actually have enough damage nor crowd control to really stick on anybody from EDG.
But I want to be excited for Xiaohao, so, you know, we're going to
He also showed off the Spirit Blossom stuff really nicely with the Atacon take. Each one of those explosions actually paying off.
Yep.
The slows. We love reading patch notes. Great job, Xiaohao.
we read patch notes. We're playing against Milky Way. You know, we get the 1v3.
Yes, exactly that. But as EDG try to get this last push in here, see them get this turret, no contest. RNG saying it's going to be at the Nexus or nothing. As there goes that top lane inhib as well. This push still alive for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. The Baron buff still aplenty for EDG. One final time, this rivalry goes down. One final time, EDG are able to put down RNG. in a 3-game series. Like you said, always going the distance, Kelsey. But nonetheless, EDG are looking on to better things. A win here gets them into that playoff play-in, and they want to make sure it sits just right as they look one last time onto this engage. They go for it. RNG, they feel their fleeting hopes going to an end. They try to get this backline access now, but that Elder Dragon, it is just flapping as now Tong Yuen has reset. They got the kills, but the Nexus is down. EDG, they find the win over their rival in RNG, and RNG will be bid adieu for the rest of 2025.
And with those 2 wins, EDG move up to 9-4, which means that they are now locked in for a spot into play-ins for playoffs for Split 2.
And finally, Clearlove can say, you know, I'm looking forward to the next series and not have to waste his time regretting not setting RNG enough. Oh, man.
Milky Way and ZDZ, they had a short stint together.
Yep.
Nice to see them go through it, give it a little bit of love. Obviously, I don't even know how to begin to think as a pro player. Obviously, I've never been one, but even this, like from the outside perspective, what the hell do you do now that you're done for half a year? Maybe ask Mimi. Maybe Mimi knows.
Mimi, look, one of the best orgs in LPL history is getting eliminated. Wow.
Oh,
she does
no.
not care. It's okay. She's just like
not
EDG.
care.
She doesn't care.
True.
I mean, historically, EDG has been a dog org, you know?
Oh,
so
true.
They,
There's a lot of
they are
orgs that have
fans.
dogs, though. There's a ton of,
Yeah, there
of
is.
orgs that have, like, we have Bawi for,
Weibo has a
AL.
cat.
Oh,
So-
true!
Yeah.
BLG.
Yeah. Though,
There's a-
you know, when we're
Nice.
talking about EDG and RNG, though, it is the dog team actually is technically RNG, and the pig team is technically EDG. You know, fun
Wow.
fact.
Now we're
I
getting,
know
into,
that.
we're getting into the deep,
Yeah.
deep stuff.
Now we're
here.
going in the deep lore because it's Uzi who is the mad dog, and then Clearlove. That story might be too long to tell here, but all of his followers were known as pigs. Yeah. So whenever EDG
definitely
and
hasn't
RNG
changed
played,
context at all in the recent
Not
history
at
of
all.
the last 5
No,
years
no, no.
whatsoever. Yep. Mhm.
well, he may have
Absolutely
told another pro player to go raise pigs, and people thought that that was a very funny comeback and not at all weird, right?
Well,
So yeah.
you know, we saw BLG after World Finals this year go down into the jungle. Maybe we get RNG visiting the farm for a little bit after today.
Oh, that's
But,
so unfortunate, but it's so true. Again, RNG done for the year. Do you have any last reprieves for RNG here, Kelsey? I know you used to give eulogies. Do we want to give
yeah.
a classic KMC eulogy to RNG?
I mean, I would need the template, but in general, I mean, I think when I think about RNG, it's just so many good things have come to the LPL for that. I don't know. I may have missed something, but
No, your camera. You're
Your
doing
camera,
the
oh.
that's it. Yeah.
The
do
despair,
I
Kelsey.
just stand here? I think.
Yep,
No,
just
you-
keep going on your rant. Just keep going.
There we go. That's good for the screenshot. Continue with your eulogy.
No, I think when you think about RNG, they've given so much joy to LPL viewers over the years, and it's a little unfortunate to see RNG and EDG like that. I had the opportunity to talk to one of their marketing leads earlier this year, and he basically just said that it's very difficult to compete with like the JDGs, the Weibos, these multi-corporations and acquiring like the really strong players. And I think that's something that RNG hasn't really been able to field a roster that can compete in the past. I think some of their most successful rosters historically have been budget rosters. They just couldn't make it work for them this time. I think EDG probably learned a lot from last year, and they've gotten to a point where they're slowly climbing up. You know, I'm really excited to see what this team can do in play-in. Maybe they can surprise a few people against the TTs or the NIPs. Though NIP's been looking up, so maybe we'll see who ends up with them in the trenches.
Yeah, for the Group Nirvana, so they would most likely be facing off against the 5th and 6th place team as for seeding. So there's a high likelihood that they're going to be playing against any combination of like a JDG, IG, Weibo, maybe an FPX if they make a pretty dastardly run at the end of the season. But I think this was kind of, the expected outcome. I know we had some question marks coming out of game number 2, and I know that this draft had some curveballs thrown our way with first time Mbessa jungle, but kind of sucks to see that we're seeing RNG go out with kind of a whimper here in game number 3, and excited hopefully that now EDG, they have at least 2 weeks before those play-ins start. It's going to be a single best of 5 to determine if you make it into playoffs, and so hopefully they're able to really dedicate a lot of their energy towards making sure that they can be very competitive for that series.
And you think about it, right? There's so many disadvantages for the team in Group Nirvana, but that time where you just get to watch Group Ascend finish out and study and maybe scrim some LCK challengers teams, some LCK teams, whoever will scrim you, and really prepare for that could give us a completely different EDG going into that play-in stage.
That's true.
It could. Who, I guess I'll ask both of you, who would you say is kind of that big focus on the team going into those that next series, whatever it may be in that playoff play-in? Who would you give the star to?
The star for EDG?
Yeah,
I mean,
if you had to give away like a, one of those cheesy little stars you give to kids. I don't know.
I mean, I may be biased, but I think I'm still on the Wink train. I think when bot lane succeeds for EDG is when they're doing well, and a lot of that comes from Wink's agency, his ability to also take those winning lanes and make plays around the map. So that's what I'm looking for them to open up more going into the play-in and see if they can give themselves an opportunity to make playoffs.
Yeah, I think I would generally agree with that. Just I'm a little bit worried about their 2v2 performance. I know we saw it here in game number 2, but also there have been games in the past, like some of On's Draven games, where I think that the 2v2 hasn't gone necessarily their way for one reason or another. But it definitely feels like it has to either be Wink or one of these pairs for like the mid jungle. I know that Angel kind of takes like a more facilitator role, especially on this team, and so maybe we get to see a little bit more from a player like Xiaohao. But also, there's just going to be a very big patch change, right? Like, they're going to be gone for at least 1 patch cycle, maybe 2, depending on how fast we get these. So this will be maybe a very different meta going into the playoffs.
Could be. I got to ask one last thing. I know we're going to be wrapping up here soon, getting the MVP going, but then maybe on the more somber note, who do you say needs to maybe get picked up or seen in split number 3 from this RNG squad? Start with you, Al.
I'm unfortunately very biased to my boy, but I want to see one of these bot laners get picked up, man. I want to see Jauchi and Niket. Like, Niket last year was already very impressive. I think, unfortunately, he was never really going to be able to get promoted up into top esports just by way of who's in front of him. It was either Mako, and then eventually it's going to be Crisp this year, right? And they just have international aspirations. It's either going to be him or Jauchi.
Okay. We'll give a big praise to Xiaohao, obviously getting the MVP. Great stuff. Incredible 1v3. Kelsey, who would you want to see picked up by from RNG in split number 3 if they are able to?
I think Milky Way, mostly just because I'm interested in his story at this point, right? I think teams that do a lot to enable him can make him work. But otherwise, I think he has difficulty fitting into a team that is not set up for him to succeed. So I just want to see more of that growth and see how he's able to flex into more situations over time. And I think he's also most likely to be seen again.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
I love it. Well, that is it for the premier matchup of the LPL. Obviously, a lot of historics in that factor, but EDG take a 2-1 victory over Royal Never Get Up. That will be the last time we see RNG for this entire year, while we look forward for EDG to go into that playoff play-in. It's been an absolute blast to get the admin cast in here. I know we have Kai behind the scenes as well. We got all 4 of us on here at the same time. It was a blast talking about some history with you, Kelsey, but we will be handing over the torch to Yanni and Cubby after a short little break. We're getting into that second series. We'll see you there.
Siege is on. Oh, Solar Flare. Oh, they get a chance jumping onto Uzi. He's gone from the fight. Korn. He has to run away as fast. Siege is on. Oh, Solar Flare. Oh, they get a chance jumping onto Uzi. He's gone from the fight. Korn. He has to run away as fast as he possibly can. Here comes Insect. Intervention, though, and you stays alive. Insect, not so lucky.
Insect diving into them. Clearlove gets his gun. He's got shockwave. Pull back. FDZF will fall as well. It's 2 men down. Uzi goes in there. Name is at the back, chipping away with a rat-a-tat-tat, but that might not be enough to hold them in this game. Stun to Uzi. Quick over sack. Kill for Uzi. Name gonna be locked up. Name goes down, and it's all down on Koro. They dive on him. Triple kill for Uzi. It's Royal Club that do it the hard way, but go through to the semi-final.
Oh my god, Looper! Yeah, smacks him out of there as Mako does have to be very careful. Unbreakable Will is in there. As now he gets the double knockup. Martin might be in trouble as Xiaohu just biding his time, trying to get in there with the Mimic Distortion. As RNG has to ult his... Sorry, MLSG ults himself out. They're going to dive here. EDG, this could be game. Oh my goodness, MLXG looking for it. Whoosh is massive as well, standing so safely. And EDG are running away. Koro in so much trouble.
But now RNG incredibly low. Scouts back up. Here's Telbot coming in. RNG have to run. Mako flash forward with the exhaust onto Uzi. Daph still chasing, still poking. Clearlove gonna be able to knock the GA out. There goes Scout. He's in there. Gets a big flank onto RNG.
Xiaohu
Taking this time to clear the wall because Clearlove is over the wall. He does have flash, makes the jump, but so does both members of EDG. They want him dead. Shockwave will buy them time. Will win it. Oh, the cutting. It's a knockdown.
决赛和 RNG 相遇的话，其实遇见过很多次，然后其实我们的胜率会更高，然后这次我也有幸运一下。
Where were you when history was made? Because here comes Uzi.
The curse lifted. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Uzi now reigns as king. Royal never give up. Champions. And they will take on the world at MSL.
Down go the towers.
They got it.
RNG, they want the redemption. After a year's slump, they come back. The Emperors of Spring have done it. And RNG make it to finals.
As RNG's hopes at a world title fall, EDG, it took them 6 attempts, but this time they will knock down RNG. This time, EDG won it all. This team, EDG, are headed to the semifinal.
Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. We're in our big Saturday slate, which means we do have 2 more matches on the docket for you as we bid adieu to RNG. But let's not get a little too sad and somber about that. We had enough of that with Kelsey Moser on. And now we have Weibo Gaming versus Anyone's Legend. Cubby, should be a really interesting match because Weibo Gaming were hot. And took a couple of losses here, which could dangerously leave them out of that top 4. Meanwhile, Anyone's Legend, they're also leaking oil a little bit. 2 losses already in the second half when they had 2 in the first half.
Yeah, I think that it's both teams been on a recent slide in terms of the community diagnosis for each. Curious to see if it can come to fruition in this one. Of course, Weibo did drop to BLG on the last patch. The only match they played on this patch was against NIP, where they kind of surprisingly got 2-0'd as we'll say NIP with solo kill does look a little bit better. Did like NIP's draft in that series, but Weibo kind of chucked game 2 a bit. So yeah, potential for them to kind of clean things back up, and also for Anyone's Legends just to get things back on track as their last couple of losses have been a little bit surprising. I know community thinks a couple of cold series from Tarzan. Don't think he's the only culprit for the struggles that we saw from Anyone's Legends in their last 2 outings. So going to be on the lookout for a couple things tonight.
Yeah, I don't want to give these teams a little bit of grace for one of each of their losses. They both played against BLG, who are an absolute buzzsaw once again. They are potentially back. We'll
see later on.
That. We'll see a little. Yeah, we'll see a little later on. So I'll give them grace for those. But I mean, the other ones were really rough, man. I mean, Anyone's Legend losing to FPX. And then Weibo losing to NIP is just didn't really have that on the bingo card. And as you said, Tarzan generally good, but a little shaky lately. Not too great. And over on Weibo, their soul laners still have some issues sometimes. It still is not perfect there.
Yeah, it was a cold series for Xiaohu in their last one against NIP. So again, we've seen, of course, with the format of LPL being so fast, so furious, you get a lot of tape. It does feel like a really competitive league, right? It feels like we might be being a little bit hard on the teams, but hey, we've got expectations for each of these squads. I think that Erha has really leveled up Weibo Gaming as they're kind of reaching some more of the expectations that we had for them earlier on in the year. And of course, Anyone's Legend has been a top team all year, so to have them drop 2 series in a row, again, a bit of a surprise.
And for those who may not be entirely sure which players are on what teams, let's take a look at the rosters real quick while we have an opportunity to do so. To start off with Weibo, I believe.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, of course, having that swap of Erha, who has been in for a bit. Started off 5-1 with the new support, but after dropping the last couple of series, moved to 5-3 in the series record with Erha in the lineup, who, for me, I feel like Erha, there's been a focus on him. Of course, this is a really talented team, just from top to bottom. It was a bit of a surprise when Erha stepped in for Hong, who really wasn't playing well this year in this split, and I feel like he made a big splash, and man, to be a rookie support, I mean, I don't really know where he ranks in terms of the LPL yet, but I think support's a really tough role to step into, especially if you are a rookie, and he's done it with grace.
Yeah, he's really had that immediate impact that you're looking for out of your support player, right? He's played a lot of engaged champions, and generally speaking, the margins are really thin there. If you kind of roll your ankle on an engage, I mean, you're not setting your team up for success, and he's done a really good job, obviously, prior to this week, as things have been rough this week. But I mean, a 5-1 is no joke. It's really revived Weibo, gotten them back in the mix to potentially contend for that 4th spot.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, yeah, when you play support, you're always going to see ups and downs. But for Erha, definitely has shown some moments where he has good mechanics. A couple moments where he does get caught out and maybe take bad plays. We have seen in a couple of the replays here, the recent series of Weibo going up against NIP. But still, it has been primarily positive for him. And if Weibo wants to get back on track as a team, we're going to have to see if him and the rest of the squad can step up today.
Speaking of another team that wants to get back on track, as we talked about, it's Anyone's Legend with their star-studded roster of Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle. It's been a little bit weird, as we've mentioned, right? There were times where, Shanks has had opportunities to take over games too. It's been so close and just has not really done so.
Yeah, again, it really felt like Anyone's Legend. I mean, that series against FPX, we saw them get saved by their solo laners almost in that game 3 as they were able to bring it back. But a couple moments for me when going through the tape, again, I've seen some positives for these teams. Also a couple moments where they have struggled. And that win against Top Esports, you think they're about to start fire, but then the back half, a couple instances where hope on this Lucian has gotten caught. I love this sequence from BLG as they are a team that snowballs Baron really quickly, but again, anyone's legend. I mean, Hope looking at a wave that he can't take. Tarzan ends up dying for his sins, and again, while fans might be like, oh, like, Tarzan, what are you doing? I mean, he's trying to save his marksman in this scenario. But him going down, they lost Smite, they lose out on the Baron, and then overextend and kind of get punished by a 5v4 again later on in this clip. So it was a bit of a disappointing loss to BLG in that series. Again, a lot of fans at home. BLG's been a kind of a hard team to talk about because we've seen what they can do internationally. Of course, with only Beishuan being changed, it has been a team that really hasn't gotten up to the expectations, but they've yet to drop the series with Beishuan in. We'll see if that can continue in the series afterwards as BLG takes on WE.
Yeah, they're really starting to meet those expectations. And, for anyone's legend, even though, yeah, it's been a 2-2 start to the second half, getting their wins, right, taking the win over IG, right, totally fine. Again, a team that we expect them to beat, but a team that can surprise people, but really getting the monkey off their back by beating Top Esports. Even if you drop that one to BLG, again, it's not the end of the world. You can still feel good about that. But this is going to be a big turning point for both of these teams, right? Because we're starting to see teams heat up a little bit, contention get a little bit tighter. I mean, if anyone's legend to lose this, they'll drop, they'll be 9-5, right? And that kind of puts them in the danger zone, right? JDG is 7-4. You start talking about like, is anyone's legend maybe the fourth best team instead of being the second best team like they've pretty much been the entire year so far?
Yeah, of course, the top 4 in Group Ascension, you do get that pass into a playoff formal, as they're calling the middling series play-ins. But I mean, let's face it, that's really playoffs, right? If you're going to be playing do-or-die matchups for your split lives. So that top 4 mark, really big. Weibo currently sitting at 6-6. Invictus Gaming are 7-7 above them. And then, as you mentioned, JDG at 7-4. Weibo going to have to start winning some series in this double best of 3 round robin if they want to really reach that top 4 mark, which I got to say at the moment, between Top Esports, Anyone's Legends, BLG, and JDG, that does really feel like the top 4. And it does feel like there's a gap. We see it in the series score on paper, also just feel it. Like up here in the casting booth, right? It really does feel like those 4 teams at the moment are the best. Now, I thought that Weibo could really step up and be competitive with the top 4, but of course, their last couple of outings haven't seen that, so a chance for them to really prove that today against a top 4 team, a top 2 team, in fact, at the moment in the standings in Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, you're right. It certainly seems like they can for sure, but I was just taking a look at the individual wins and losses as we get ready for a 1v1 between Xiaohu and Shanks. And I mean, you said it, right? JDG 7-4 right now, an 18-10 game record, 5th place.
Yeah,
Invictus Gaming
18-20,
7-7, 18-20. There's 10 losses. You cannot, if you're JDG, you physically cannot lose that many games in your next 3 series. The worst you would be is 18-16, which is actually mind-blowing if you just 0-2'd your next 3 series. And the fact that you'd still be ahead of Invictus Gaming is a little surprising. Weibo, quite a bit better at 15-17. So, we're starting to get to the point in time where, because we're really rounding down, I mean, we're going to have 2 more weeks of play after we cap off our Sunday matches tomorrow. You're really getting to the point where if you're going to lose, you better lose 2-1.
And we talk about how fast and furious the schedule is for the LPL. It really is encouraged by the fact that tomorrow we have our final Group Nirvana series, so that last 2 weeks, it is all everyone else. And if you guys want to just see how crazy it is, JD Gaming, they play tomorrow. You know what that kicks off, Yanni? It kicks off a 6-day stretch where they're playing 5 series. That is how fast and furious the LPL is. Yeah, I just saw your mouth go open at the bottom of the screen. 5 best of 3s and 6, or I guess they have 2 days off, Monday and Thursday. But that is ballistic for JDG. So I guess it's 5 series in 7 days.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Not to really just talk about JDG so much here, but I mean, the teams they're playing against, the worst team they're playing against is FPX. They're playing against Top Esports, they're playing against IG, they're playing against Weibo, they're playing against FPX, and they're playing against BLG. It's like, who knows? Maybe they do lose 6 straight individual games. I don't think they will, but maybe they do. So things will get exciting. Just like this 1v1, Double Ignite's going down with a double Renekton. The barriers are getting popped. Xiaohu just winning out slightly.
We have a different build here. Xiaohu
Yeah.
with the refillable potions and the Bramble Vest was actually able to diminish some of the healing of Shanks, so
That's
does
huge.
win out on that trade. And the health pool for Xiaohu, you gotta imagine, might be greater moving forward. That's a really nice empowered. Wasn't able to get the W off. Yeah, he's gonna let that one expire. Should, so that he preserves his Fury. Nice little Renekton mechanic there. If you don't want to burn that empowered W on a minion, just hold it out. Your Fury will stay up. Of course, Fury very valuable on the Renekton. And in our mirror matchup, we do see Xiaohu with that Bramble Vest winning out. So, want some 1v1 tech for your friends at home,
Yeah, it might not be Boris because, you got the giant ghost guy. I don't even know if he has a name. But listen, it's just a Boris gap, to be quite honest with you.
Ghost of Boris.
Yeah, Shanks is gonna come back with like nothing. I think he bought a refillable himself. Yeah, that's it. Nice, tough.
I really appreciate that we've been adapting tough here on the. I feel very responsible in corrupting you guys with that one. Me and Rafa, who always laughs whenever I say it for whatever godforsaken reason, but I've got you and Grape saying it now, Yanni. We're winning.
Yeah, it's really funny because to me, it's always been like, oh yeah, that's just been a common thing for a couple of years now. And I kind of forget that it's like, I've known you for a couple of years now, Cubby. This is probably where I got it from.
I mean, other people say it. It's a good phrase. It says a lot and very little, which is something that I usually struggle with. But the word tough and the right phrasing can sometimes just communicate exactly what you need. Shanks might not have been the best first outing for him. Of course, didn't get the best base, but able to at least try and get this wave in. Good cancel there by Xiaohu, who of course has that item advantage. A pretty significant one at that, with the Bramble Vest versus just the Ruby Crystal. I mean, the difference is a D-Blade or Longsword instead of a D-Blade, and then a full Bramble Vest for Xiaohu. And Shanks is headed for the hills. As the two mid-laners picking the Renekton mirror matchup. I'm surprised that neither of them were looking over at their top laners. Like, hey, have you done this one in warm-ups?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe just have him sit down and play. Obviously, you wouldn't do that. That's against TOS, but maybe. Xiaohu's going to take a couple of turret shots, but back himself. I think the really interesting thing about this Renekton 1v1 is so many times we'll see players, obviously with their different champion picks, you try to back, and it just gets interrupted like 20 times. Not really going to see that happen here, which I think is a pretty big positive for Shanks, who is, let's call it what it is, behind right now, not doing so hot.
I mean, Brother's behind a Phage and a completed Kindle Gem at the moment. That's not too hot. As Xiaohu gonna maybe be leaning on his own time as a top laner here for this one. We say it's a mid-lane matchup, but picking these two top laners, Xiaohu got him in the comfort zone. It was a trick taking this matchup for Shanks,
Oh yeah, he got him, dude.
People forget about Xiaohu's top lane experience that featured a lot of Lucian and Syndra being played up there, and disgustingly well. As Shanks gets Ignite dropped on his face and actually able to get out of there.
That was a big stun by Shanks.
Just complete waste of Ignite, yeah.
Well, not only that, wasted the Dominus too. Like that was really, really good. Now he's got that in the back pocket. He's up a Summoner. The good news for Xiaohu is, I think he can just wait it out. I don't think an engage from Shanks actually puts him in any danger of dying.
Yeah, I'm curious if he just deletes this wave. Because of course, Renekton, when you have that empowered Q, you can always just dash through a wave.
All right, we're staring at each other.
Xiaohu wins, I fear.
He's mogging. Despite the fact that I'm 30 years old, I do use terms like that. The internet has ruined me. One thing that is certainly not ruined is the sanctity of these 1v1s, because quite some time ago, the 100 CS limit was abolished. We do have an engage here. The Dominus getting popped by Shanks, but Xiaohu's going to be able to slice and dice his way out. Cubby, it looks like we're trending toward. It looks like we're trending toward the 1v1 waiting room where the walls are closing in.
I mean, at least, like, my goal for these 1v1s is so fans at home can stop asking for Game 5 line picks. Because mirror matchups are not nearly as fun as they sound, It's like, oh my god, it's a mirror matchup, it's just pure skill
Okay, hang on, dude.
What actually happens is whoever makes the first mistake should just lose.
Okay, yes, theoretically, yes, but the 1v1s are very different than the Summoner's Rift environment, man. And I mean,
that is true.
I think a lot of it is the nostalgia, though, for
it is
the greatest play of all time.
it's also what the F2 Shens, one of the greatest copy passes of all time.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm really unveiling myself as an old head.
Hey, listen, me too, buddy, me too. But we do kind of get that sometimes whenever there's a Silas and a Shen in the game. You can still kind of do it.
When Silas came back and then he stole some Shen ults, everyone spammed what the F2 Shens, and it was nostalgia at its finest.
Yeah, dude. Oh, I miss those days sometimes. I'm glad that we got to take the trip down memory lane in between games too. Looking at
yeah, that was very fun.
The vignette.
Very fun tribute put together by our team. I believe it was Kelsey Moser, of course, who.
The GOAT.
I mean, when it comes to LPL, absolutely fun fact, part of the first ever LPL English broadcast. And a big part of telling us the history of those two orgs and, of course, this league. And to have her join for that cast felt very appropriate, especially as a longtime fan of Kelsey before I even got the pleasure of working with her in her written content. So props to her for deciding to, you know, drop the depression whiskey of seeing one of those two orgs likely get eliminated for the rest of the split and joining the broadcast, as that was fun. But, of course, a couple of stronger, better series coming up here in the back half of the day as Xiaohu got the base off before the Ring of Fire came on in, and it's just going to be a steel cap stiff as we dive into our final 1v1, as, of course, whoever gets the next kill will get the win.
You said it, Cubby. We're going to get to the games that are going to turn up the heat a little bit here for the Saturday slate of matches, and the heat going to get turned up on these crocodiles as that wall of fire is coming in. Shank's up a level right now with a full rage bar too. Remember that item difference that you noted? Guess what? There's a refillable potion in there too. Xiaohu's going to have to try to hit level 12 very soon, and he does, and here comes the full engage. Shank's getting a lot of good damage right now, but his health bar is starting to drop too as it gets lower and lower with the barrier getting burnt. Barrier for barrier. Who's going to win it? It's Shanks ended up winning it. How the hell did he win it? It was an item diff, I was told.
I can explain. You know what he did? He used the Empowered E. That is Armor Shred. It wasn't used by Xiaohu. Late game, if you're playing Renekton, that Empowered E very slept on, as the second cast actually brings a lot of Armor Shred to the table. So despite being down, that steel cast being down in items, between that and then the barrier break with the Empowered W, Shanks finds the outplay down items and actually wins anyone's legend side select.
A lot of play to it. Shanked him multiple times with whatever Renekton's weapon is. I gotta be honest, I don't know the name of that thing. It's long.
It's badass, whatever it is.
It just seems like a regular, not a regular axe, you know what I'm saying, but you know, it's kind of like an axe. And anyway, Shanks gives him the axe. So a blue side diff potentially coming in here in this series. You know, we talk about it a lot where blue side is just over the last like month and a half to 2 months. You know, it really, split one was the only time that it didn't always matter, but now it's such a critical part of trying to win series.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think the blue side has been nerfed a little bit in the new patch. Just so because of the timers being changed with Grubs and Dragon Spawn being desynced now, pushing it back 3 minutes, I really feel like bot priority matters. So red side, support counter pick, if you're able to get bot push, it can lead to an early Dragon, maybe an early rotation for the Grubs. Of course, blue side, though, easier or better map to play, just statistically and factually. And again, with everyone in the LPL pretty much choosing blue side, it does have a 57% win rate in this league throughout Split 2, which is significant, right? Because in order to get side select besides the 1v1, that means that you're losing. And everyone's choosing blue. So blue side must have a real advantage. And we have seen that, to be fair. I just think that that power is a little bit diminished going into the upcoming patch, and this patch, I should say, with, of course, the Ionian Spirit Blossom Rift being what we're playing out, and not the old Demacia Red Rift. We changed out red side, intonation on the Rift to blue side.
Bro, you're so right. Yeah, you know, it's nice and aesthetically pleasing too. I am interested to see by the time we get to playoffs, what post-patch those numbers for red and blue side look like. I like that you mentioned having support counter pick on red side being really important now. This is something that we're not really entirely sure if Weibo is going to be able to take advantage of, because while Erha has been playing quite well, Erha has only really played support at at the professional level for about a year. Really a mid laner before that. So we've seen him play stuff like Rel and Nautilus a lot. not really too many champions where we're like, ah, yes, we got our 5 for him, man.
I think the Nico, could be really big for him. Of course, Nico is really emerged as a power pick, which I think the changes again, Nico a lot of the times can secure bot priority, just having that range. So we have seen a lot more Nico bans come out, which I appreciate, as that champ at support does feel really strong at the moment in the right hands, which we'll see if that's Erha. Again, the mid lane role swap to support does show some of the, or at least explain some of the mechanics that we have seen out of Erha, who has had some good moments again at support. I don't think this guy's like the next coming of Christ in the bot lane quite yet, but for a rookie arriving in the LPL and playing a role that is very cerebral, that features a lot of role swaps for, long-time pros just looking to extend their career and play support, it has been promising for Erha, who, again, I think has just been solid overall so far.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him, too. You look at this Weibo roster from top to bottom. I mean, this is a roster that's expected to perform.
Oh, boy.
I mean, hell, you've got guys who have, done pretty well at MSI over at, in the form of Xiaohu, and you really want to get him there. We'll see if this is going to be a step to potentially better times for Weibo as we move forward toward the rest of the regular season. We're going to see a first pick Talia come through for Shanks. Not one of his most played, but certainly a very impactful champion.
It is Xiaohu's most played. His Talia is 4-0, and Talia on 15-9 in the LPL was actually 10-2. So she's been, I think Talia has been really, really strong for pretty much the entirety of the year. Unraveled Earth is so damn strong as an ability. Can get push. You're a semi-global, which is really big in the meta right now. So a good pick for Shanks. Also a bit of a deny from Xiaohu, who has 8 games of Talia under his belt. You put that in perspective, that means that 8 out of the 12 series that Weibo's played, he's gotten his hands on Talia. That's a big deal. So as the pick ban continues, of course, Rumble was given away. Big power pick for Breathe. And then that Pantheon being taken does somewhat deny that Talia Pantheon combo where you get the double globals and you get the point and click to set up Talia. So likely answer for Tarzan just going to be to take that Xin Zhao, who does outscale the Pantheon later on.
Without a doubt there, Cubby. We'll see what the mid lane pick is going to be for Weibo, and we'll see what anyone's legend does to round out their compositions. And here, they're just going to lock that Misfortune, so definitely going to be on Rel watch for the second half of bans and the rest of the draft. For Weibo, I think you probably just pick your mid laner here, right? You really don't want to lose some of Pantheon's best combinations. Obviously, Ahri against the Legos of Talia can be a little sus at times, but generally gets the job done. It will be the Ahri locked in for Xiao.
All right, we'll see what bans anyone's legend throws out at what we expect to be AD. Meanwhile, if Breathe wants any bans in the top lane to maybe protect himself, could take a couple away. This MF, it's only Hope's second MF game. It has been a pick that anyone's legend has not really prioritized. I will say a chance for MF, it has been big for Light. Light is a very good MF player. But a chance for MF this game, it could be hard for her to auto-attack. And also really hard for her to deploy that bullet time. You got to kind of wait out to see the equalizer, see where Pantheon enters. It feels like a lot of the tools they execute on Weibo, whereas anyone's legend going to be the ones trying to deter that with the Talia, with that Xin Zhao. And also, with mid laner showing, I think this is a world where Alistar does really go up in priority. For me, Alistar is the power support. Just being able to pop the ult, getting 2 rounds of cooldowns can really warp fights. And I gotta say, Rakan and Poppy being taken off the table. I wonder how willing Erha would be to blind Alistar. Because that's like the one pick I could really see maybe trying to be denied or just taken early if they want to wait for a 5-pick AD.
Yeah, this would potentially open the door. Obviously, we don't really see it at the pro level too often, but I've seen in the past potentially a Sylas, and we know that Flandra is willing to play pretty much damn near anything, so who knows? But, I mean, listen, that would be a valid option, and, it looks like you're right on the money with that one, Cubby. They're clearly thinking about taking this Alistar. Man, I would love to just see him slam that Sylas and just be like, all right, this is what we're doing. We're going to go pick our support, we're going to go pick a Sylas, and we're just going to have a fun time this game.
Wouldn't mind Braum here for Kael, as with Xin Zhao, I think Braum does go up in value. You can try and catch the engage of Alistar. Of course, Kael, a couple other options. Leona MF, very strong as well, if that's going to be the choice.
Makes a lot more sense.
Okay. Flandre with the Galio can be the tank, can open up some space for Misfortune, and it has that Xin Zhao to get on in there. The magic damage shield, always nice against Rumble. And for me, this pick, the Galio really deters a potential Kaisa coming in from light. Because if you Killer Instinct into a fight too early against Galio, really easy from the flash taunt, knock you up. So yeah, probably more likely to go Jhin here, which with the Rumble and the Ahri, got to say, a lot of value for Jhin this game. A little bit surprised that that wasn't banned out, as they decided to ban Rakan Ezreal instead.
Yeah, it seems like it'll be pretty okay. You know, obviously being able to stay at a faraway range against some of these CC-laden melee champions is going to help. Don't really have too many ways to actually proc the Deadly Flourish from a long range unless Ahri is kind of doing a drive-by with her Foxfires and tagging a couple of people in the back line, or, you know, we're really hitting these equalizers on some key targets. But even then, you can kind of get muddled around. You're not really going to have a clear opportunity. But it is a safe pick. It is a utility-laden pick to try to really enable this Rumble and this Pantheon. I like what both teams really have going on. But again, as you said earlier, Hope going to have a hard time auto-attacking in this game. It did not get easier in the second half of the draft.
Yeah, for me, I really feel like there's a mix of scaling here. That Galio versus Rumble matchup is always interesting because in the mid game, Galio is so good at leaving that lane and just being Galio on the map. But if it goes late, Rumble does really like drastically outscale that pick. So I actually quite like the scaling of the red side comp here, as the Rumble and the Jhin. If it goes late with an Alistar, I think it might be okay against anyone's Legend. Of course, Xin Zhao to scale up really nicely, but if it goes late with the Jhin too, that can be scary. So I think the onus is going to be on anyone's Legend. I know they're going up against Pantheon Ahri. I feel like that's the bridge for the rest of the composition. I really think the onus is on anyone's Legend. Utilize that mid-game on the Galio. Find your 4-1s. Push your pedal to the metal hard there, because that's where Galio really thrives, those mid-game fights when you join, and he's just way too damn tanky to deal with.
Yeah, don't fall behind early. Don't let this Pantheon get going. Don't let the Ahri get the first reset in a fight. You should be in pretty good shape. So we're ready to head on Summoner's Rift for our second match of the day. Weibo Gaming versus anyone's Legend.
All right, as we have our Giants, of course, and get to dive into game one of the series again. Both of our squads here have dropped the last couple of best of three, especially for anyone's Legend. A little bit surprising there. As, hey, look, the graph actually supports what I was saying here. Ooh. That's a rarity. I actually torched the graph in the last time I casted it, and I was right. It felt good, Yanni.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to be better than the graph, you know?
Sometimes you have to prove AI isn't there yet, you know?
Exactly,
I was proving AI wasn't there yet in the last one.
Listen, man, you know, I've got a very soft spot for AI. Allen Iverson was one of my favorite basketball players growing up. So,
yeah.
Really
Nice.
getting into this game, both these junglers are going to start over on the top side here. You know, we don't really see a whole lot of, we're clearing the jungle and we're getting a first gank off, especially when both junglers are going to be on vision at some point. But with these support AD carry combos down on the bottom side, it's not impossible to happen.
Yeah, we'll say the MF plus Leona lane early on should have some strength. Leona much stronger than Alistar if you're able to proc the passive a little bit. So Hyel and Hope should be able to do that as Shanks. He finds a really positive trade on the Xiaohu level 1.
Yeah, he said this 1v1 ain't over yet.
Yeah. The Ahri and the Taliyah, we've seen a lot of this matchup. I haven't been the biggest fan of Ahri, I gotta say, with the Roa build, but it does look like Xiaohu gonna be going for a little bit of a different Ahri build in his thousandth game of the LPL. Shout out to Xiao, who has, of course, just been such a large part of LPL history. Feels appropriate. Honestly, really sad. And what could have been RNG's last series last time seeing them in the LPL, just in our past series, and then to have Xiaohu play his 1000th game now with Weibo. Again, the King of Spring, huge part of the LPL history, and gets to hit another milestone. Only the second player in LPL history to do so. Looks like Mako the first one to do it. Of course, Mako's still competing as well. So great to see.
I love the fact that there are a lot of active names on that list, because it's
cool.
It's just really nice to see that these guys are going to continue to build their legacies, and I wonder how many 1000-game players we'll see, even 2 or 3 years from now, right? Obviously, future forecast.
Well, I mean, Rookie's next. He's at 990. He's gonna be.
Yeah, he'll get there. Yeah, he'll get there this year. You know,
He's hitting that milestone next week.
Yeah, yeah, he is.
2 weeks,
actually.
pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. With the amount of games that are being played, yeah, you're absolutely right. Jungler's going to be on a collision course here as the engage has occurred in the bot lane here, but because Tarzan got there first, that means that Tien can't really go in. He's going to get engaged on to Kyle, moving over to make the play. The Ignite goes down, but Erha scaring off Kyle from any further commitment, just some summoners down.
Yeah, I actually love what Tarzan did there. He was able to buffer the wind becomes lightning through the Pantheon stun, and then was holding off on the 3 Talon strike so that Kyle could follow up. Did force the flash out of Tien. Then Kyle turns his focus on to Erha, gets the flash out of Erha. Again, the raw strength of MF, plus especially that Leona in early levels. Leona is a menace, and Pantheon, usually the king of level 3, level 4. It was Tarzan and Kyle and not Leona, able to actually get 2 flashes out, find a win for themselves.
Yeah, and that's step 1 for what anyone's Legends game plan wants to be, right? Is deny that Pantheon, make sure that they don't get too far ahead by the time you get Flandre cooking later. And speaking of Flandre, he's going to head to the bottom lane here for this teleport as they've sent Hope up to the top lane. I'm sure Kyle will be in lockstep shortly.
This is actually very cute. Again, MF, whenever you're able to rotate priority-wise, that strut, that move speed, and the push that MF usually has in the lane can really take advantage of that. I'm wondering if we actually see a swap back pretty soon, as this did get Rumble's TP out, and Kyle's been lying in wait. They froze the wave. They set this one up. Here comes the play. As Taunt doesn't connect, but we get the flash out of Breathe.
Yeah, really nice play there from anyone's Legend. I like that. Kyle just said, hey, you know what? Let's wait. Now there's opportunities to be able to make something happen onto Breathe later, because Tarzan's going to be heading down there at some point in time. The question is, will you give up grubs for it?
I gotta say, too, like, even if I'm going to metagame the resources there, because Kyle was soaking experience away from Flandre, but Hope was able to get some solo golden XP. That's like a win-win here for me with AL, because Galio, and levels on Galio not worth quite as much, and if you can utilize that MF to 6 first, that's a real window where you can look for a 2v2 kill as Hope and Kyle, and you can't see after that wave was caught by Light. Hope up a little bit of experience, still soaking solo too. That's going to be a timer where they can look to punish in this 2v2. Again, bullet time going to be available first for Hope versus Light.
Yeah, and one thing that we didn't get to see on the screen is that Tarzan was up there covering for Tien's potential play. Again, did not happen. Tarzan has been foiling Tien pretty much at every move here, keeping the game state quite even 6 minutes in. We do have a dragon available on the map. It is Hextech Dragon. We are seeing a back come out from the Pantheon as Flandre continues to just shove in here on the bottom side. Slight advantage over Breathe for the moment.
I will say I'm a little bit surprised we didn't have like another swap back by anyone's Legend. Again, anytime that you can move MF proactively, you're always going to be first to the play off these resets. So I was kind of wondering if there was a world where they would try and flip the map again with no TP on Rumble, look for that early dragon. Not the case, though. Our bot lanes are still up here as Tien spotted on a control ward. Of course, each of our junglers going have been pathing top to bot in this game, Yanni. It's been match clears so far. Has led to a little bit of action and potentially a little bit more as Weibo, very strong at this mark, already has 6. They're going to look for the invade on Tarzan's blue buff.
Yeah, they did ping out Xiaohu, so they have an idea that he's there, but Tarzan, an immediate flash, still gets rooted up and is getting lower by the minute. He goes down. It's going to be first blood going over to the Jhin, and Xiaohu looking for a little bit more. They're going to turn their sights on Kyle. He's going to go down. It's a double kill for Light, but on the backside, Hope manages to find one, but he may have run out of Hope. It looks like he will be able to walk it out.
Yeah, they let him go. Got to return to the waves. Flandre was walking up to actually try and become a part of that one with the potential ultimate himself, not able to find anything. So Breathe going to get a wave in to the bot side. Just an overall win for Weibo. Again, Xiaohu hit 6, and they were able to utilize it. Nice pocket found by Erha. I know it was an early flash from Tarzan, but still able to win out hard. As again, this pocket from Erha wasn't spotted. Tarzan, with the way he walked, they didn't see the Alistar. It was a good react flash, but that opened up for a free charm to connect from Xiaohu, who had himself a beautiful fight here on the Ahri. Really don't know how Xiaohu could have played this one much better. Love the back click, too, to make sure the true damage connected onto Kyle. It was a wonderfully played fight from Xiaohu. showing the old man hands in his 1000th game here for the LPL.
And one really underrated thing, Light putting that trap down exactly where Tarzan landed to make sure he was tagged for the deadly flourish route. You know, obviously one auto attack would have gotten the job done, but that extra second, never know what could happen.
Slow too.
Really, really well played. A reset on the gloves as they were tagged a little bit here by Weibo. Speaking of tag, Hope down to about half HP. The Pantheon ult is going to fly in, so is the flash, the cleanse too. And Hope, one more auto attack, will go down. The feet of warfare going over to Weibo. Meanwhile, Galio looking to join the party. The knockup goes on to Erha, and he's going to get taunted up. He might not be able to escape, does have the flash, but he'll elect to use that for a rainy day. Anyone's Legend will take the grubs.
Still not done yet. Xiaohu has that ult coming back off cooldown. And while all this is going on, again, you want to group with Galio, you got to utilize his strength at this point of the game, but it's really enabled Breathe to catch back up and start to build up a lead in this bot lane, as he's going to be up in XP after this wave. Almost gotten quite a bit of free time. And with all the movement going on, it has been Anyone's Legend playing a few less waves. Of course, MF was forced off the map there, but Weibo has a little bit of a lead here, and it's in the hands of the Ahri and in the hands of Light on this Jhin. Again, I really like this Weibo draft. I think that their ability to find picks with the Jhin, the Ahri, the Pantheon is very real. And this mid-game for Anyone's Legend, I think is really important that they're able to hit it. If not, they're a little bit of a lower damage composition overall, just with the Toledo, Galio, MF as the carries. They aren't able to find these big bullet times or these big early to mid-game fights. I think they're going to be in trouble, and Weibo's done a nice job of navigating these and finding some favorable plays for themselves.
Yeah, the only way you're going to be able to make up that damage is if Tarzan gets an early lead on this Xin Zhao, right? And sure, he's got a kill for himself, but when it's being matched on the other side by, again, this early strength that we talked about on the side of Weibo, it's going to be really hard to do much of anything. Dragon started up for Weibo. It looks like they should be able to take this one with relative ease given their positioning in the game so far. And things are looking good for Weibo team that is looking to right their wrongs from earlier in the week. Got him.
Xiaohu pretending to not see Flandre and then able to connect with the charm. Dragon secured here for Weibo as another step towards a potential feat. So we'll say feats definitely buffed up on this patch. Of course, those boots are 250 gold cheaper now. Some of them very strong OP, specifically the treads, the Sork shoes, and of course the upgrade of the city boots are quite nice as well. So I do think the feats matter a little bit more on this patch. Moment. Yeah. Moment. I'm just going to be Weibo trying to play 3 lanes, going to amass economy, and again, just keep on trying to scale into this game, as they've done a really good job of navigating plays away from Anyone's Legend so far, finding a few positive ones for themselves. We'll see what next move Tien wants to make. As after he clears these Raptors, I think it's going to be Tien trying to look again on the map.
Yeah, and one thing I want to ask you as, you know, resident genius colorcaster is, you know, the removal of the second grubs kind of hurts a composition like Weibo, where you kind of want to keep pushing that pedal to the metal, right? Or is the impact of a Galio ultimate, you know, earlier on to maybe turn some of those early fights worth it, right? And something that you're sorely missing.
So in terms of second grubs, again, it just kind of slowed down the game. Like, a big picture, I like it. It actually enables junglers to take more risk. It really felt like the last patch, there were so many objectives that spawned throughout the game. As a jungler, you always just had to be clearing and make sure you're as strong as possible. There's less opportunities to look for plays in lanes, kind of like what Tarzan's looking for here. Now, Tien is showing mid, and there's a big rotation coming up from Weibo to try and defend against this. So good equalizer from Breathe, and Weibo posturing on the top side of the river to threatens enough to push him off. Now Breathe stuck with no wall. We have a play coming down.
Yeah, Light flashed away, and Tarzan is going to get denied. Going to use his ultimate to try to stay alive. Tien is very low himself, and Anyone's Legend are able to pick him up. A very nice turnaround from them.
Yeah, again, I really like that play from AL because you could see them threatening the Rumble. Weibo Gaming saw it too. So what's their solution? Okay, clear mid. We're going to hover up, right? What happens? Well, Breathe is stuck under that turret down an equalizer, so you're able to turn on the 3 that were trying to push up, defend that play, catch him out in rotation, and take a freebie against Tien. That was a nice little do-si-do there that Anyone's Legend got the best of.
Yeah, and because Weibo were so split, there was no damage to back up Tien, right? To try to take out Shanks, who was low, Tarzan's ultimate too. keeping them upright because nobody can get in there. So really nice stuff there, equalizing that gold mark here. Minute and 45 seconds until we see a Herald. 2 minutes and 15 for a Dragon, so I think we're just waiting for Weibo to lick their wounds a little bit here and then go out one of these next two objectives.
We'll say Light gonna go for the Youmu's on Jhin. I'm not as big of a fan, especially when you're going into something like a Galio. No Galio specs that magic resist early going into the Rumble, but like going the big crit items later on for Jhin, you actually become a pretty big carry. I think that him going this build actually kind of nerfs that potential late game for Weibo that we actually kind of liked, because of course Rumble eventually overtakes the Galio in the later stages of this game, in this matchup, and we thought the range of the Jhin, the opportunity of these two side lanes to be big in the late game might have been advantage Weibo later. But with these builds and this tech, I really think that diminishes their power at that point of the game. So a little bit surprised to see that from Light.
Speaking of tech, Xiaohu going for the Malignance, the classic Ahri
Yes.
build. As classic as you can really be when you're talking about Malignance, but no Rod of Ages, no drain, tank, sustain damage coming out here. It's just multiple ultimates trying to really take advantage of Ahri's biggest strength.
Roa was nerfed. I wasn't a huge fan of that one anyway on Ahri. Roa just ended up being strong. I just think that Roa and Ahri's power, like, the two items kind of went against each other. The fact that Ahri was building it so much was a bit of a surprise to me. So, Xiaohu going back for that Malignance. It's already had one fantastic team fight on the Ahri in this game, Yanni. He was able to put together some more again. Story for these two teams, again, both teams have dropped series. The last two series, in fact, coming into this matchup, going toe-to-toe. I know that the community narrative sentiment has been Tarzan's been a little off. I agree. I don't think he's the only culprit. We've seen a few fights from Hope where he's been a little bit overextended, caught out, especially on Lucian, last two Lucian games. I feel like Hope kind of threw it for his team. And then on the flip side for Weibo, Xiaohu has had a couple shaky series himself. He's been up and down a little bit. So good to see an up so far for this one as Tarzan checks Tien, and we're looking for a fight here. TPs.
Round and a half. Good flash from Kyle as well. Shank's going to cut off their way out. And Tien could be in a lot of trouble. Big Charm coming out as well. Kyle trying to stay alive as the Galio will be able to save him for right now. And they're going to look for a little bit more. Xiaohu manages to slip through and will find Kyle, but is now kind of split here. It's a pincer, but Xiaohu on the weak side just going to try to slide back over the wall to get out, but this does cede river control to AL. And a flash there because Shanks, very wise there, to try and knock him back to the team.
That was blind from Shanks, and that's a lot of flashes burned for Weibo Gaming. No flashes available. I think everyone there flashed except for Light, who, of course, that flash still coming off cooldown. I think Airhaz is too, actually, as they flash simultaneously. Meanwhile, only Kyle and Flandre flash for anyone's Legends. So if there's a potential dragon fight here, which I don't see AL being ready for, as they just burned a lot of their tempo on the Rift Herald, for me, it would be advantage anyone's Legend. But I think we're going to take our resets. Yep. See Talia and MF go back. So Weibo will snag the dragon for themselves. We'll see what the next play is for anyone's Legend. Is, yep, that dragon being taken. TP from Shanks immediately to go back up to that top lane and try and work on this turret.
Yeah, now Weibo with their dragon stacking. You got a Chemtech Soul on the Rift. So
first brick would be big.
Yeah,
they need first brick for the feet. Yeah.
Looks like it'll be pretty free here.
Free grubs, and Shank's going to get some free time. We'll take care of it. First brick secured. This does mean that the next neutral objective that goes over will be feet secured for either team. As again, Tien found the ult from Tarzan as we get into the fight. I like to focus on the Tien early on. Of course, he does flash, but Tarzan kind of make sure that he's stuck. As that Weaver's Wall really did trap in Tien. Did split everyone away from that bullet time. And then we do see the re-engage from Flandre going to trade out his flash for Breathes and push everyone back. Xiaohu was able to clean up on the top side, but no fight for the rest of that. And get back on the map. We're going to have to see really what anyone's Legend wants to do next. I would love to see them continue to push the pace as no one on Weibo Gaming's top side has flash.
Yeah, once the Scalio ultimate's back up, go ahead and make another play. You can see what happens when a team isn't properly set up and a Galio ultimate comes down. I mean, everybody on Weibo was so far away, you know, from Tien, just not able to really save him there. So see if anyone's Legend does want to take advantage of just couple down some of the spells. Obviously, Xiaohu's still going to be rather slippery. Take a look at the gold graph over on the left side. Couple members in the 7,000 gold club as Hope just eclipsed Xiaohu. Meanwhile, some fighting going on here. Hope can get stunned up. Multiple members
Breathes
for
here.
Weibo are here first.
Able to sneak out of that. Hope can sustain himself back up with the BT. So AL actually absorbing that play. Might have tempo on the map. And yeah, that's going to be enough for them to actually just drop that Rift Herald. They're going to look for the charge here. Of course, Hope with that Bloodthirster can heal off the wave. And this is kept breathed in this lane to try and defend against this. The Crash coming in. Galio rotating. We're going to have a fight.
Yep, the knockup is going to land onto 2 here. Here comes the Weaver's Wall to split things up, but TN gets to the back line. Good Rumble Equalizer trying to do some good damage, but it's just not enough. TN is going to go down 2. It's a 2-0 for Anyone's Legend. They're going to take the turret. Maybe they're going to look for more, but it looks like the rest of Weibo are able to get out of there.
Really didn't like that fight, that take for Weibo. I know that Light popping the ultimate, but man, this lethality, or the Youmu's into RFC Jin just didn't do anything in that fight. As those bullets were thrown out, and that curtain call was literally just for show, as Anyone's Legend tanky enough to absorb that, and the Galio ult that came down for Flandre was enough to make sure that 2 kills went over, rather 3. Wow, we're going to get the full picture here. Yeah. And again, Hope did burn Cleanse, but a good absorb by Anyone's Legend. Of course, if you absorb the play, Bloodthirster, be stronger, better conditions, you can stay out on the map. And this Crash, I mean, look at, like, Light pops the ult, but look at how far back Breathe has to play, too, cut off by the Weaver's Wall, which was great placement by Shanks. It was only an Equalizer, which really wasn't that effective. As again, Erha just not quite able to get involved and find the right setup. Good Weaver's Wall to, cut off Breathe and Light. Again, a Light with that curtain call with this build, I just don't think that it's the right build for this game. As I think it takes away, like, what could be a backdoor late game comeback for Weibo when you aren't going for the crit items on Jin.
Yeah, I think the attempt is maybe just to leverage the early strength that we talked about this Weibo team a lot and kind of get rid of your late game insurance policy. That way it's certainly a risk, but it's a risk that hasn't really paid off. I mean, when your Jin is 2-0-1 at this stage of a professional game, you expect them to be putting in a lot more work. And, credit to Shanks there. Again, really good Weaver's Wall, as you mentioned. Putting AL firmly ahead here, up nearly 3,000 gold. Next Dragon coming up in about a minute. They're going to want to take that one to really finish off Weibo's hopes of getting the stacking done and really make sure the map is their oyster for a long, long time. Hang on. IL looking for an engage. Rumble's overheated. Breathe is just dead. He's going to flash away, and it's not going to do a damn thing.
They could look Otacon. Of course, I think it's worth trying to deny this soul point for Weibo. Breathe will be back out on the map for that, but Equalizer burned in the back half. Not going to have that cooldown available for the Dragon fight, so would love if Anyone's Legend actually finds a reset and looks for this one again.
Yeah, not going to have his flash either, so you're just a melee range Rumble, man. That's very dangerous when you're staring down the Leona, when you're staring down a Galio, right? This is going to be big problems coming up for Weibo, and they desperately need this Dragon, and if they let this one go, again, as we just talked about, with no late game insurance policy, you're kind of cooked.
I mean, the last couple of fights, too, it's been Tien kind of being isolated on the Pantheon, so Tarzan on the Xin Zhao, first to Black Cleaver, and at this point, Xin Zhao, for me, just a more valuable champion than Pantheon, now that we are, past that level 10-11 mark. Pantheon loses some strength. Era gonna go in for fun, waste his Aftershock, and no engage comes back. Anyone's Legend, they take the crab, they take river control. Breathe is here again. Equalizer down for a few seconds. We'll see if Anyone's Legend wants to push the pace. All that cooldown is down as Gyp Kyle.
Okay, Erha, big engage here. The roof goes down too, but guess what? Nobody's there to back him up. Now it's going to be Xiaohu trying. Tien gets to the back line on top of Hope. Hope will go down, but Tarzan's going to get to the back line here. Light Force to flash away. Xiaohu uses his last dash, but Kyle is sticking on top of him. Flash expended, but Tarzan in hot pursuit, picking up the double kill.
I just think that engage into Hope, bullet time was down. That's just not the right person. Hope was able to live for way too damn long. And the re-engage on the back half from Flandre and Tarzan on 2 different points of the fight. Weibo couldn't deal with it. That's going to be soul point denied as Anyone's Legend picks up their first Dragon and, frankly, take full control of this game.
You're going to knock down the turret on the bottom side too. You're going to ruin any hopes of Dragon stacking. You're going to be up nearly 5,000 gold. Take a look at this replay and how this fight kicked off. Erha with a good attempt there, but didn't land on Shanks either.
Yeah, good react flash from Shanks. Again, I hope didn't have that tool available, and he gets focus melted down, but for what? Again, this re-engage from Flandre was fantastic with Tarzan. They went on this side of the fight, and then Tarzan afterwards. Good follow-up by Kyle. That Zenith Blade was able to buffer through the last dash of Zhao Hu's Spirit Rush. Tarzan follows up with a Wind Becomes Lightning, and no flash even needed. They take down the Ahri, and again, 4.5k gold lead for anyone's legend. They did secure feats off of taking that Dragon too. I think that's a big deal, because when you upgrade these boots, especially see the upgraded Merc Treads already in the inventory of Flandre, that's one of the really strong boots from the changes that were made. That one and the Sword Shoes won't be available, but still, that's enough for them to start up this Otacon. This one's going to be taken uncontested as Weibo Gaming kind of reeling.
Not too much that they're able to do. They get some vision down on the bottom side. They take out some of these jungle camps, but guess what? That is not worth the price of admission for an Otacon. There's purified spirit petals, giving you the extra EXP, the extra adaptive. Of course, whenever you kill somebody, getting that extra little AoE burst of extra damage and a slow attached to it. Otacon, a really interesting objective now. It feels... I like the change personally, but it just feels weird because, you know, we had 2 Otacons. For a while, we only had 1 Otacon, to be honest.
And then they killed off Grubs, too.
Yeah, you know, I mean, killing off Grubs is fine. I think that's okay.
Well, the second spawn, there's only one Grub now, not 2.
But there's 3 technically.
I guess Demacia was just a lot kinder towards pets than
brother,
Ionia.
I hate to tell you this, it was Noxus.
Oh, crap. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I was worried about it the first time, but didn't say anything. So, you know.
See, that's just mean. I made another mistake because you didn't nip it in the butt.
This is true, but that was during the one. Listen, I thought you misspoke. It was during the 1v1. We talk a lot as casters, and sometimes, you know, we accidentally the wrong thing.
For me, definitely more often than not. I think it was just 3:50 in the morning, maybe speaking. That'll be my cope for that one.
This is 6:50 in the morning, me speaking, man. So you have no excuse, my friend. I don't want to hear any of your cope.
Hey, man. I worked as a caddy growing up. I knew those early mornings. It's nice to see the light of day. Meanwhile, see if Weibo Gaming can find any light of day.
No, they're plunged into the darkness, man.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit grim again. Really feel like they've been outscaled. I don't like the Jhin build this game. I am very biased towards crit Jhin. I just don't see the value of non-crit Jhin when every 4th shot is a guaranteed crit that Infinity Edge can buff, and then Collector is like a okay crit item that actually gives you lethality too, which Jhin loves. Going for the LDR, assumedly coming up next, is the right call, but hey, you could go Collector LDR or IE LDR and be fine.
Yeah. Not looking so lethal this game, is this lethality Jhin.
Well,
he hasn't picked up a kill
say, he's trying to be lethal with lethality, but one of the opposite.
Charm lands, and here comes Shanks. He's trying to rejoin the team. Erha's going to get engaged on the knockup for Tien, but he's still alive and kicking. Here comes the knockup down on Erha, forced to flash away as he's getting low. His ultimate's going to time out real soon. And here comes the taunt coming through from Flandre, doing a lot. Zhao Hu's got to run for the hills. Tien gets knocked up and put in the bounce house again. And once again, Kyle on top of this legendary Ahri. And we're just in the shooting gallery here, and it's nothing but whiffs. Ben Simmons at the free throw line. As anyone's legend will head to the Baron.
Yeah, hard hit BB guns from long range there as light. The bullets go wide. The engage from Weibo Gaming went wide as, man, we spent a lot of time talking about how the Panther combo was split up. Well, guess what? The Talia for Shanks, you have a Xin Zhao, and also that Galio for the setup is Flandre. The find there, the 4-man taunt. Let's get another look. That's what changed the fight for me. As this engage from Shanks, I really like. I mean, obviously Tien burns the E, but realizing that if they take down Erha early on, Alistar is actually really important for the fight because Breed doesn't have setup. And this equalizer was poorly placed from Breed. Weibo was already on the retreat. He needs to drop that on top of his team and not past most of where anyone's legend was at. So on top of that, and of course, Flandre, that 4-man taunt, that shut down any hopes of a fight for Weibo Gaming. As a really nice fight played by them, controlling it with the Weaver's Wall, and Weibo Gaming just really not even close to finding a winning engage there.
Really beautiful stuff from Flandre. Some questions on what he was going to play. We thought Galio fit very nicely into the composition, and pretty much ever since...
their mid-game spike hard.
Yeah, ever since that mid-game, he's been fantastic, doing a great job, 2-0-9. A real unsung hero because he's not getting a ton of the kills, but we're going to give him the love that he very much deserves. Dragon up for the taking if AL want it, but I'm sure they'll wait till they're on the way out because the siege is on with the Baron up minions. As here comes the double global play here. Xiaohu trying to get in some good damage. Flandra also joins the party. Shanks has to go golden as Tian is going to get turned on here. He's forced to flash away. Xiaohu going to try to get after Tarzan, but he can't over on the other side of the fight. Breathe is barely breathing, but he's able to flash out as Erha and Light have to run for the hills. Weaver's wall coming through. Xiaohu has got to get out of there. He's going to flash over the wall, going to dodge out on that knockup as Tarzan will start up the dragon, but it looks like he'll think better of it as the rest of his team is in the base.
I'm used to Breethe's Rumble actually being okay. It's been a really rough Rumble game from Breathe, as these equalizers in the Rumble overall has not been on point, getting gapped by Flandre's Galio. And frankly, the rest of Weibo Gaming getting gapped in the back half of this game is did highlight, wanted that mid-game for anyone's Legends to be good. They needed it. They needed to find the early mid-game wins, utilizing a lot of the semi-globals their comp has. And Weibo just get after a couple good early fight skirmishes, Yanni. We've not been able to find anything in their favor.
Now, they were really shut out for a large majority of this game. I think anyone's Legend played against this composition very well, and save for a couple of wayward scraps where a kill or two were given, clean from start to finish so far. Obviously, it's not over yet. We could see some mess in the mud very soon, but anyone's Legend are way too far ahead to really have any error happen unless they make a grave mistake.
I think looking back kind of in hindsight, I do want to praise the Leona pick here by Kyle. Speaking of Kyle,
might have some time to do it. He's not going to hit that Zenith Blade. Xiaohu has one more charge left. Is going to hold it for that Leona ultimate. Seismic Jump not going to land on him, but they're still going to find him anyway and take him down. That equalizer does land flush. It's not really doing that much. He just managed to kill Kyle. Erha has to run. He's burning away too. As the siege continues for anyone's Legend, now a 4v4, as they're knocking on the door of this top inhibitor.
Xiaohu must have said something to him, man. They burned every single tool they had available to take down the Ahri, and to be fair, with the lead that anyone's Legend has, going to lead to another inhibitor being taken, as both top and bot inhibitors knocked down in anyone's Legend favor. And again, kind of revisiting, I think Kyle has been the best support in LPL so far this year.
He's been consistently
really good.
great.
I really like the Leona pick this game. It kind of gave the MF Leona that early game strength. And playing Leona into a champion like Pantheon, where Pantheon has to play at melee range, your ability to just have that 5-second stun. We have seen them really win out on the frontline war. With the help of Galio, of course, as Flandre has been doing some work, but I think Kyle's played this pick really, really well between the Zenith Blade buffers and some of the looks and finds that he's had. Kyle continues to have a really, really nice split.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to play into an Alistar too. But, we talk about all the time with these LPL supports and how a lot of them have not lived up to expectations. Again, Kyle has been pretty consistent from start to finish here. Good flash. Zerha goes all the way in. Ultimate coming through as they get on top of Shanks. Here comes the curtain call too. But guess what? There's too many big bodies in the way. They're going to turn on to Breathe, and Hope gets sniped down on the backside. But Shanks is able to take him out, and then Tarzan going in and get a little bit of help from his Galio on top of it too. Light is the last one. He's going to get taunted. He's going to go down. A triple kill for Tarzan, and an exclamation point of the game. Anyone's Legend up 1-0.
Honestly, I thought it was a good fight from Breed, but the front line was just destroyed, or the back line was destroyed, but the front line of anyone's Legend, as Flandre and Tarzan did work in this game. 8-1-10 to wrap the game up on the Xin Zhao, as Tarzan drops a bomb on the map, and anyone's Legend kind of cruises to a Game 1 victory here, Yanni. Of course, both of our teams looking to bounce back as they were each on a 2-series loss streak. Tarzan was the big difference maker in that one, as the Xin Zhao really took over against that Pantheon, as Tian couldn't get the ball rolling fast enough.
Yeah, again, it was really great. They shut down Tian. They made sure, hey, we're not going to lose to the early game Pantheon. Really good stuff. We're able to just kind of carry their game plan on from there. And again, got to talk about Flandre, who played a really damn good game. I mean, even in that last fight, at the end of it, he's still full HP, man. Like, he was on the front line, he dropped his ultimate, and he just didn't take a lick of damage.
I mean, to be fair, the Yomu's RFC Jin wasn't going to do any damage to him.
Oh, he's pumping. He's pumping, bro.
He was trying.
Not pumping a whole lot.
Yeah, he was trying into the Galio.
Yeah, it's like when you're in the bathroom and you're trying to get the soap dispenser, and there's no soap left in the soap dispenser. And you're just trying. You're trying, and it's just the soap's not coming out, right?
Yeah,
get your mind out of the gutter.
I got concerned halfway through that reference, so a good save there, Yanni. But hey,
It's okay. I did too. You remember how I said earlier, we just kind of, we say a lot of things as casters sometimes. I got halfway through, I'm like, man, I'm trying to make the soap dispenser joke, but I've gone into a really interesting place. Thank God they can't time me out for that like they did in chat earlier.
Or, you know, ban like they did Dr. Disrespect. Anyway, moving forward. Yeah, I know. A hell of a reference there. Anyway. Yeah, the Jhin build wasn't it. I think that the scaling that Weibo Gaming could have had later on, it just didn't find the connect on that. Once you go for that Yomu's RFC build, which is allergic to damage, and that really felt like the bottom line here is the Weibo Gaming comp was kind of allergic to damage. Wasn't able to, you know, do anything. I think it was a really nice game from Shanks, Kyle, Tarzan, just to find the setups and open things up for Hope. Ended up having a good one in the back half.
Yeah, really nice, especially because we talked about earlier how Hope was going to have a really tough game, you know, based on how the compositions were.
Yeah.
And his team did enough to make sure that he could even enjoy himself a couple of times in that game. When you're an 80 carry, sometimes you just get those kind of games like, all right, well, the team is just going to hit me with an intercontinental ballistic missile, and I just hope that the rest of my team gets the job done. And they certainly did and bought him a lot of room. He also played out a lot of those fights really well. Not for trying, though. Erha on the other side really had a good effort on that Alistar.
Yeah.
Just a couple of times, anyone's legend, just instant flashes to get out of there.
He got kind of stuck in the front line. I think hindsight 2020. Again, I said I would have liked the Jhin in that game earlier on, but the Galio did get really tanky. Maybe that's a game where you actually put the Ashe back in. Ashe has seen a couple buffs. The ability to potentially kite out a Galio, Leona, Xin Zhao is actually very real. And you have good damage elsewhere. So I know Light's Ashe is also pretty damn good for Weibo. Maybe a pick that they would want back, as Light just didn't have the team fight impact that we really wanted to see, or Weibo Gaming needed to see if they wanted to win that game. And also Breathe, I feel like it was a really off game from Breathe, as sitting at 0-2-1. At one point of the game, we just didn't see anything from him. It was pretty tough. So, yeah, kind of a roughie.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that ends up being like, okay, you're in the lane against the Galio, and then you were left alone for so long that you don't really get into the flow of the game, right? It's not something we really talk about too much, but given the fact that players are human too, I've been in a couple of scenarios myself where it's like, yeah, I'm just kind of farming up and not interacting with these champions. Then you get there and you just kind of forget how they work.
Yeah, I mean, as we dive through some of the replays, I gotta say, one of the unsung heroes this game, maybe something we didn't mention, the Weaver's Wall placement from Shanks. It was really good.
So good.
Throughout this one. That was a good one, really trapped TN. As we did see Xiaohu get the best of Kyle on the top side, but of course, these fights roll out. You're gonna see a lot of good looks. This Weaver's Wall was fantastic. Cut Breathe off, wasn't able to do anything, and then the Pew Pew Gallery from Jhin also didn't do anything. Frontline melts for Weibo, and that really was a common story, that frontline playing into the Leona, the Xin Zhao, and the Galio. Not the kind of setup for an Alistar Pantheon, gotta say.
Not at all, Cubby. All right, now it's time to start talking MVPs. Who do we think we're going to get here? You know, I think that you can make a great case for Tarzan, especially because of all the down and dirty work that he did. But definitely a couple of other honorable mentions. I think Flandre would be a really good option too.
I would actually give it to Flandre. I think that he really outplayed his opponent, and I think that's the tiebreaker for me. Also, honorary mention to Kyle. I know Tarzan got a lot of work done in that one, but really feel like Flandre and Kyle were the ones that controlled the majority of that game. And again, made this really good positive game for anyone's legend. Looking to bounce back from a 2-series loss streak. And yeah, a 4-man taunt into the enemy 80 carry getting flicked by Talia on top is... Well, can't ask for anything better than that, really.
Yeah. You know, the only question sometimes with Galio is like, all right, well, who's enabling Galio to get into the fight, right? And if you want to really get into the minutia of that, then it's like, okay, sure, you could end up going with Tarzan outside of the pretty score line. But I just think that this is a really impressive Galio play on a champion that you don't really laud for being, oh my God, this guy's an amazing Galio player, right? But, you know, Flandre certainly put in a ton of work this game.
And Flandre's history sure as hell was an amazing tank player.
True.
Flandre has always had a job in the LPL when he's wanted it because of his supportive play. That really has been a difference maker for Flandre throughout his career. And this is a meta where a lot of tanks are available. Even Flandre's new Trusty Dusty York pick that he's tried to play a lot for anyone's legend. Still an option here for him and this crew. Might see that later on in the series. But, hey, that Galio pick... we kind of forgot about that answer into Rumble. Anyone's Legend sure as hell didn't. They were able to drop Flandre's pick to the second round of the draft, still find a really positive champion for him to play, and Flandre made his presence felt in that game.
Go draft or Tabe, you know.
As always, let's be honest.
As always, man, you know, when the heart of the team, Flandre, is beating well, and the soul of the team, Tarzan, is going in and being completely fearless, Anyone's Legend are very fearsome. A team that is going to be really difficult to stop here in the LPL. Already up 1-0 in the series against
Speaking
Weibo.
of Tabe,
oh, yes.
Annie. You've seen some Annie.
Yes.
I think
Yes,
Annie
we
is
have.
a seriously damn good champion right now.
Yeah.
I could actually see some Annie come through later on in the series. I unironically actually really like it into Ahri, if for whatever godforsaken reason Ahri gets blinded.
Well,
in
we'll
these
need
games.
more of this game, at least.
Yeah, we're seeing some Orianna come back. I think the Annie-Orianna matchup's it's a bit of a flipper, but hey, you get to play Annie into a immobile mid.
They gave it to Tarzan.
Okay, they gave it to Tarzan. No love for Flandre and the Galio. Makes me a little bit sad, but hey,
yeah.
it was a big
Plenty
game
of
for
love
Tarzan.
here.
Yeah. Even though they didn't show it in the replay of like that first play bot side, but him and Kyle did a really nice job of getting flashes out of Tien and Erha and starting off a positive chain of events there. We saw Tarzan be pretty big throughout a lot of these fights, so I thought Flandre was pretty impactful on the Galio, but of course Tarzan was involved in a little bit more in this game and ends up netting the Pog, so well played for him.
Tarzan's 8th MVP was certainly well earned, as was the win here in Game 1 for Anyone's Legend. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we return, we'll kick it to the Game 2 draft between Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legend. Be there or be square. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Now, I know Cubby knows about it. I know about it, and a lot of you probably do know about it. MOBA Trainer. It's the new MOBA Trainer that is sweeping the nation. New app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. Select the puzzle from the map, answer questions, unlock more features, or you can do dodging and skill shot training, which we are going to do now. And we now have the technology to give one cast through the keyboard and one cast through the mouse. So I will be commandeering with the mouse.
Yanni has the mouse. We're gonna put him through the dodge trainer. I'm
letting go. I've been yelled at. Okay, I'm good to go apparently. All right, we start skill shot.
Oh, skill shot. Oh, okay. Well, you got to throw some skill shots out here, Yanni.
Oh, I forgot about this one. Hold on.
I have to throw out the skill shots. I'm the keyboard technically.
Yep. We're gonna make this one really cool.
Oh yeah, got him.
Oh, I dodged into that.
You got to use comms. I'll give you some Nas. Who are we aiming at next?
Oh, I don't know. Is this a heal up?
Let's find out.
Oh, snap.
You got to point your mouse at people, by the way, for me to throw a skill shot.
Oh, shoot. You're right. Oh, my God. Okay.
See,
I clicked the wrong
one. We should do
one.
dodge.
Hold on.
I think we should do dodge.
We're going to do dodge. I clicked the wrong one. I was just, you know.
I was not. Oh, no. Okay.
Hang on. All right. Hold on. We got to go back. We can go back.
FF? Okay. We FF.
All right. We're going to dodge. My bad. I messed up. Okay. Let's go.
Here we go.
This is good.
Oh, that's what is he doing? What does he do? I didn't even have to click the NOS button for you.
Yeah, that wasn't even in range.
But here we go. These are off cooldowns.
Oh, damn.
Should have hit flash here. That's all right. That's on me. Easy.
Nice.
Easy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're gonna use these judiciously. And
I dodged into that.
You know what?
I'm silly.
When in doubt, guess down.
Dude,
see, they just guessed down
stop
twice.
dodging into that, bro.
You got one life left, baby. That's a long charge right there. Good. Good. Let's go, Yanni.
Oh,
okay.
You flashed me into that, bro.
Yeah, I might have. That's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. You know, I messed up really early on, and that's on me. You know, as I was talking and mentioning to Cubby before we got on, I've been told that I have magnets in my pocket sometimes, which means I get hit by every single hook. Use code LPL20 to get 20% off and unlimited puzzles. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL unofficial English broadcast. You can start leveling up your game today, and don't be like me, who is bad at dodging skill shots.
And don't be like me that flashes teammates into skill shots too, which, you know. Throwback to the old LCS show matches with that one. If you ever saw the mouse plus keyboard show matches,
those were sick.
From the old April Fool's days, I mean, you were in for an old treat, and if you haven't seen it, go check out some old tweets maybe and find the video for yourself, because the show matches were very fun. Some iconic gifs were spawned from that, and memes if you were an old head in League like Yanni and I are. And speaking of old heads, we just had Xiaohu play his 1000th game in the LPL. Unfortunately, it was not a win, and as anyone's legend did manage to take that game away from them off some solid play from Tarzan and the crew.
Hey, listen, they got a couple of old heads themselves, right? You know, we got Flandre's 26 years old, the oldest old head on that team. He's not super old, but, you know, old in league terms. He's a year younger than Xiaohu. Not even a full year, right? No, not even. Like, maybe 6 months. So, you know, it was the battle of the old heads, and one of them won out.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it was more resounding than what we thought, because frankly, we have this being pretty close between Weibo. Both teams on a 2-series slide. Anyone's Legend overall has looked better. I think there's a big difference between the top 4 and the rest, which Yanni, as you astutely called out in the standings, there is a 10-game difference between 4th and 5th place right now.
Yeah, that's it's pretty massive, right? There's nothing really else you could say about it. As you know, who knows? Maybe IG has locked themselves into outside of the top 4, but of course they will be a dangerous team. But that's neither here nor there. We do have a couple of dangerous teams are ready to go as we are into the picks and bans here. Azir, Varus getting knocked out, Lilia also being taken off the board as well.
All right, we'll say that Shank's Azir being taken away. I do like that one. As at the moment, I will say Vi still on the board. So we'll see if anyone's Legend decides to take that off the board with their last ban. Vi is a champion, a very high presence, not a great win rate on this patch. I believe it's 1-7 when that through on 15, or 1-6, yeah. When it's been that through so far on this patch. Overall, in the LPL, it is the highest present champions at 24 and 15. So Vi has been really good in the league, and will be banned away by anyone's legends. We'll see what the first pick ends up being. Varus, also taken away by Weibo. Maybe we see an early pick B1 Skarner.
Sure,
A little bit
why
surprised.
not?
I was going to tease the Nico, which for me is going to be a prio pick for Kyle and potentially anyone's legend.
Yeah, we'll have to watch out for a potential Silas later on. A very valuable ultimate to steal.
Lucian Milio.
I've seen Silas picked up a lot into
Yeah.
Skarner. I love a Lucian Milio because I'm a big Lucian enjoyer. Any game that I get to see and cast a Lucian is great, except for that one time that Doinby played a mid. And, you know, Doinby is not a Lucian mid player, so, you know, maybe we get a mulligan on that one. We are going to get the Gwen coming through here, a blind, so we will see if we're going to get a Sejuani here, as often is with a melee top lane.
Yeah, I will say Gwen did see some nerfs on this patch. I think that is specifically the Jax matchup did get a lot better for Jax and the Gwen. That was an old counter that for me with the first round of Gwen changes, like the buff she got, actually broke the matchup with Gwen really winning that. Now with Gwen showing top, I do think that Jax is better. But of course with Poppy, two of the better picks into Gwen have been Jax, have been Ambessa. Poppy going to dissuade that on the top side, as of course Steadfast Presence does get that nice value against the hop, skips, and jumps you can see on Summoner's Rift. Also dissuades a potential light Callista coming in, as that is a big pick for him. Speaking of big picks, still really curious to see what happens with Nico as we go through the rest of this draft.
See what Weibo's going to do here. Jace obviously on the table if you want to go for lane here. And it looks like they will lock that one in. Could go either top or mid, but is more likely to go top lane at this juncture. But again, you know, still will get denied by that Poppy later on. To the Skies is really, really bad into Steadfast Presence. You will not get off a large chunk of your damage. You will not pass go. You will not collect at least 200 gold.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's an interesting one for Breathe, as Shahu with the Rise. And a lot of priority on side laning here for Weibo. Jace and Rise both really strong in the side lane. And we'll see what anyone's legend can do to answer it, because it's not like they have globals or a real way to attack the side so far. I mean, Poppy's decent at it, but she needs some help. Gwen can bring the damage. I think they will need a little bit more crowd control in the back half. And I hate to beat a dead horse, but again, where's Nico in this draft? Nico has been such a high priority pick, really across the board with LCK, and now really emerged into that ban list for LPL. I know it's the highest presence champion that we have on 15-9 so far in the LPL, and just surprised to see it slip so far in draft. So with the Ezreal picked up, we're going to eat some mid bans for Shanks, most likely. Shahu can take away some of those bad matchups. See if Victor gets taken off the board here. Potential, we'll say Silas into Rise, pretty bad matchup for Silas, so I think that really dissuades that pick, which I think you were smart to point out, Yanni, as first ban going to be thrown at the Karma. Pretty good against that Karma Ezreal.
Yeah, I'm really curious what we're going to end up seeing for Shanks, as you mentioned, because, you know, Azir's off the board. He's played a lot of Rise, too. Obviously, that's picked away. Ari, not available. Not really great into the Rise anyway. Yone's banned out. Talia, not available. I mean, you're starting to really get lower and lower on the priority list. I like what anyone's legend is doing. You know, banning out that Rakan, which would kind of tie this team comp together. You're going to have to look for a secondary engage elsewhere. So we're awaiting this last ban. I do wonder that Nico would be really good to take out, because Ezreal Nico is fairly strong, but they do end up taking out that Victor, as you mentioned, to make life a lot easier on Xiaohu.
And now Shank's going to be down a little bit in terms of matchups. We'll say his 4 most played are off the board. Akali would be tied with his 5th most played. Could it be the time for Annie here, Yanni? Again, Annie really strong, but has to be really scared early on into Rise Skarner. That's some really good gank assist. But the ability to take Annie down, she's pretty immobile. But of course, Annie has seen 2 patches in a row where she's gotten significant buffs. Specifically, Tibbers kind of getting reworked to actually have like a magic pen just built into Tibbers, pretty much, like that magic reduction put in. So Annie has really risen in priority. They also like super buffed her Q as rank 5 now. I know it's 270 base damage with an 80% AP ratio, which is rather significant, as Weibo Gaming actually takes Zeri Lulu to wrap up this draft. Yeah,
right,
take
so they
Nico,
feel that they've
man.
got enough. They feel like they've got enough engage coming through with Rise Ultimate and with the Skarner Ultimate, but you know, this is looking like a pretty free Nico angle here. I think this is really the one that you want to do. Just Go with some, I mean, unless you really want some really hard engage instead of some counter engage. I mean, you can kind of do both with Nico, but they will end up locking that one in. So the team compositions are set. Shank's going to get his first Annie of the year, his 13th Annie overall, 7-5 on it throughout his career. And God knows how long ago that actually was for a guy that's been playing since 2020.
I don't love this draft for Weibo. I just don't see a way where Skarner does bring a ton of engage to the table, and they have really strong side lanes. But man, team fighting against a Nico Pop Blossom and Tibbers coming down the Wombo potential for anyone's legend, and really the ease of execution on it. I think it's going to be really tough for Weibo Gaming to play defense against that. And there's a chance that, you know, they could be dead before they even hit the ground against Annie Nico. So for me, anyone's legend, I mean, a lot of the playmaking is in their hands. I think TN has to have a really big game to try and break this going up against Tarzan and anyone's legend. But I really feel like letting that Nico slip all the way through the draft could really come back to bite Weibo Gaming. Because, man, we've seen how powerful those sneaky Pop Blossoms can be on the Rift. And any big Pop Blossom that hits is going to be followed up by a Tibbers that hits like a truck after the changes.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, the game's really on TN's shoulders. I mean, Tarzan just marks him all game long and says, hey, I'm not going to let you do anything. Your engage now becomes Rune Prison. If your engage is Rune Prison, that's not great. Are we really going to say we'll send Zeri through a wall and give her a Lulu ultimate and call that engage? Because that ain't going to do it. So I'm with you in terms of concern. And a player like Tarzan, a genius in the jungle, certainly knows what his role is going to be this game, playing the dishwasher champion a la Poppy.
Yeah, we'll see if those steadfast presence keepers verdicts can be big. You know, I almost talked to the Gios there. I caught myself.
I was so proud of you. I was like, no.
Nope, not going to happen.
a little bit. Oh, thank God.
As,
You're smart. You're smart.
You can see the graph also likes the opportunity for the boom boom damage of anyone's legends early on in this game. Again, Pop Blossoms into Tibbers could be dire.
You really beef with this graph, bro.
I mean, in the past, it's been very wrong. There's a couple that's just been egregiously wrong to the point where I have to beef. That's really the conclusion I've come to. But at the moment, anyone's legend going to beef with the bot side jungle.
Oh!
Weibo as a sneaky
What a
ward helps them dodge out on the initial invade, and Light might be able to find something here over the wall. Both our teams, I mean...
Oh, wait, a flash stun! 3-man stun by Shanks.
Really?
Question is, what are you going to get? Hope has to flash away, too. Shanks taking a lot of damage as well as Light's P-Shooter starting to come through and a couple of rocks from Tien. But anyone's legend not willing to cede control of this jungle.
They're right in this. They win out on this level 1. The strength of the Nico and the Ezreal should be too much. And of course, Poppy does delete the camp. So Tarzan, another Q, gets level 2, and then we'll see if they actually look for a fight.
Hope is kind of caught, though. He's got the barrier up. Tarzan flashing over the wall is going to find Erha. He's forced to flash away, too. What a crazy level 1 we have here.
I really like this from AL. I think that Tarzan, again, just understands the strength of Poppy level 1 and of this Ezreal plus Nico. So I think that the aggression, making sure they get a camp away from the Skarner, is good. And as the champions get back to lane, keep in mind, it's Light. Burn the Flash was forced to base, so a big bot lane advantage for Hope and Kael. If they can get this wave in and base too, it'll be a better inventory for them. As you can see them trying to fast push as they need to base. They lost a lot of resources off the invade and will be able to do so successfului. So well played.
And anytime
why did Erha base? He could have stayed and soaked some of this. He said he's just going to give it all solo over to Light, I guess. So this Lulu's been sent back to Narnia.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're not really too keen on fighting anyway, so...
Oh, I love this.
Whoa, okay, all right.
So
I like this. No, this the mythic makes a lot of sense because I was going to say, you know, with this early jungle kerfluffle that occurred, it means that Tarzan's going to be later to topside, and, you know, it looked like Flandre needed a bailout. He gets his bailout.
Oh, no, I just really like this because... again, like we're first to this wave and pretty much no resources get to be dropped here by anyone's legend. as Gwen gets to walk down. And now you have a choice of, yeah, it looks like their choice is that they're going to freeze this wave and breathe the TP, or I should say the recall was canceled. So now he's going to have to burn a TP to get back. And there's a world where AL, they have a choice. Do they want to freeze this and just create a dead lane? Or do they want to try and fast push and get that breathe TP out? As Fondre, because Tien went from bot to top, he just gets to soak this one for free. So yes, a plate does go over, but early game, that matchup for Gwen versus Jace can be tough. So kind of getting out of that, okay. And these rotations from AL have been good. Again, Breathe just TP'd. And if he drops a ward down here, okay, it's going to be at Tien on the hover. But man, that dead lane for AL, I mean, they were able to starve out a few resources here from Breathe. And I really just like the swap, and I like what we've seen from them in this early game.
Yeah, there is a lot of implicit risk you run by allowing Light on this Zeri to kind of do his thing. Breathe could be in a lot of trouble. He does have the flash available here. Knock back Tarzan. Step on the buckler. Doesn't even need to flash. He is so fast.
That was a really nice hammer swing by Breathe as he got out of the Qs, though, from Tarzan. I think that's what Kyle was maybe waiting for, or looking for, in terms of looking for the barbs himself on that E. So good good play by Breathe. Saves his flash in the top lane, and it will be a double crab for Tien. So recovering off of that tough start.
Yep. Things aren't too bad for him, but there's still things for Tarzan to pick up as he recalls and heads back. We're going to see the bot lane recall. We'll see where they're going to send anyone's Legends bot lane. It looks like Hope is going to look to deploy on mid lane here. Speaking of, Xiaohu going to teleport into the mid lane as well. Shanks still has his teleport in the back pocket, but it looks like Hope will head to the top side here with Kyle. Okay,
again, I do think that Shanks has to be a bit wary of potential walks from Tien in this lane, but with all the action going on, with that level 1, I think, especially. Oh, Shanks tried to E and actually have that eat the damage, hoping to get that recall off again. I'm wondering if he gets a hover here from Tarzan just so he can catch this wave. As Rise pushes too fast, he's going to try and catch that. And we still have the 1v2 here in each of our lanes, which has been quite interesting. I will say Zeri has actually been able to get plates out of it, as 3 plates have been taken down, or a single plate, sorry. I am blind, and I was like 3 plates in 6 minutes.
The numbers
really?
are very tiny. I don't blame you, brother.
I'm blind and dumb.
We're getting old. We're getting old.
That's a 4. I had to zoom in.
Don't tell me that we have to take you out back, bro. You said you were blind, you said you're dumb.
I've been casting that bad. Let's... Anyway,
you've been fine, brother, you know.
We're not. I'm too young to be old Yellard just quite yet. What are you, 30? We used to have 2 more years in us, right?
Yeah.
As long as Fake is playing, we're okay.
Yep, exactly. All right, so 6.5 minutes into this game right now. This Dragon is up. It's completely untouched. Minute 25 until these Grubs come up. Grub is going to be a really big pickup for Weibo if they're able to get it. Tien trying to hang around here, get a little bit of damage on Tarzan. They get 2 wards out. Good value there as Fondre now level 6 will force Light away.
Actually, do like the fact that Fondre, with more experience than Light, is holding this wave. But I think we're seeing some good stuff out of anyone's Legend. I appreciate how they are trying to hold a couple of these waves and deny some of those that early gold, early experience. Can always be valuable. I think they're holding them at the right time too, as of course the action at the moment on the top side looks like each of our teams kind of posturing for the Grubs.
Some
sneaky damage.
Yeah, you know, it's whenever you get that Amp Tome, you see Nico with an Amp Tome, you gotta be aware. If you're a squishy champion, they're gonna do a lot of damage. Xiaohu will pump up a nice little bit himself with just a tier.
Oh, great steal by Tarzan.
Tien is going in. He's only level 5. Slams him up against the wall. Pushes the flash of Tarzan. Shanks with a great 3-man stun. Erha low. Ezreal doesn't get the kill, and he will go down. It's Tarzan picking up first blood. And now Flandre looking for a little bit more. One last tick in the ultimate, but no. Xiaohu's fancy feet get him out of danger.
Again, Shanks after the Annie changes. You get some passive pen on that ultimate, and we did see Shanks drop the W, drop the Tibbers, and blow up Weibo in the mid game. Really, the concern that we had, given the drafts of this team, just feel like the Nico, Pop Blossom, and Tibbers, that combo, really deadly for Weibo. Going to be really tough for them to deal with.
But now this means anyone Legend is able to take away these Grubs from the potent Weibo solo laners. Tarzan wants a little bit of a piece of breathe here. He gets knocked up too. Tarzan's got to get close to the wall. He will end up falling. He will trade it back over. Flandre will get credit for that one.
Overall, you'll take that. I know Tarzan did go down, but I think that's trading up in the 1-for-1. And the fact that Ezreal's able to get back, they're going to hope to put that Ezreal mid, I assume. As we'll say, Flandre has to be a little bit wary of a potential dive, and that's why Kael's stuck around. You can see he's in fog, because those grubs were wrapped up by TN. Kael now going to be spotted. That's not going to stop the play, though.
Okay, slammed up against the wall, impaled, and down. TN will be able to get that one.
A greedy hold of the flash there from Flandre. As if he was able to flash out of the E, I think he just lives that one for free. You can't redive against Kael. He now has to head for the hills, and we'll just be Tarzan to soak this wave off from the top side. So, good find for Weibo. They pick up some gold and are able to at least deny a grub, but still. Okay, gonna get a replay again. Tarzan has a really good flash here because that rune prison didn't come down fast enough from Xiaohu. Able to buy space, able to live, and then the answer from Shanks on the flash found a 3-man connection, utilizing the Incinerate to find the stun, and then, of course, Tibbers to follow up with that damage.
They did critically get Flandre's TP out, and he wasn't really able to make much of an impact. Now he's down about 30 CS right now. It's going to recover a little bit because the wave is on his side, but really good stuff coming out from Breathe here. It's a nice little early lead that he has. The longer you can keep this Gwen down, the more opportunities Weibo may have to gain a better foothold in this game. If she's a weak side laner, very exposable.
Honestly, would love to see Tarzan, and kind of curious to see where Tarzan goes, but I think there's an opportunity to get involved in that top side. Breeze's done a really good job. Dodged out of that first gank, of course, with a good hammer swing, and then has managed to save his flash, which I think is really big in that lane. At the moment, though, it's Tarzan looking at the river, of course. Dragon, the only neutral that we have on the map, and potentially looking at just a fight here on either side. Right, AL's happy to poke here.
Yeah,
the Nico Ezreal range, very good.
Xiaohu's going to get Tibbers on. He's just dead. Feat of Warfare going over to Anyone's Legend. Over on the backside, another root coming down onto Tien as Kael wants some more, but Tien will be able to drive himself out of there. Doesn't mean the crowd will go over to Anyone's Legend and potentially the Dragon too. Terry Ultimate going down, the Lightning Crash. Ultimate coming out there as Hope is getting rifled down. Tarzan joins the party, double knock up, but Hope really can't get close. No one's here to help, but it doesn't matter. Tarzan is enough. A double kill for the Poppy. As Kael will be able to get out of there.
This game's looking pretty over. As again, AL, they're a comp that we like the mid game of. Oh, okay, Breeze's not quite able to find it. Flandre is going to have to head back to base. TP coming in top. But the death from Xiaohu was pretty poor, to say the least. He pretty much just got one-tapped by Shanks. And now Tien is going to get one-tapped again, too.
Yeah,
potentially.
Ultimate from Flandre. No, it looks like
he had the flash. Yeah, he did burn his flash, though. Yeah. So, Weibo, a bit desynced, a bit out of sorts here, Yanni.
Yeah, not looking so hot.
No, I don't like the plays we've seen them take. Again, Xiaohu dying for free there in that 4v4 posturing a river. I just don't see a world where you actually beat Anyone's Legend and Annie there. And they gave them the condition that they wanted, which is letting the Ezreal and the Nico poke before they actually find a play. I mean, you're really outrange this area to do. Props to Hope. I know I said that Hope was a part of why AL dropped the last two series. I think that the Lucian game specifically, he looked at a mid-wave that wasn't his, and that actually lost Anyone's Legend 2 games straight. That was really well played by him on the Ezreal. Good bait in order to have Light Erha take that fight again. That ended up being down numbers and was turned very nicely by Tarzan's Poppy. As Tarzan, I know that been some fans that have been critical of Tarzan. A couple of the last AL series we've had, as they have dropped 2 series in a row. I don't think that he's been the only culprit, and today I think he's making up for a lot of those sins that he's made in the last couple of series, because Tarzan has been on fire in this series.
Yeah, he's been quite good, and you know, it's really frustrating to watch Weibo play out this team comp the way they did, right? Because Breathe has got a lead. Your Ryze and your Zeri are big scalers, and you're just so insistent on fighting. As they are still insistent on fighting, and guess what? That means Erha is going to die. Kyle is going to be able to get that kill. Now they're chasing down Breathe. He should be able to get out. Never mind. Tarzan going to go over the wall with the knockup. Will force the flash out of Breathe, but nothing more to be had. But again, we're just trying to fight even though we have big scalers.
And this is like part of my concern as to why they gave up the Nico and the Annie. The ability for these two champions to force so hard in the early to mid game, and then just the damage that they do. Again, the potential for anyone's legend to find a fight where they have kills before Weibo Gaming even lands, just given the Pop Blossom and the Tibbers combo. We've seen Shanks setting up on his own too. You gave away a lot of early strength in a game where a lot of people are squishy. Just don't feel like it was the right game for Zeri Lulu. And we do see here again Erha. They're just trying to get some river control. He's got Breed with him, but Tarzan lying in wait finds a good angle, and that's just a straight up one shot.
Yeah, that's all she wrote for Erha, stepping up a little bit too far forward, positioning himself against that wall. Always a scary proposition when that happens when there's a Poppy on the other side. Right now, almost a 2,000 gold lead open up for anyone's legend. Sure, Weibo do have the advantage of plates. A lot of that probably going toward Breathe as he's had a pretty nice easy time. But overall, just weakness in the early game, not leveraging how strong the Jace is right now. Maybe you'll get an opportunity to do so, but time is fleeting, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, Breathe, I guess potential for him, but still, this is a squishier Jace build. I don't really think it matters what kind of lead Jace gets. I mean, you drop the Annie Nico combo on him, I think he's dead at this point of the game. We'll say that there is a lot of magic damage on anyone's legend comp. It does help Annie that she actually gets passive magic pen. It's a percent pen too, not just flat. So I think that's significant this game, because you do see a lot of early Merc trades coming in for Weibo. I think rightfully so, as they should have those pretty much across the board when everything's said and done outside of the bot lane. But I mean, it's this is going to be a toughie. I can't really see them sniffing any of these objectives in the next couple of minutes. And oh, hold on, this turret, it will be first brick, but feats will be secured by AL here with this Rift Herald take. So, and an early port actually coming in from Shanks. They might drop this Herald quickly here and play mid, because no one's mid here for Weibo, and I love this rotation coming out from AL, because they're going to answer that bot outer, drop the Rift mid, and really threaten that mid outer too.
Looks like Tarzan elected to take the back there. No Rift Herald getting dropped on it, so.
All right, I thought I saw that. I guess it was the notification of it being taken.
I guess
the
so,
game was catching up. I was too far
that
ahead.
Sometimes.
Light and Erha were on resets, but again, like I think if you throw the Herald down there, you at least get a couple, like a TP or two out. And with all the TPs burned there for anyone's legend, I thought they were gonna play with some tempo. The TP from Shanks for me, it looked like they were gonna try and 4-1, play that mid top side really hard, but I just end up taking the reset. I think the one positive, because Breathe got bought in so hard, Flandre was able to actually get some reprieve on the map, does get some resources for himself as he catches back up. Of course, he did fall behind just given the matchup, and so the focus that went down towards him early on.
It does feel like at some point, anyone's legend, they're going to have to push the pace a little bit as Joe takes a lot of damage, because, you know, Weibo's composition, the later the game goes, they will be strong. It's just a matter of them actually getting there is the worrisome part. Riftro now going to get dropped in the mid lane. Get one charge off, take the turret down pretty low. Just use that to get Tarzan into this bottom side jungle as Flandra, the bottom side, will take out this turret. 3 trades up top.
Top laners amassing some resources on themselves. Xiaohu to take the reset during that. I will say, Xiaohu a little bit behind the curve. Again, Ryze really wants to get to that 2 items of the evolved Seraph, the evolved Roa. You feel really good at that point of the game. I gotta say too, these trades from Weibo, the way they've been playing the map, just because each team has been so committed to the side of the map they've been playing, actually to take out some windows for anyone's legend to find team fights and continue to push this game forward. Because again, at this point of the game, like one early game before 1 item, and then even 1 and 2 items in, the combo of Kyle and Shanks on the Pop Blossom and the Tibbers should be enough damage to make sure that a couple members of Weibo fall before they even hit the ground. So I think Weibo, like, really playing hard to at least commit to splitting the map and some of the resources around it. did take them out of some of the windows where I feel like they would struggle and give them some scaling. Where, again, if this game goes late, and you're able to survive that initial combo, that's when Weibo is going to at least try and get themselves back into the game. But I still think that the Lulu has trouble playing defense against all this. And that's really my concern.
Not only you have to be very careful with where you walk. We've seen that a couple of times, Erha getting picked off, but also you only have so many tools, right? If you get close to these enemy champions. You know, Lulu, not known for her tankiness, as I'm sure many know.
Yeah, you can only save one.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just get blown up. If you're going to use the ultimate on yourself, well, I think anyone's legend will consider that one.
Shanks has flash.
Is up, and you mentioned it, Shanks ready to go. Just going to go on top of Erha and immediately blow home. Good flash on the follow with the pop blast, and the knockups are there. I don't think the rest of the damage is Timbers is going to do what he can. It will just force off Weibo and give purchase to mid lane here for anyone's legend.
Again, though, if Tien's not able to be the one that is dictating a fight, then it will be anyone's legend choosing a fight against you. And I think that's where some of the power, like the hidden power of Nico really shines, is it's so easy for Nico to find fights and dictate what she wants. Just given her ability to disguise and the flash pop blossom. This game, for me, it's whoever engages first. I mean, I think especially in this game has a big advantage. Every fight we have seen Shanks and Kyle being the two members to set up. And before this game started, Jan, I mean, we're really pitching hard, selling hard. The ability of this Nico and Annie to make plays and find stuff. So if they're the ones that are setting up and it's not really deterred by Weibo, it's just them eating the engage and all the damage that we've seen. And again, we're seeing Erha die before he hits the ground, just to Annie herself. So there's still a lot of concerns here with the Weibo comp. They need a lot of time still to get going.
Second dragon was secured by anyone's legend. We saw a couple of teleports get emerged. Xiaohu and Breathe no longer have theirs in the back pocket. The dragon stacking is very slow. So if AL determines that's their win condition, then I'm sure Weibo is pretty happy about this. Take a look at this replay. As you astutely pointed out in real time, Shanks using Fog of War pretty nicely.
Yeah, Tien did get the flash out of Shanks, as it was a good impale under the turret, so that is a significant cooldown for Shanks to lose. Of course, Annie with flash is, well, that typically becomes all the more scarier, but still, it's a winning play for anyone's legend. They turn it into the objective, and again, this game looks very AL favored. I really feel like the mistake of this was letting that Nico through. I think that Nico's ability to like find plays on Annie, it's actually real. Again, the pop blossoms against Annie can be good. Giving away Annie plus Nico is just crazy to me, especially with how strong Nico has been. Letting Nico go to R5, it's been the highest presence champion in LPL. And again, community sentiment and professional sentiment is that this is a must-pick, must-ban. As Nico, in your highest presence in Fearless Draft, that means that you're on the ban list for most of the time, which is where Nico's been for this patch.
Yeah, champion's just incredibly strong. We talked about it. You have a lot of nice early damage. You've got your Tangle Barbs for early CC for pick potential. And then, of course, once you hit level 6, I mean, you know, especially for a league like the LPL that loves to team fight, right? I mean, this is a champion that you would expect that teams would either just completely ban or pick really early, not just get it so late. But hell, I mean, anyone's legend more than happy to have that as Tarzan can go on top of Breathe here. Remember, Tarzan is quite strong. Knock up onto Tien. Flandre's trying to get there. The pop blossom doesn't do a damn thing as Tien's trying to drive Flandre closer to the team. Breathe was able to find a way out. Tien did have to flash as well.
Kyle had a little bit of a whiff there when it came to the pop blossom, but still, Summoner Spell is forced out as Tien at least has to flash, and we saw Breathe lose all of his health to a Poppy initially. That's never a good look there, Yanni.
Nah, it's really rough, man. I mean,
60% health gone on the combo.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan is just so big right now, right?
He is.
100 Sky. He's got his Dead Man's Plate. I mean, he's doing a hefty amount of damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tiana checks notes. 18 stacks of Heartsteel. That ain't it, Chief.
Oh, we're going to see him return to the camps. And again, 2K gold lead for AL. We'll see what else they can do to snowball this one forward. Dragons were deprioritized as grubs were taken before Dragon was looked at by either team. So potential early soul going to be pushed back to later for anyone's legend, as it's just the third Drake spawning on the map here in 2 minutes. Otacon on the bot side, though, too. We're going into a replay. I thought that it was going to be threatened here by AL. And again, Breathe. I mean, this is the full combo hitting from Poppy. A couple autos with red buff. And man, he's... yeah, he lost 60. 2/3 his health. to that. And yeah, I was about to say, I thought this was being started before we went into the replay, and that seems to be the case, and Weibo just straight up gave it. They are playing this top side where the outer's already down. Tien's taking a couple caps, and that is not the best consolation prize you could hope for. Even the observers were hovering in the turret that was already dead.
It's always tough when you play against the jungler you used to have. Tarzan was on Weibo for 2024, replaced by Tien, and you know, this does mean that sometimes you come in with a little bit of extra juice. Tarzan 4-1-2 on this Poppy, certainly juiced up. I'm sure you would have liked the kills elsewhere, considering either of the 3 carries would have been pretty good options, but you can't really complain about the way the game has gone so far. It's a 2,500 gold lead. This next dragon up in 40 seconds. It is Anyone's Legend's sole point. The only problem is, again, it feels like Anyone's Legend still hasn't been able to really push this pace. All these inners are still up.
Oh,
they are
boy.
still giving time to Weibo, but...
Flandre is lying in wait. That's deep
Oh,
for
Erha
Goodbye,
is
Lulu.
just... Oh, yeah. Erha's just dead. Flash in a straight line right into the wall. Has to ult himself to try to stay alive, but will go down. Hope gets that kill. It's going to be a 5v4. See if Weibo is able to escape as Poppy slams him up against the wall. Here's the Pop Blossom. It lands on the 3. They're going to start knocking him down like dominoes. It's Tien over on the side. Breathe is forced away. Meanwhile, Light trying to kite things out. He's got to flash away, but he's speed skating. And Xiaohu's got some good damage, but does end up falling anyway to the might of Tibbers, and Tarzan cleans up the rest over on the other side. Breathe didn't stand a chance. It's an ace for Anyone's Legend. How's that for pushing the pace?
Again, I am shocked that Nico made it all the way through draft, and you called it out, Yanni. How's that for pushing the pace? It was a few minutes of dead time, but a great trap from Flandre. The collapse came in from Tarzan and friends, and Poppy just ran that fight as Tarzan was fed going in, fed leaving as he stays alive. Get another look. Erha's dead early on as him and Kael found the collapse. Great pinch from Flandre. Lulu deleted early on. The back half of this fight, though, I mean, watch Tarzan push the pace of this one again. Goes right down on Tien, understands he's got Kael behind him, who has that Pop Blossom flash, so the power play comes in. Yes, Light able to at least buy some time, QSS his way out of it, but again, just not nearly close to being enough. As Xiaohu finds the only kill of the fight on the Shanks, and I think Annie's happy going down, because guess what? Shanks did his job. Made sure the kills were picked up by his squad as Soul Point secured a 4.5k gold lead now in the pockets of AL as they just grew their lead by 2.5k in that sequence. And Baron going to be a real threat.
Tarzan had a crazy good fight there too. It's so hard when you're in close quarters. These heroic charges are always going to find their way into a wall. As Xiaohu, you saw for a second, hey, maybe he's able to make a miracle play. Just took way too much damage and didn't have nearly enough health, and as you said, now this game feels like it's in dire straits, right? Again, if you get to the point where gold doesn't matter, sure, the Weibo composition is favored, but guess what? We are a long way away from that, Cubby. Weibo Gaming, they're going to have to, I don't know what they're going to have to do. I was going to say tighten their belts, but they need to do a hell of a lot more than that. Meanwhile, they're bleeding out on the bottom side as Flandre takes bots here too. They're going to Realm Warp over, so Flandre going to protect himself and teleport out of there. As Breeze can't do a thing, and that does mean Baron has started.
Oh my goodness. Baron started, Realm Warp down, no TP for Xiaohu. I don't know if they can even get in this, and if they do, they have to walk through Kael.
Yeah, the ankles were broken. Get that man some ice. Tien trying to get close. Poppy ultimate misses, but you have to wade through so much right now as Tien cannot get in there. Baron secured for Anyone's Legend. Now they're going to turn on the start. He's going to flash forward. He's going to impale too. How much damage do you have? Plenty! Weibo's got a lot, but guess what? Anyone's Legend, very, very healthy. Hope, almost full HP. Tarzan going in, looking for Light. Can't quite find him. As the health bars are starting to blink over on the side of Anyone's Legend, despite the fact that they got the Baron. Hope getting a little bit closer. Turn into a little nosy dewdrop there. Tien still on blinking health bars, a good shift away. But Anyone's Legend unable to actually close out any kills.
I mean, I gotta say, them getting out of that I think is fine, as that was a better look for Weibo than what we've seen so far. Best look they've had all game, but just not even close. The damage really isn't in yet, as Light was actually able to close the gap, but he went for this QSS early. Again, understanding that he has to get out of the Annie ult plus the Nico combo, and then he went with Barrier in the waning phase, which I think is a little bit questionable looking back. kind of force the early QSS. But again, a lot of these tools were used just to keep Tien out. And Tibbers coming down, it wasn't that big engage you want. It was a nice flash and tail from Tien. I actually like this attempt again. This game's kind of getting away from you. Back half of Baron looked to be a really positive play, but Light not quite enough damage, and Hope was doing a good job of peppering in damage in between. Love that re-engage from Tarzan. Actually had enough gas in the tank to get out too, just leaning on Poppy's passive W, where of course if you go a little bit extra low on Poppy, you actually get more resistances out of that W than usual. So Tarzan making good use of that there.
I think it's a bit of a cleaner fight from Hope, that Anyone's Legend is really, really in control, but they still are, right? It's not like you lost anything there except for one member of your team. You still have the siege, you still have the map control.
Yeah, and
Weibo Gaming are in a bad spot.
Check the timers too, top left, top right of your screen. That dragon spawns right as Baron expires, so Anyone's Legend, if they stay strong in the map, they're guaranteed to have map control as dragon spawns. And it is their soul that will be available for AL. So well-timed on the Baron. And really help out with this setup and help put the finishing touches on what's been a good series for AL.
Yep, quite clean to this point. We'll see if they're able to keep it that way. As we mentioned before, in the LPL, anything can happen. We've seen some miracle games occur in 2025. Weibo trying to pull a miracle out of their behinds, but 30 seconds away from this Infernal Soul.
We'll see.
And Ezreal on the other side.
Breathe got a Maw. I think that's worth noting.
Okay.
Want a Mind out of Maw this game. Going into the double magic damage solo laners, and then a Nico as well. So that could be a positive. Still Rise pretty far behind. I don't think it's enough MR quite yet.
Oh, on the Rune is on here. They're on top of Flandra. It's down to about half HP. Tien trying to get in there. Flandra forced to flash away, but Tarzan gets over the wall. The Impale is only onto Tarzan. Kael's going to knock up too. Lightning crash from Light. Not getting the opportunity to cook, though, as Hope was able to get out of there. And now they're going to turn on to Shanks. They found him, but he drops down the Timbers. The knockups are there, and Shanks will fall. Weibo managed to find one.
He falls, but look at the health bars for Weibo. I think it's still going to be the Dragon going over to AL, so Shanks gives his life for Soul. We'll see if Tien can get in here, but even if he does, Tarzan should be able to stun him and keep him far enough away where they can't take this.
Oh, it's secured for Anyone's Legend. Very close there. The Light was not able to snatch away, and now Hope going to shift over the wall, hit the blast cone. He should be all right, although sticking around for this blue buff when maybe he shouldn't. He's got one more shift in him, but guess who's really fast? Breathe is sprinting. Here comes the Rise, but another blast cone to get him out of there. Now a potential turnaround, because these health bars are really low, but again, Hope very low on mana. Tien is able to get over the wall. Tarzan
TPs
went from the side. As you mentioned, teleports coming through. Swansea looking to link up with the rest of the team. A lot of low health bars over on the side of Weibo as Kael trying to run forward. Maybe land some sort of route. Nobody's going to get cut off here.
And I thought AL might have wanted it. Instead, they at least push him out and delay those bases so they can kind of retake the map afterwards. They end up protecting their blue buff by pushing them all the way out. Lot was burned to get that flash out of Hope, but hey, something that Weibo Gaming can maybe look to punish in a game that continues to look harder and harder for Weibo Gaming. As the objective control has been sound from AL, the control of this game has been sound for Anyone's Legend. Again, a lot of early priority between this Nico and the Annie, their ability to blow people up early on. Saw Anyone's Legend do a nice job of using that to get a lead, and now have done a nice job of using that to secure an Infernal Soul, which should be able to patch up any of the scaling concerns that we had for AL, which I think they would get outscaled. This game went late, but honestly shouldn't get too terribly concerning. And you never really saw the win condition of Weibo kick in, which for me was use the Rise, use the Jace to be strong in the solo lanes and make plays in the side lanes. Instead, it's been the Nico and the Annie dictating the game, which again, so surprised the Nico got to R5. Really thought that could be a pick for Erha and Weibo, as Erha has shown that he can play it well. And Nico, again, the highest priority pick on this patch that we have in the LPL. So just think looking back, it was a big mistake for Weibo to give that one up with the Annie too, because these engages have been so big and so difficult for them to deal with, and they really haven't found the solution to this game.
Definitely a bit of a faux pas there, as Weibo, I'm sure, kicking themselves for that. Again, if we manage to get to the point where gold doesn't matter, as we inch closer to that, maybe there's a chance. The problem is, again, as we mentioned before, it was going to be tough to get there. Now with the Soul as well, going to be almost impossible. Tarzan going to look for Breathe. I'm pretty sure Tarzan can just 1v1 this man. But Shanks will show up too, just to help out, as Tarzan will claim his 6th kill of the game.
It's a bloodthirsty Poppy, man. Tarzan really wants to double
Pros
plug.
everywhere. Yeah.
He has been everywhere. I mean, there's really no surprise in that. As, again, Tarzan, I think, was the receiver, the brunt of the criticism for the last 2 AL losses, but looking back to the tape, don't think it was just him. There were issues elsewhere, but Tarzan has really put together a big series so far.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, anyone's legend. Gotta put the finishing touches
goodness.
on this one. Baron has spawned that Infernal Soul empowered True Shot Barrage from Hope. Does take Airhawk down to half health.
Yeah, that's just so difficult to play against, so annoying to play against. Poor Airhawk, man. Never really stood a chance in this one. As Anyone's Legend are going to take full mid control here. They will try to do what they can to chop down this wave. Again, buy themselves as much time as possible. Anyone's Legend going to go in full retreat here. They're going to take out the Void Scuttle Crab. Weibo has to walk in with no vision. The root goes down onto Tien. He's down to about half HP. And getting lower by the second. The poke from Hope is too much. The sneaky Pop Blossom. Jiaohu's gone golden, which means he's absolutely stuck. And Flandre gets that kill. He flashes in, looking for more. And they are going to put the nail in the coffin, or Anyone's Legend. Snappy decision making and a 2-0 series win for them.
I mean, what a way to cap off this series for Anyone's Legend. Again, they prove that there is a gap between the top 4 and the rest of Group Ascension, and Anyone's Legend proves the last 2 series for them were a fluke, as Tarzan, monster day, monster series from him, end up with an easy 2-0 for Anyone's Legend.
And you know what? Everybody on Anyone's Legend looked good. Obviously, we want to give Tarzan his flowers because of the criticism that was around him recently, and he really stepped up, really the driving force in this series. But everybody from top to bottom had a really good series against a Weibo team that is a team that you cannot take lightly, despite the fact that they fall to 6 and 7. A still very dangerous team, as we've seen throughout Split 2.
Yeah, no, the Annie continues to look good, moves to 4-0 here in the LPL.
Oh, so good.
And again, I just think giving away Annie plus Nico was a big mistake for Weibo Gaming. Never were able to find their footing in that game. Again, Skarner has to be the one that dictates any starts to the fight. We really only saw Tien find that one engage around the Baron, which was way too late in the game for Weibo to have any hope. That game was ran by Tarzan, but with the help of Kyle and Shanks too. The setups were way too much for Weibo Gaming to deal with.
Not too much Weibo could do once it got to the point of Anyone's Legend being that far ahead. Now, Anyone's Legend, the second team to have double-digit wins at 10 and 4 now. Put a little bit of a buffer between themselves and BLG, who are going to be up next at 8 and 5. So, you know, it's heating up near the top, and I have to say, Cubby, maybe we're leaving JDG behind. Obviously, they got a lot of games coming up, as we mentioned earlier, but you know, there's an opportunity, a chance here for BLG to go to 9 wins too, and now JDG's kind of hanging out at 7. Obviously, they're going to have their opportunities, but I mean, the way that some of these teams are looking, I mean, this was not something that we were too surprised at the result as we take a look at the group standings. Small update after that. As Anyone's Legend getting that 10-win mark, and you know, I want to shout out Thunder Talk down at the bottom for locking in their play-in spot. Which For those who don't know, every team in Group Ascend is automatically locked for play-ins, but Thunder Talk is super locked. There's no way they can actually make top 4.
I mean, whoever ends up in that 6 seed slot, I think is going to be very happy at the end of the day for Group Ascend, as they will draw Thunder Talk in the first round. But as we get out of the back half,
no, they'll draw. I'm sorry, they will draw one of the teams from Group Nirvana.
No, you're right, 7. Yeah, 7 spot.
Yeah,
there we
7
go.
spot's going to be happy.
The 7 spot. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
the 7 seed's
let's
going
pull
to be
up the
happy.
Split 2 format so Cubby can
do math right. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's March Madness, 7 versus 10, right? All the matchups add up to 17. That's how it works out. It only works.
I don't
for
watch
7,
enough
10,
college basketball to know that, despite the fact that I'm constantly around college basketball.
March Madness, first round.
What I do.
1 versus 16, 2 versus
True.
15. Everything adds up to 17. That's how we do it.
God, I never thought about that.
Giga Brain over here, I guess.
Yeah, no, seriously. That's
speaking of Giga
so
Brain,
much next year.
Yeah, it was. Giga Brain was AL. Look at that damage coming out. I mean, Tarzan, if you're putting that much damage down as a Poppy, Yanni, you were doing some serious work on the Rift. Exactly what Tarzan was doing. His Poppy, when he gets his hands on it, it just looks different. Honestly, something we probably should have brought up is Tien, fantastic Poppy player himself, especially looking in the past. But, man, Tarzan really made his presence, made his mark felt in that one.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, I have to say, Shanks looking very good on that. And he had a couple of oopsies in the game, but not too many. But a couple of stuns like that going down. And of course, Hope was able to operate quite well this game without too many issues.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really think there's going to be too much of a discussion of MVP, man. I think it has to be Tarzan.
It's a Tarzan MVP. I think that Xiaohu put up a little bit of a stinker in this game. Like this one. I mean, what are we doing here, mate? That was a roughie to watch. And again, Weibo, like, for me, the game plan, they have to get to the point where Jason Rise can play side lanes. And just like with that in mind, I think letting Nico through is such a mistake, because keep in mind, like, as Nico, your ability to disguise yourself as a minion or just use the W to maybe grant vision as well, it helps so much in just finding control, and also is such a threat to those side lanes, because if you are playing as Ryze and Jason, you want to try and use your strength in the side or in the solo lane to actually get a lead. You always have to be counting up those minions and be wary of a Nico plus Annie combo that can find you in the sides. Weibo's solution to that was really just to group up, and they grouped up and got melted this game.
Yeah, and if your solution is to group up when you got strong solo laners, guess what? You're not leveraging the strength of your composition. It's something that they were not able to do, which, you know, I think that's more of a credit to what Anyone's Legend put together for their draft. Obviously, as you've mentioned multiple times, that Nico on R5 really threw a wrench into what Weibo wanted to do. But, you know, you can't just 1-3-1 against this kind of comp. You will just get run over. So I think that Weibo did what they could with the hand that they were dealt, but unfortunately, they were the ones that dealt that hand to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a world where they can look to 1-3-1. But again, like, it's just so hard to do so against Nico.
You just don't have great disengage. That's the issue.
I mean, just because it was Nico Annie, like, we never saw a proactive Impale, a proactive Realm Warp to, like, find an angle. It's just no proactivity for Weibo Gaming in this game. And a beautiful team fight to wrap things up for AL as they melt Weibo. And it was a disappointing series for Weibo, who, again, started out 5-1 with Erha, now slide to 5-4 with him in the lineup, and continue that series slide. Their third loss in a row, and the Weibo have looked really uninspiring in their last few outings too. So we'll have to see if they can really patch things together. And for me, see if Xiaohu can just put together some better series. It really feels like he's been flat.
Coming into this series, Weibo were 4-3 against teams ahead of them in the standings, but had not claimed a win against AL or Top Esports. They will still go winless against Anyone's Legend. They will now be 4-4 against teams ahead of them in the standings, but will still have a couple of games against teams lower to potentially pick up. And yep, that is a Yordle. Another MVP going over to Tarzan. Incredibly well-deserved.
That's 9. I think that, unironically, I think that Jouet might be leading in the MVP count. I know that Jouet at least has 9. I don't know who picked up MVPs yesterday for FPX. Well, Yanni says, let's see. Like, he's just got this on his second monitor. Usually that's my job, Yanni.
Okay.
What do you got?
So Jouet definitely has 10, but
yeah,
Jouet is tied for second with 10 with 2 other people. Xiaohu has 10.
Is Knight first?
Shun has 10. Kanavi has 14.
Okay. I guess it's just been the split of Kanavi.
Okay.
I guess BLG hasn't done that much winning.
Wait. That is with placements included.
Oh.
Without placements, it's Jouet and Kanavi tied at 9, but Tarzan now joins them with his 9.
Jouet's been a beast.
Tied for first. Yeah,
Jouet has been a beast. He's been really big for FPX, of course. I was trying to use that to tie in Knight, because our next series we got coming up here, BLG versus Team WE. BLG undefeated with Beishuan. Knight's been on fire. Bin's been back in form. BLG's been looking good, and we'll see if they can take the game or the series against Team WE, who has been one of the pleasant surprises of Group Ascension, Yanni.
Absolutely, Cubby. We'll see if they're able to surprise some people some more, or BLG will continue their fantastic run with their new jungler, Beishuan. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll get into the draft and into all of the cool stuff that we have to offer between BLG and Team WE. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we are here for our final match of the day, Cubby, between two teams that are starting to drift further and further apart from where they were. Team WE looking to rekindle some of their extinguished embers after a rough go at it this week, and BLG were undefeated in the Beishuan era.
Yeah, again, this BLG Beishuan era, I think a lot of fans are like, how far can this take them? Concerns already. Projecting this team if they do go international. But hey, to be fair to BLG, ever since that they've grabbed Beishuan, he was a player that brought a ton of direction to his squad in Thunder Talk Gaming, and it feels like he's brought some of that good direction for BLG. But also for me, Knight's been fantastic throughout this entire split, and Bin's really started to pick things back up and play at that elite level we're just so used to seeing out of Bin.
Yeah, man, he's starting to play a lot better. He's no longer dying on side lanes for no reason. He's dying on side lanes much less, still happening sometimes, but instead, BLG are actually getting things off of it again like they were in the past. Let's pull up a couple of the rosters here, starting off with Team WE. As this is a team that went through a minor change, which has been great since. It's Cubit, Monkey, Karis, Taeyun, and Vampire. And Monkey specifically is the guy we got to talk about, Cubby. He has been the true driver for this team.
Yeah, again, the behind-the-scenes rumor is that, not rumor, but report is that this is really just the Monkey team, right? Monkey is the leader of the squad. I think it can really see it with some of the unique picks we have seen out of Monkey. Had a great Jarvan game the other day, too, playing that on the new patch. We've seen him try and play now 3 games of Trundle, as he's been a fan of that pick. And I've been a fan of watching Monkey play with Team WE, man. I got to say, he's been damn good on this team. And for a team that has these names on it, people are shocked to see them at 5-8. And a lot of people feel like the buck stops here, as going up against BLG, a team that is really known for their individual talent and prowess, might be a challenge for Team WE, who, again, have been really good, definitely have been greater than the sum of their parts.
Yeah, we got to give them a lot of credit. They started 0-6 in Split 2. This was a team that we were like, damn, man, they're our bottom team. We thought going in that they were going to be our bottom team without a doubt. We thought it was going to be them and FPX, and obviously things have changed over the course of this, 6 weeks now? We're in week 6, right? It's been 6 weeks, something like that. They went 5-2. They went on a bit of a heater. They had 5 straight wins. Their win streak was snapped by JDG earlier in the week. They lost to IG last night. They won that first game in commanding fashion. Thought for a second that they were actually going to go and just take the dub outright, but weren't able to get it done. But I have to say, despite the fact that the last 2 games have not gone the way that they've wanted, a lot of these players are really starting to turn up a little bit. We've talked about Vampire's resurgence. Again, the much maligned support. He's been great after getting so much criticism. Taeyun, who is, as you have noted and mentioned a couple of times, his effectiveness has waned a little bit in the last couple of games, but overall on the split has been pretty solid.
Yeah, I feel like Cube, too, has just been doing his job in the top lane.
Good enough.
For me, I really feel like Taeyun was actually performing well when WE was struggling. Now that they're playing well, I think that Taeyun's shown some gaps, but the big surprise for me has honestly just been Vampire, whose form has been much better with Monkey. Again, a support that is still somewhat younger in the league, definitely has had his moments of egregious moments, but I like to joke that Vampire could have a really bad series, and I can't even flame him for it because of how good he's been of late. And again, the last 2 series, WE, they have dropped to JDG, they have dropped to IG, but it's been kind of close. Like, Team WE still feels very competitive. I just think that this is an interesting matchup because it's a team that people look at the roster and it's like, wow, this team is here in the LPL, right? Like, no matter how well they play, people are still going to question this roster on paper. And, of course, BLG, this is a team that has been given a lot of grace for their performance in the LPL because people look at the names like, well, Ben and Knight, these guys are still world-class players. They could drop games in LPL before push comes to shove yet, right? And to be fair, later on, as push has come to shove for BLG later on in the season, they've risen the occasion and really started to play good League of Legends.
Yeah, you can see Beishuan's blue aura right there ever since he joined BLG, right?
Bringing the Thunder Talk blue here.
Exactly. BLG is blue too. They got some blue in them. They do have that cotton candy gradient going on, which is pretty cool. But again, we keep harping on it, right? 4-0. The entire mindset change for the team is just so different. They were 4-5 before him. Cubby, they lost 6 series all of last year. 3 of them at internationals. One of them domestically was a literal best of 1. So if you want to throw that one out the window, they had as many losses before Beishwan showed up in Split 2 than they did all of last year, which is absolutely absurd for a team of this caliber that coming into this year, we thought were going to be the ones that the LPL fans were going to be able to hang their hats on for internationals. But guess what? Game by game, minute by minute that goes by, this team gets closer and closer to that 2024 form.
And that's really what made BLG such a horror in the past, is that LPL is a league that historically has been so volatile, and BLG always took care of business. We have really seen them get back to business here. As I thought the series against Weibo, I know they dropped the game one, but how they played out the latter two games was old school BLG, and also loved what they did ending their last series that they played, because something that was a real highlight when BLG was at their peak was actually how good this team was with Baron. They were one of the best, if not the best, Baron teams that we had in the world in terms of getting Baron and snowballing that into a victory. We've started to see that again from BLG. And of course, that in a mass performance tonight, this team fight for him was beautiful as he finds the AD and just a massive R to shut down any hope from anyone's Legend, who of course did drop to BLG. As we see Hope take a wave that was a little bit too far up, and BLG, they turned this sequence, this play, into a straight up win. Which for me was very much looks of the BLG of old. Even game state, they find one pick, they force Hope out, Tarzan dies for Hope sins, and they turn this into the game from here. That's the BLG that we know and love. And it was great to see that really return to the last couple of series that we've seen BLG take the Rift in LPL.
Right, and one of the things that we've been harping on for BLG even earlier in the split before Beishwan joined, it was like, okay, BLG won. Now we got to see them look clean. This is a team that had consistently taken care of business against lesser teams. A team like Team WE is, you know, yeah, you are so right, my friend. They're just able to make these plays again like the team
They won from that game state. Yeah. They won off that Baron like in the next minute and a half. So, again, that's the BLG that we're used to seeing. They've somewhat returned to form with Beishwan. And we'll see if they can continue with today against Team WE.
Yeah, we just want it to be really clean here because we are expecting them to go ahead and beat Team WE. Now, of course, Team WE, they're not going to take this lying down, right? This is a team that you know, is a bit of a giant slayer. We could say they've taken some individual games and some series off of some pretty good teams, but it's going to have to start with the 1v1. Cube is going to have to come up huge. He's going to be locked in a battle of wits and keys and League of Legends champions against Elk.
Yeah, and 3 marksmen banned away from Elk, 3 top laners banned away from Cube. Let's see if Elk dives into a different pool, maybe outside of his role.
They should play mid laners. That would be hilarious.
That would be kind of funny. As see what else Elk's comfortable playing. Okay, well, didn't ban the Draven, so gonna try and push and bully Cube around.
AD carry number 4, almost as good as Mambo number 5, my friend. We'll see if Cube is going to be able to survive this. As everybody knows, if you've played a game of League of Legends against Draven in your life, it sucks. That guy is real strong. But you know what the secret is, Cubby, that you and I know that many of the viewers may not know? This guy used to be stronger, bro. You remember his old passive?
The bleed? Yeah.
That was disgusting.
Was a lot of drama. The bleed that Double Lift refused to play. You know, if we want to go way back. Draven was way too strong to ignore back then, of course. Now, a lot of bonus damage
he'd have
on
more
his...
trophies if he played it.
maybe he would have won earlier on. Who knows?
Maybe
but
we would have had a good performance at Worlds.
Yeah.
Love you. You'll love you, Double Lift, but...
We'll see. I will say the one thing about Draven, I hate Draven in competitive. I think Draven should not be in 5s because
I hate Draven.
He is limited when it comes to range, and there is an ability to out-interact. Just as Draven, of course, he can auto. That's good, but outside of his range, he's very abusable, being rather immobile, and his only defense being stand to the side, which is pretty much used to cancel incoming engages or set up more autos where Draven thrives. So in the 1v1, though, definitely going to have a lot of strength. We'll see if Elk's able to use it, as he's got the PTA, and Cube actually did take Flash for this one, so Elk just going to have more raw strength early on. Big thing for me. Oh, he missed the E. Yeah, if you E Jace's Q in, you can actually find a cancel there. Elk did miss out on that interaction as stand aside doesn't connect, but of course, he is Draven, and he's going to dominate the wave, and we'll see what Cube can do.
Cube a little bit thicker, but just in terms of champion, not in terms of items. Not really going to matter all too much once both players have an opportunity to heal up with their double Doran's blades. See what the move is going to end up being. I feel like Elk could put himself in a very risky situation by just going for one extra auto attack on Cube. And, you know, as you mentioned with the stand aside, you don't time it right, you will be in a world of pain.
I think that's the big interaction that Elk's going to be looking for. But again, being Draven, he is dominating the wave and stacking up the adoration.
I think Cube could be valid.
I wonder if, I mean, I gotta say, just going up against Draven, you know, Cube doesn't want to give over any of those kills. Adoration stacks, we have seen an item advantage be important, of course, in the 1v1s. Any advantage does matter. Then again, we did see an item advantage actually lose as Xiaohu misplayed the 1v1 against Shanks. Renekton and Powered E, folks. Read about it.
Don't think it was going to matter all that much in the end because, you know, they got 2-0'd. Talk about how side selection matters a whole lot, but it doesn't matter if you win 2-0, right? Just win on both sides.
No, currently Elk winning on this side. As
what's another plate, baby? Thanksgiving dinner. 2 plates.
Palazzo. I mean, Thanksgiving dinner is at least 3, and if you include dessert, 4. But dessert doesn't count as Thanksgiving.
No, I mean,
yeah.
The holidays dessert doesn't count. Like,
yeah.
It's 0 calories, no matter what you eat. Like, let's be honest. Might not want to take advice from me. I'm a rather large dude, so, you know.
No,
maybe
I'm
if you're worried about calorie counting, maybe you should heed the advice of any that don't eat as much around the holidays. But we're very far off from those two, at least on the
My favorite is, shout out to one of my favorite comedians, Shane Gillis.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a great bit about pizza, which is like, you know, pizza's there. You know, first slice doesn't count. Don't even sit down, just grab it. Next one, grab 3 slices. Someone asks, hey, how many have you had? 2.
2.
Can't admit that you grabbed 3 and the first one doesn't count.
You know what my favorite part about that is? I have not seen that bit. I just knew it was going to be 2.
It's from the podcast. Which I won't get too down into the rabbit hole, but I love his podcast. You know, you go for Shane, you stay for Matt.
That's insane aside. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Yanni's telling me to stand aside with me ranting about podcasts. Not gonna happen.
No. Feel free to be.
Yeah.
Feel free to have the floor. Because we know how the 1v1s can get. Sometimes they're great. Sometimes they're a little dry. They're looking pretty good right now as Elk is going to pick up first blood.
Plus 249, too, with the stacks of adoration being cashed in. Cube's got a smile on his face, sadly, going down to the power of the Draven. And Elk going to take desserts off the turret. So he'll find the recall.
And a powered recall, too, when you get first blood. Pretty great. See, he was able to complete that Bloodthirster as Cube, he's got a couple of swords in his inventory, 4 to be exact, and a chainmail. He was the dude that everybody feared back in the 1300s on the battlefield.
He's got a Warden's Mail and 2 long swords,
and
2 Doran's blades.
I don't know if you're a Star Wars guy, right?
Yes, very much so, Yanni.
This is just if General Grievous got dropped in the 1300s on the battlefield, right?
And Elk just won with a blaster.
The metal chassis body and 4 swords.
Elk just won with a blaster, too. Sadly uncivilized in this fight. As
General Elk!
I gotta believe Elk's
He's
up 2 levels.
Elk is up 2 levels, yeah. Okay, Cube went in, bro. That is very suspect. Whirling Death, not available yet.
And he's got BT, too.
Oh, my God,
He just kills all of it.
This is unwinnable. This is just unwinnable.
No,
72 every single time. Bye. Cube knows. See ya.
Okay, FF.
Yep. He's get me out. Get me out.
I mean, you can't even blame the team for that one, too. That's the sad part. Cube. Not on a tank. Gets annihilated. And we'll see if that is really the first dub for BLG in this series. Shout out to Elk Battery. Was digging stats for us behind the scenes. Elk is 0-1 on Draven in his career. So, based Elk, he's a Draven hater as well. I like that. But, hey, utilizing it in the 1v1. And Cube still has a smile on his face. He's like, that was a tough one. We weren't able to quite connect on that. As the Draven and Jace,
honestly,
pretty good match.
Team Gap.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you leave the top lane on an island. Yeah, so, all right. BLG choose blue side, as you mentioned. No surprise there. dude, do we really have to do this again like we did in the last series? For those who were not there, if you are now just tuning in, Cubby will break down to you why blue side is so important.
Yes, 57% win rate so far in the LPL, and every team has been choosing blue side. So
Great.
that means losing teams as well. I think the blue side is definitely proven and to be of some advantage. I was actually going to pause, though. You know, you said that the BLG colors were cotton candy gradient, which I think is a personal banger. I really like that. May I raise you gas station slushy gradient?
That's okay. Gas station slushy gradient.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
We're on the WE uniforms, which really
solid.
kills it. I'm trying to think of what other gradients we can give the BLG colors, because like it feels like gas station or like popsicle. You know, might be
Oh
a
yeah,
popsicle
no,
in-house.
one of those popsicles are good. You could technically, like, in the right light and the right time of day, it could be a sky gradient. It's just not as common. But there are some times where you go a blue sky transition into pink sky, you know. But we're really on the.
It could be like a gender reveal gone wrong. You know, they packed both colors into the ball.
Hey, just in case, you know.
We're hedging our bets, guys. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Let's go, Kai. All right.
Yeah, producer
That's
Kai.
true. Yeah.
Transgender gradient.
Yeah.
Excellent. Absolutely. That's what it is. That's what it has to be now.
That is.
Right?
That's another one. Yeah.
Yeah. We knock them. You know, notch that one up. So we've
I feel like we could
could
brainstorm quite a few more. You know.
Absolutely.
We're still
trying to think more now.
still delaying and trying to get to our first game here. Of course, we see Monkey, the leader of Team WE, going to try and take down Knight and BLG as the golden left hand of the LPL has been on fire of late. Knight's been playing some damn good League of Legends, and will be tough for Karis and WE and Monkey to deal with. This Monkey, for me, has been a real highlight jungler. I mean, it's funny because Monkey, like the split that he's on, the team that he's on, kind of reminds me of the hype that Milky Way was getting as he came up through FPX. But this isn't the first time we've seen Monkey. Molecule, shout out to him, of course, tweeted out, seeing how well WE was playing with the players is pretty shocking. And looking at how well specifically Monkey was playing, the fact that Monkey was on EDG, that was a few years ago. I remember EDG Monkey. Monkey was not the same player then as he is now. I don't know what kind of, what's gone into that for Monkey or how, he's been able to improve. But, man, he was a bit of a stinker on EDG Monkey, or he didn't keep that seat for long. And, hey, Team WE, he earned that seat halfway through the split and has been on fire for this team. Definitely a highlight. And the one player that I feel like a lot of people at home are expecting to be able to match his counterpart in this matchup. But for the rest of the counterparts, it should be BLG favored on paper, as they have been playing like the Titans that they have been in the LPL of past.
Hey, listen, Vampire might have something to say about that, but I love your little expose on Monkey there, earning that Neferi ban as well. It's a champion that he has been pretty feared on, even though it's not his most played so far on the year. And wow, it looks like maybe a team was paying attention in the back, because we are seeing a first pick Nico come through.
I mean, look, Nico is the highest presence champion that we have on this patch, and I think for good reason. On is a support Nico enthusiast of years past too. But hey, gave up Talia is a big pick for Karis, and another really big pick on this patch. Talia, keep in mind,
Pantheon
is
time.
11-2. So it could be Pantheon time, but with the Nico showing, you got to imagine that BLG might look to wrap up that bot lane. Nico's best pairing is Kalista. So a lot of the
interesting to go I saw that they were hovering Lucian. Obviously, there's a lot of really strong AD carries. You would just almost never hover Lucian in that scenario, but instead they will go to the Varus, which was unbanned. So it's a solid takeaway. As you mentioned, Kalista being the best pairing for Nico. Varus Nico still very strong just because of the priority you get.
Also, I was about to say this is a bit of a deny, as the Varus Nico really good. I think Kalista is probably the second choice here for Elk, and what I'm likely to see is, oh my god, Rumble also got through this draft. I mean, I feel like all the bans that were thrown out were for priority picks.
Powerful stuff.
Rumble Nico, that's going to be really tough for WE to deal with. They're going to have to find a way to stop that, and man, with the Nico, they could threaten Nico mid against Talia. I'd be a bit surprised if that's the case. But we could get really weird. What I also like about the champs that BLG has so far, again, if it is Nico Kalista, we have seen Renata get played into that just to try and match the hostile takeover, throw that down as the Pop Blossom comes down, as kind of counter to the circle and prevent the follow-up. We'll see if that ends up getting banned. I don't love it for lane, but it's at least an attempted thematic counter. I think that the Galio is actually a better counter for Cube, who of course has been a tank lover. It's been really good for Team WE and their identity this split, Yanni. And gotta say, I could see a world where a big global taunt, helps deter follow-up when it comes to the Pop Blossom. We're going to expect to see likely in the hands of On.
We're getting into the second half of picks and bans. Zed going to be banned out. Okay.
It's a great matchup in the Talia. Knight's having a laugh, though, because playing Zed and the Galio in a team fight sounds abysmal. But
yeah, it
Karis doesn't want to deal with that. And
Pantheon off the board, no surprise, because not only is it super strong with Talia, but also super strong with the Galio. Maybe they're going to go for another jungler that likes to go in. I think
Trundle ban?
You could. Trundle would be okay. I think maybe a Viego ban because it's Monkey's most played. It doesn't see as much priority, but like giving Viego a Galio backup is pretty good.
I like that, Yanni. I could see a world where we actually see a Viego here. I'm not the best. I'm not a huge Viego fan or enjoyer.
I'm with you.
They take away Monkey's most played in the Skarner. Yeah. I could see a world where we see a Jax too, as Jax has a really good matchup in the Xin Zhao, specifically for the jungle.
They're not disrupted too much, but they're going to give Monkey counter pick anyway. So, this is the guy who is the driver of this team, as we've talked about. Team WE drafting like it.
I just really curious to see how we wrap things up, because Monkey's been a Trundle enjoyer of late, and Trundle in the Xin Zhao was like the original Trundle jungle matchup. But I think playing Trundle into stuff like Kalista or Ezreal is really hard. So I think this really dissuades a potential Trundle. I'm expecting a Knight Ahri. Knight is an unbelievable Ahri player. No
it just
surprise
makes too much
here.
sense. Yeah.
It does.
Now, and not only that, it overloads Vampire, right? Because now you have to pick and choose between the Ezreal or the Ahri, right? And if you check one of them, the other one may have the opportunity to go wherever they please, as we have swapped.
I like Sylas.
To grab the Sylas for the Galio ultimate for the Xin Zhao. Not only that, you've got great ultimates across the board to pick up if you're a Knight. So this is great.
Varus and Naut also good options for Knight, so going to save that Ahri maybe for another game. Also, a little bit more tankiness here, which I feel like that's why we ended up going with the Sylas over the Ahri, as it will be that Viego pickup for Monkey. And frankly, I think Viego, I'm not the biggest Viego fan at the moment. I think that whenever Viego's in the game, the game kind of revolves around him getting a reset. If you get a reset, you can win. If not, you can lose, and his base kit is just not the same compared to other junglers. But man, the setup that Viego has to maybe find an opening kill, you got Talia, Nautilus, Varus, Galio. You cannot ask to have more setup this game for Monkey. So we'll see if he's able to do it. Also gives you a way to escape that deadly Pop Blossom. And that will be the big concern here for WE. Can they defend against that Pop Blossom? Is the Pop Blossom Equalizer combo going to be big? Galio will do its damnedest to help out with that, but we'll see if it's enough.
One thing to note, even though it is the obvious, this BLG composition isn't particularly tanky, right? This is opportunity for Viego to really go unchecked, right? Because he does have a solid amount of damage once you get, 1.5 items, 2 items, right? Oftentimes we will see the Viegos just kind of farm up, though, in the early game. This does mean that Beishuan should have purchase of wherever he wants to go. And if you happen to run into Monkey, you're going to be a lot stronger early on.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, it's whoever gets the jump, with Xin being stronger overall if both are even. Viego will have to be a little bit careful. So I think that's a good call there, Yanni. But again, a lot of options, at least in this game, in this draft for both teams. Again, a Knight Sylas is so damn good. Really want to see if he can grab the right ults to find the setup for these equalizers that come down from Bin. As he said that his Rumble, he feels like it's improved a lot of late. We'll see if he can show that in the Rift in this game.
I just heard the Gyos ring out. You know what that means. We're on Summoner's Rift. Game 1 of this best-of-3 series between BLG and Team WE. Team WE trying to as we said earlier, rekindle the embers of their hot streak where they'd won 5 straight and have lost the last 2. BLG looking to continue their undefeated run in the Beishuan era, and this game is going to be on his shoulders for the early goings for sure.
Yeah, undefeated series run, of course, as it has been good looks for Beishuan and BLG. Do feel like Bin's been playing much better, and the Knight has just been Thanos avoid as always. As we dive into this game, WE got to get the ball going early, and I think that this is a game where the fact that Grubs spawn at 8 minutes instead of 6 minutes does matter a lot. Because for me, like WE, they need to be able to find these early fights just with the lethality Varus, with that Talia, in the point of the game where Viego can really capitalize off of all that upfront damage to actually, you know, find and threaten the one-shots. If they don't find that, I really feel like WE is going to fall behind. And my concern is that you do have a couple lanes that aren't that great, especially this bot lane, which our observers at the LPL very much focusing on, and rightfully so, because Nico lanes, you get a lot of push, a lot of damage, and Vampire has been taking a lot of free damage from On's Nico so far.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Maybe there's a world where he'll level up a couple of times and then go and be Mr. Worldwide and try to help out some other lanes, and Taeyun will have to farm from afar. But again, you know, we talked about the composition of Team WE. This is not the Taeyun composition. This is not the Vampire show. It is Monkey's playground. All of this extra CC he has. Doesn't matter how little CS you have. Like, obviously, you don't want to be that far behind, but the CC, really the important thing that Team WE's bot lane is going to be. Land a nice hook, but Elk with a good buffer.
Yeah, of course, Monkey, really the leader of this squad. As the rumor is, again, that whatever Monkey says, that's what the team does.
Monkey say, monkey do.
Yeah. Monkeys say, team do. Is the story of WE as they try and play together. I really like what On and Elk did there. They actually pulled that wave, so the minions will aggro and push away from WE, which is going to help, as again, you are up against Nico Ezreal. This lane is dire, and On's doing a very nice job in terms of this early laning phase, just pushing WE around. And a game that, again, a lot of people feel that individuals for WE just cannot withstand the individual might and prowess of BLG. History would agree.
This bot lane would also agree.
Yeah.
I think more of a champion difference, but, you know, same difference at that point. Monkey will be able to take away the crowd, but he does get rooted. Good hook coming down, but Monkey is already very low. Forced to flash away as Beishuan is sticking on him. Great job there by Karras trying to keep him away, but it doesn't matter. It'll be first blood going over to Knight.
I mean, level up for On against Vampire, and frankly, just champ diff there. Xin Zhao, yes, you do lose out on the crab, but you're always going to win out on that fight against Viego, as you properly highlighted going into this one. And WE just not able to really hang with the power of BLG in that 3v3. So, Knight picks up first blood. We'll see what he can do.
Yeah, that's not a champion you ever want to see get first blood. Not a player you ever want to see get first blood, as now he's all up in Monkey's grill. He's going to take his own chickens safely, but you know, this Viego being behind early, certainly not something you want to see if you're a Team WE fan. Just he is the comp. You know, I was going to say an integral part. No, he is the comp. And if he's just so useless, it's not going to matter. You could have CC for hours. Okay, maybe if you had CC for hours, you get kills, but you can have CC for a very long time, and if he's not doing a whole lot of damage, it's not going to do you much good.
Well, we did have Monkey clean up his respawn camps on the top side, and we'll see if Team WE can get an early dragon. I think that with their composition, again, they're going to run out of time in this game. They really need to hit the ground running and hit it hard. For me, that makes these first couple of minutes where the Drake is up imperative, because Monkey has to lock down these early dragons if Team WE want to have a chance. I really think Dragon Second is going to be important, as Monkey is spotted here. Is down flash, down half 6, but should have enough to ward, or at least take this camp. Might have to burn Smite, though, which not exactly ideal for a Dragon take. Does have that Smite coming back up soon. And again, early Dragon just really tough for WE to grab. This is why I like Nico so much on this patch, because you pretty much ensure bot lane priority against the majority of the engaged supports. So Team WE actually shifted Taeyun and Vampire. Now Karras is bot against an Ezreal. At threat to maybe get peppered down by BLG, and at threat to maybe be found in terms of a potential play, and definitely no early dragon on the table given the strength of BLG's bot lane.
Karis is all the way down here. It doesn't matter that you have the Weaver's Wall. You're not going to be able to reach that far. With the way things are going up on this top side so far, the status quo is to be expected. So in 2 minutes, maybe we're looking at a BLG grub take here for their strong side laners. As some pings are going down on the bot side river. Ward is on this dragon right now, but BLG's bot lane hovering around in the area.
I think Beishwan wants it.
Too.
Yeah.
Seems like it.
This BLG is going to find the 2v2 again. We'll say mid lane is a shorter lane, so not quite as much room and potential for the Israel Nico to punish. So still a better setup for WE being here instead of bot in this lane. So I actually don't mind the early shift from them. I think it's a decent read. As WE really emerged as actually a pretty decent early game team in the LPL. I know that they're 5-8, but that goal differential at 15 on average is about even. And I think just eye test again, looking at this team, it has been Monkey really the driving force for WE, and they've shown games where they can get leads against anyone in the league. Definitely been a big positive for WE on their resurgence here in Group Ascension. This Monkey. Sadly, Nico spots those. Monkey doing his best to try and control this top side. Does know the top side actually up and available for Beishwan. He has 6 early on.
Walls could be closing in on him. Beishwan ready to go. Comes on, Root goes down to the Monkey teleport, coming in from behind as well. Knight's going to come through, but they're able to turn onto On and get the kill. See what more we're going to have. Elk is going to shift away. Bin makes his way down. Equalizer 2. Monkey trying to get closer to Vampire. Taking flashes over the wall as they turn onto Beishwan, but he's able to at least... No, he's still alive. Thought he was going to trade out. He will finally go down. Taeyun will fall. Vampire will fall. Cube is stuck in a 3v1, and Disaster strikes. BLG go to town on Team W.
Harris was stuck bot lane. Knight had the TP, joined and crushed the fight for BLG. As I like the idea of Monkey looking for an invade when he has 6 and BLG doesn't. Frankly, On kind of trolled giving away that first death, but the collapse from BLG was damn clean as Bin and Knight joined the fight and then any hopes of a win for Team WE. Again, look at that TP from Knight. He had TP. Harris does not. Cannot threaten the Weaver's Wall from the bot lane. On sent his clone in to scout the brush. Vampire waited and found the hook, but Team WE are way too far deep into this fight. The all-in came on the Beishwan to try and find Monkey another reset, but as you called out, Yanni, this game dictated by the Viego. Viego goes down. Any hope of winning a fight down numbers for sure goes out the window for Team WE's BLG cleanup. A pause.
To hit a pause real quick. You know, I do wonder if Team WE would have been able to get out if they just backed out, right? Because, you know, Elk had to shift away. Obviously,
there was no way out though. That TP from Knight.
Yeah, but you're walking toward Knight, but Beishwan is over on blue buff and doesn't really have a way to get out. Sure, Bin is coming down, but I do wonder if you can actually slip out there. It's tough because there are so many times in the LPL where we see teams at the level of like Team WE who, you know, make a really nice play, and then it's like, did they push for more when they really shouldn't have? And this feels like one of those scenarios where it maybe was the right call. It's just a question of, like, in an alternate universe, do they actually escape that? Because there aren't as many tools left over for BLG to actually lock them down, you know?
The big thing for me is just the TP from Knight. I think the angle that him and Bin took and where WE was, that screenshot, I think once Knight TP's in, there's no escape. And I know that Beishwan was the look, but he had flash available. So even if they went straight towards Knight, I think that Beishwan just flash follows and they're able to find a win. Of course, we are kind of shadow boxing here, but overall, even with On going down for free, it was still a 5v4 or slash a 4v4. Yeah. As Knight joining the fight, finding the wipe was rather nice. And when we get back into the game, definitely going to be concerned for Team WE because this is a comp that with the Viego, with the Lethality Varus, with this Galio, you got to hit the early mid-game hard to get the resets on Viego. If you don't, you're going to get like monumentally outscaled this game. And it really feels like that's the world that we're coming to as I'm seeing hands on keyboards. Of course, reason unknown, sorry. Yeah, we never know what the pause reason is. We're speaking of shadow boxing, it's us versus the LPL producers here.
Yeah. Sometimes we gotta go at it. I love your very astute points about being worried about Team WE. So I have an astute point of my own. Is not good. A really bad start. Things not looking so hot. Twisted their ankle out the gate. Twisted their other ankle immediately after they recovered. And very, very worrisome scenario here, Cubby. As I want to shout out BLG because after the Beishuan change, there were a couple of moments throughout the season where we go before he shows up that yes, this was the BLG from 2024 when they are able to make a call and they kind of just descend on enemy teams like a pack of wolves, right? They're all really in sync.
Thank
They're
God.
attacking from the same angles. And, you know, it was inconsistent when they had that, but it just feels like now, more than ever with Beishuan coming in, it's a more consistent part of their game as they eviscerate those grubs.
Maybe it was just a little bit of honeymoon phase. Who knows? I mean, I will say that Wei was underperforming this split. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts around that. But it wasn't just a Wei problem. I really feel like it was a BLG problem. And Beishuan coming in, it feels like Bin has really awoken from a slumber, as Bin has been back to his dominant ways. And again, I think Knight has just been fantastic all split and all year. So just Beishuan coming in, it's been BLG looking good. And Beishuan, again, a player that had Thunder Talk in pretty good form.
Yeah.
Showed a lot of direction on that team. Was definitely, I think, a really good performer on Thunder Talk. I mean, he would do his job and more, like a lot of games.
That's what I'm Thunder talking about.
Yeah. Ended up, I mean, I think it was a community surprise. Like, the rumor for BLG was that the replacement jungler was going to come from Group Ascend. Beishuan was not the first name on that list. I know that we even had a joke about the BLG jungle tryouts, right? Between Tien and, oh god, what was that series? Tien and someone else, but yeah.
Hang on, Beishuan. Turn on the monkey here. Knockup is there, but another nice equalizer coming down from Bin. Means that monkey is dead. There's no resets to be had. Cube is put on a skewer and burnt alive. Teleport's coming in. Oh no, Karis! He's surrounded like a horror movie. The zombies go get him, and BLG are crushing it.
Well, shout out to our coffee subscriber, Forest Without, who believed that going into this day, BLG, or Team WE, with Cube, Karis, Taeyun, Vampire, notice how he didn't miss Monkey, wouldn't stand a chance against Bin, Knight, Elkanon, somewhat in that order. And so far, our wonderful coffee subscriber is correct. And if you want to be the genius that he might be, you can also join us at Command Coffee and support the LPL English broadcast directly. As I think coffee is going to be what I'm working on throughout the rest of this game, because frankly, it's a 3.5, 4K gold lead secured by BLG, who have the composition favored later on. They're already ahead. See everything thrown on the Beishuan. Not enough gas in the tank for Monkey as On arrives in time to help their new jungler get out. Beishuan escapes with his life, escapes with the dragon, and Karis has a donation TP in the back half of this.
Well, maybe you could be like Karis, and you could subscribe to our coffee. You know? Donation.
I was Karis
TP?
subscribing to the coffee.
You know what? We shouldn't have any League players subscribe to any sort of coffee after recent things that have happened in the LT.
Yeah, probably not. But, of course, referencing spills. I actually saw a fun fact on Twitter. Shout out to Charlie, the old socials person for Immortals and Echo Fox. Actually had a fun fact behind the scene. At one point, coffee spills were so prevalent within the office that they found these suctioned up sippy cups for everyone that were unspillable. And the cups were so good that the players started taking them out of the office and were stealing them for themselves. As Cube's about to get dunked.
Yeah, they're going to steal some plates. They're going to steal Cube. I don't know what to say, man. That is just really, really rough.
3 grubs and first brick, and feet secured for BLG.
Once upon a time, there was a game comparison. It was the Power Rangers versus the Hot Dogs.
Where did this come from?
Do you
was
not
this an
remember
actual plot point in the show?
What? No, I'm talking about when Doublelift said that at Worlds, I think.
Oh.
When it was SKT versus I can't remember. I think it was SKT versus I don't know what team. I think it was surrounded from SKT.
Did it possibly involve a Faker Olaf mid game into Aurelia?
I don't think so.
Okay, I remember that one.
We have the time. We have the time. I'm gonna Google it.
Maybe I can talk for a little bit to stall. It's a 4K gold lead. 13 minutes in. Beishuan going to be the target yet again.
Okay, wait a
minute.
minute.
Goes wide from Vampire. Beishuan gets out of that one. And again, the compositions here that Team WE has, I mean, this comp had to get off to the races. It's gotten off to a race all right. Not one that we like, as it hasn't exactly been a...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it hasn't exactly been a thoroughbred horse here for Team WE getting off to the races. I believe it's been about a 6-year-old mare that might have, in a past life, been a donkey. As we aren't moving at the pace we need to be moving at here right now, Yanni.
Might be time for the Coup Factory, I fear. It is only game 1. There's a reason why we play best of 3s.
Yes.
Is that so if you have a disastrous game like this, you can still come back and win. Hell, IG did it against WE just last night.
True.
BLG could also absolutely throw. They could throw this game. I don't think they will, but they could.
I mean, that's been really the scariness of BLG coming back with Beishwan. Again, this was a team that, with, you know, Shun and, frankly, like Hui on the roster, because keep in mind, Hui was the jungler that they were having that dominant streak with that you were highlighting, Yanni, in the past year. I mean, this was a team with all the chaos in the LPL with, I mean, I remember, you know, past playoff series where we've had, like, 80% of series go to 5 games. We've had regular seasons where it really felt like anyone could beat everyone in the LPL at points of time where, you know, some teams would just kind of not prep or troll a series away. That was not BLG. BLG was nothing but dominant on their runs. And again, Knight has won 4, ignoring split 1, right? Going into that, had won 4 LPL splits in a row. And doing it the fashion that BLG's done is quite crazy. All right, TP coming in.
We're going to give it a shot here. It's going to be On, the one who was knocked up. Here comes Karis as well. On's going to flash over the wall.
Can't even get on.
Before it comes in, everybody's matched here. On's going to be out of the fight, though. Knight does have that Nautilus ultimate. They're going to spot out On. Good job there. Able to get over the wall is Monkey.
No sums. He's dead.
Elk has nothing. He's got no mana either. So Monkey's backed him up into a corner here, and Taeyun is going to get this kill. All right, Team W get a couple of things back. Beishwan forced the flash away. Nice job there by Team WE as they're going to be on the Herald.
All right, BLG maybe a little bit overextended to take that mid-outer. They were able to knock it down, but those couple of kills could lead to a Rift Herald here. WE grouped up. Good play from them. As that TP in, they actually found a positive play, found an answer, but of course, folks coming back here for BLG.
It goes down on to Beishwan. Seismic shoved as well. Galliol coming through on top of it. It's a big mess here as Knight's doing a lot of damage. Here comes the Pop Blossom. It lands only onto 2. As Knight is low, Finn is low. They got to get out of there. And all of a sudden, Team WE are starting to pick up some kills, Kobe.
Team Monkey, baby. We talked about these Viego resets, the importance of WE hitting their stride early on. A couple slip-ups out of the gate, but hey, along the first corner, we stay able to pick up a couple of furlongs on BLG. Is that 4.5K gold lead? And the fact that we were talking about this game like it was over, we can't talk about that anymore because BLG, again, they played top and deep. Knight has a TP here. He sends it in, but the way that BLG retreated out of this, On just ended up kind of being stuck because of the collapse from Cube. And then I don't know where Elk's walking.
I don't know either,
ditch On.
This guy was lost in the jungle, much like his namesake.
We burned both sums to go into Narnia with no mana. And unfortunately, Monkey was the evil witch there. And able to freeze Alchemist Tracks to slip the kill. And frankly, I mean, that's a Herald. That's the second dragon going over to WE as they pick up their first dragon of the game. And we get Soul to spawn. But hey, WE again, importance that they were able to find things early. Actually bounce back here. And again, they're down to this game. Their scaling is not as good as BLG's, so they need to keep on making plays. But at least WE able to bounce back a bit there.
Yeah, not out of it. Certainly not all the way back in it. They're still down 2,500 gold, right? But is much better than it was before. They will have some opportunities now. A little bit of power in the Monkeys. He's cresting toward 2 items. Everybody's done their first item. Another nice seismic shove here from Karis. As they're going to all in on Beishwan, they take him out. Vampire gets that kill. Monkey once more. So does Karis because he uses the ultimate. But Karis puts himself in no man's land. Pop Blossom lands onto 2. But On's going to go down as Monkey will get it. It ends up being a 2-for-1.
All right, bit deep from Karis, but hey, 2-for-1. Monkey's going to drop the Herald. Mid-outer will fall. And again, this comp, it's all about Viego and these resets, and Monkey has been able to connect.
Right, Vampire went a little too deep there. Got taken out to about half HP, but the Herald doing good work here. Gonna get 1 turret, gonna get a charge on the second one as well. And things are starting to tilt a little bit closer to Team WE.
again, I mean, it's all about the resets here. BLG been a little bit disrespectful. Monkey's been able to punish as the last couple of fights. Once Monkey gets a reset, that's where Viego can start to snowball and deathball these fights. We definitely have seen that. BLG, their tankiness, I think it does exist. It just is kind of pseudo-tankiness with the slipperiness of, Ezreal. Nico's not tanky at all. We have seen On go down a few times to this Viego. Has been some tough looks, but hey. Do have to give some credit to Team WE. Digging themselves out of a 4.5K gold deficit at 12 minutes is no easy task. They've been able to make it look pretty good. Actually, again, finding good plays. We did credit some of their early game plays. Again, WE, they're 5-8 in the standings, but their average gold deficit at 15 is actually about even. They're like down 50 gold. And they have been a decent early game team in the LPL. They do play with direction and do have an identity, whether it's like Cube on tanks or really Monkey on playmakers. Kind of feels like what WE's been going for. So has paid off. And hey, the early game we were able to bounce back from that as we reached the mid game. And actually in a spot where WE's not out of the game, which we didn't feel like was the case 12 minutes in.
Absolutely not, Cubby. The hill is still very tall to climb, right? Because Bin, one of his signature champions, is 4-0-7 right now. He's got 1,300 gold up his opposite number. Not that it's going to matter too much. Let's be honest. Cube is not really there to have a ton of gold. But this doesn't mean that Bin has been relatively unabated this game. And, it's a large departure from earlier on in this split where he was just constantly dying on side lanes and things were going really poorly. Obviously, haven't really got a stable game set up for Team WE to try to make plays onto Bin, but the fact that they haven't so far means that he's had a nice, easy cruising time here. He does have a shutdown on his head, so maybe, just maybe, Team WE will look toward him next.
That or maybe we get BLG looking at the Sadakon. Oh my, Bejuan's starting it on spawn and the TP coming in. Cube is spotted bot. He has no TP. I think this might just be... they're really posturing to aggressively take this, but this is spotted now. See how fast Cube can respond because this is a numbers advantage for BLG.
Yeah, it's a stealable objective now, so let's see if Monkey wants to go for it. Will not do so. It is a free Otacon on spawn for BLG. Decisive play there, and that's why they've been so good lately.
I like that. I mean, Cube spotted bot, tracking that TP like a good team should. Mistake from Cube. Didn't think that they'd just rip it at 20. Again, Otacon does a decent amount of damage. Can be dangerous to start, but WE were not in the position to fight. WE need fights on their terms, and we're not able to find one there. So, nice call from BLG. Otacon was actually in a pretty nice spot, too, Yanni, as... it is, of course, only one form that spawns, but that form, I think, feels reasonably strong and balanced, quite frankly, off the bat, as you need takedowns for it to connect, but if you get that takedown, you'll get slow field and some bonus damage, which can really help the death ball fight.
Not a doubt, and it's what BLG wants to do, right? They're certainly down to get in the muck in melee range with 3 melee range champions, plus On and his Pop Blossom. BLG have been brought to heal a little bit. They've been a little bit less inclined to fight over the last couple of minutes. With the teleport coming in here from Knight as they're really looking to secure not only this bottom turret, but also this dragon. Speaking of fighting, On just gets picked off once again.
That could be the dragon going over, as Chemtech Soul is what we have on the Rift, and third dragon is to be snagged up here by WE. I didn't exactly see how On was caught out there, but a good find by WE and Monkey. Looks like it was a Taeyu and Vampire combo with Monkey. 3 ults used, and 1 kill, and a neutral objective going over to WE.
And you know what? BLG doesn't fight them before they come up. There's cooldowns well spent. I mean, it's the 5th time they found On, right? And it's just continuously disrupting BLG's game plan, but no disruptions to be had anymore, as you'll get the double taunt Cube, sure, and yes, you are a Galio against 2 magic damage dealers, but it could be problematic as Bejuan is on the way. Karras had to use his ultimate to make sure that his top laner could escape, taking Ezreal out on the way out to the trade.
Might just be bot out of that falls too, because the ults are not available for Team WE. So BLG with most of their ult economy up and available. Yep, will just be a drop for WE. Well played by BLG. As no blood, no fight, but they were able to pick up the objective and find the reset. Is going to get a replay again. Didn't exactly see how On got found here, but I
think Vampire just recently saw the Shadow, and then, yeah, off the auto attack. On gets one shot, so we'll save the flash. Of course, did go down. That's a neutral down, but that flash is, I like to call it, for supports. There are some supports where if you have flash up, it's a big power play. Nico for sure one of them with the Pop Blossom. As Pop Blossom Flash, gotta make good use of that combo, because that can be a game changer.
See if On is able to right some of the wrongs he's had with a big Pop Blossom that puts BLG firmly in the lead once again. They haven't lost their grip on the lead completely, but it has certainly loosened. This Vampire hooks the wall. He'll be allowed to walk out there. That is very, very scary.
He's been hooking the Quan a little bit here, too. As not quite able to find or connect. Of course, ultimate's back up for everyone but Karis. Elk did burn the True Shot barrage, but of course can get that one back up quickly as Elk getting closer to that 3-item mark we have seen be so big for Ezreal is on, maybe found yet again. Monkey a little bit split away though.
This could be problematic. Vampire going to get engaged on over on the side. Knight has his ultimate too.
Ooh.
The ultimate coming through to just try to save the day here, but now that means BLG has the inside track.
That was a bit of desync. I think Cube was really hoping that he could get that ult down before Vampire maybe flashed out. The Savior ult, not exactly what they wanted to see here, because of course Cube left the bot lane to use that. Now BLG make quick work of that blue buff return to get that bot lane in themselves. And map control kind of back in BLG's hands here in the back half of this play. Said Knight.
Nice check there, but fortunately for Team WE, they aren't able to lock him down.
I felt like that combo was late from Karis.
Yeah.
Yeah. And lucky dash a little bit from Knight, because that one looked blind. Didn't have the info there. Was able to get out of the stun, out of the fog of war from Viego. And a window that, I don't know if he was able to react to that one, but Knight, of course, an insane world-class player that we have, and that is always the fear, the terror of going up against BLG. Because when your solo lanes are Bin and Knight, a lot of games it feels like a cheat code. Straight up.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, you know, Knight is one of the greatest to ever do it, let's be honest.
Already in LPL history, yeah.
Yeah, LPL record for solo kills in a split. Always like to see him add to that total. He's just so good at 12-time All-Pro. That's video game numbers. That's created player numbers, man. This guy's a 99 overall in every.
I mean, again, 4 splits won in a row with 2 different organizations for Knight. I think that's pretty damn impressive.
Not only that, not only wins, but like Split 1 finals was the first LPL final without him since 2021 summer.
Yep.
Like that's absurd to think about.
Yep. It's been really, once Knight started making finals, feels like it's been his league and he's the mid laner to beat. Only a handful of mid laners that have been able to rival him throughout those years. And sadly, one of them did retire in Yagao, who was, a fun fact, the only player out of the 10 players that have the most LPL games under their belt that is not currently active, which is a pretty cool part about the league. Definitely been blessed with some longevity of great players within this league. So Knight definitely been a part of that himself. And we will see what he can do the rest of this game. As it hasn't been a splash for Knight yet. Been a little bit quiet in terms of kill participation, but been doing a good job of making sure that he is farmed and fed as we get closer and closer to these big fights. And Knight will be big this game. Has the Seeker's Arm Guard now. Has picked up those nice little empowered sword shoes with the fleets as Taeyun. That Chain of Corruption goes wide. Bin might be in trouble, though. He does see the Shroud.
Oh, his Goose may be cooked. The Monkey flashes on top of him. Bin's going to drop the ultimate down. It's not going to do anything.
Fine.
Just clear out the wave. Ezreal coming through.
Karis has TP.
Karis' shield.
This is the second
in the mid lane here.
Second Dragon in a row where Team WE has found a pick fourth that will enable them to take that objective for free. So that will be soul point secured for Team WE. A game where Chemtech Dragon has some value. That extra resist and the shielding power can be used by a couple of the members of Team WE. Keep in mind that Galio W shield will get better with Chemtech's as well. Of course, not a castable, but a nice passive that he has there. As well as, of course, the ultimate, the castable as well. So that shield does go up in value, too.
One thing to note, Bin had a shutdown there, and I believe it went over to Monkey.
Die by the Viego. That is, it's been, you did say it was doing a little bit less of just this, which is dying in the side lane for nothing. But sadly,
hang on,
dying
look
inside
at picture in picture.
live.
Yeah, full engage coming out here, and guess what?
Monkey.
Beishwan is dead, and the health bars for Team WE are large right now. Cubby, this is going to be Team WE's Baron.
I mean, they can at least be forced to it. I still think it's BLG that's the stronger team. I know that it's starting to get to a point of concern. I gotta say, we've been saying that BLG is the comp that's strong and should be able to outscale against WE, but keep in mind, this was a 4.5K gold lead for BLG 12 minutes in, and now it's a 1.5K gold lead for them in a game where WE has just been doing more and more and more to claw their way back in. That is not the dominant BLG that we were used to in this league, Yanni. Again, when BLG was at their best, it didn't matter who they faced, they would blow them out of the water in the LPL. Top and bottom teams in a league that oftentimes has a lot of volatility. And we've seen a more volatile BLG this year as they have had their own share of struggles. And in this game, again, against WE, a comp where we assume they should be taking care of business, Beishwan, fishing for a Raptor, didn't have a lot of help, didn't have control over the map, and Q able to find him. And sets up for a free kill for Team WE. Of course, didn't turn into a Baron, which the Baron DPS, when you have a Poke Varus and a Galio top, is not the best. So
no, certainly not. Vampire took so much damage, though, too.
Yeah.
I mean, it felt like if it was a little healthier, you know, then maybe you're still on the Baron. Maybe you could find another pick there and take out another member of BLG and force them off.
Still
not
though.
so. Yeah, it's still really, really encouraging here for Team WE, but it does mean that, you know, BLG still has a grip on this game, albeit very tenuous. They still have it. They're still advantaged. It means that Team WE, when they get those opportunities, they have to get more.
Look, this game should not be at this mark. It was a 4.5K gold lead, 12 minutes in.
We were talking about hot dogs.
Yeah, Beishwan and On have definitely had a couple of oopsies as it continues.
Another oopsie. He's just dead. What is going on?
Plus 119. He's a cannon minion.
My goodness, he's not even disguised as one.
Monkey.
Oh, Monkey. I like this. His elf finds himself in trouble, gets stunned up,
BLG.
and he's dead too. Team WE are running over BLG. They wanted more. They got more. Flash, hook, on the base one. He's going to ult them away. As Team WE are relentless, Cubby.
BLG, again, I wasn't taking this game super seriously for Team WE because I really thought that BLG, like as this game would go on, would be fine, but it's been WE, the only team that's been making the plays. On and Beishwan have just not been able to put it together on the map, both getting caught out individually, respectively, multiple times, as the goal lead now for WE, an inhibitor to fall, and they're kind of posturing to end here. They've got 15 seconds on the Rumble and the Ezreal. Will be a Weaver's Wall that cuts them off and stops the push, but WE, permanent damage done. Knock down the inhibitor turret and take an inhibitor for themselves. It will be down when their Chemtech Soul spawns.
This game just got completely turned on its head, Cubby. I mean, Team WE just up 1,000 gold now. This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Monkey's got the Guardian Angel. He's had it for a little while, but now this is actually a big deal to talk about because even if they find him, I mean, the rest of Team WE are so back. And
I gotta say, Chemsoul is valuable in this game too.
Yeah, it is.
A champion like Viego, you get that damage reduction when you're low. That matters a lot for Viego with finding resets.
They didn't get to spend their gold.
They did not. I like this from BLG. I know it's aggressive to start, but they're trying to pull them away from the Dragon too. Vampire has a find on.
From the side, on. Oh yeah, on is very far out, but a good equalizer comes down. Karis has to go golden. Elk gets hooked up. And Knight with the stolen ultimate there. Vampire's low, but On and Elk survive. Monkey is trying to do what he can, but Knight's gone golden. Monkey is in stasis, and BLG turn it around on Team WE and ace them clean.
The golden left hand of BLG is their savior. A beautiful team fight from Knight. He played that pixel perfect, picture perfect, as the Zanyas prevents the reset, and the abscond abduct that was pixel perfect in the back half to find the Viego. BLG retake the lead, and they're not actually even denying the Mountain Soul. They want the turrets first, or the Chemtech Soul, I should say. Lee's gonna TP for the outer. If they play for the Baron, they will give up Chem Soul.
That's a big concern, but it looks like they will just go for this Baron. All right, Cubby, we're going to find out, brother. We're going to find out together.
This is a little bit questionable. I think when we go back to live, it will be Chem Soul secured. Oh, we're going back again. On was
found by Monkey. This led to the original snowball for WE. Is again plus 119. That guy's a glorified cannon creep. They were able to force out Elk, and then keep in mind, I mean, Beishuan's not even close to this, right? Him and Vin were playing a little bit behind. Great ult from Karis, following this all the way through. Was a perfect angle onto Elk, who kind of looked silly, not able to get over the wall to Knight and to Beishuan. BLG did look desynced there, but again, keep your eyes on Knight for this fight, folks. This was fantastic from him. Okay, we're not even going to get the replay. We're going back to live. Chemsoul contested.
Oh, there we go. There was a seismic shove, but the equalizer comes down. BLG looking to put the pressure onto Team WE. They are very healthy, though, and Bin has no equalizer.
They force WE to bot side, the disadvantageous side. Knight, of course, can cycle out the ultimates, too, at this point, as level 18. Silas can get multiple hijacks throughout the fight.
Monkey has no GA.
Harris, they're going to burn.
Wall there. On gets denied, but Knight gets over the wall. Looking for big damage. They blow up Monkey, and it's simply front to back at this point. The Dragon's secured for BLG. The fight's going to be secured for them, too. Taeyun is desperately trying to escape, and Knight's Kingslayer heals him up too much for Team WE to handle.
All right.
The little brothers were messing around, and BLG getting the gamer position. They hunched their back, and they meant business.
Yep, the scaling kicked in here as Monkey fell first in that fight, and BLG, they've taken over. They get the Dragon. They're going to wrap up the game, and it really took a heroic performance from Knight to get them back in this one. 25 pages on the Magi's when it's all said and done. We'll see if they can wrap it up on this push. I will say WE spawning soon enough to maybe contest.
I don't think it's going to happen, Cubby. Monkey's up in 5, but these health bars are not low.
Okay.
The Nexus turrets have fallen. BLG, we're not looking so good. They fumbled the bag multiple times, but Team WE could not bring it home. BLG up 1-0.
Killing series from Knight. He secures the pog from that one. No contest. I know we didn't get a replay of that Baron fight. Cannot emphasize enough how perfect of a fight that was from Knight. Again, had the Zanyas at 0 HP and a pixel perfect abscond abduct connect to wrap it up against Monkey. This guy is he won 4 splits of LPL in a row for a reason on 2 different organizations. Again, despite some of the struggles we've seen from BLG this split, the struggles have not been from Knight. He continues to be fantastic, and he really clutched up when it counted there for BLG to take that game 1.
Cubby, once they took that inhib, I think Team WE had to get out of there.
You know, we didn't take him serious for a bit of a reason. Again, the game should not have been that close. WE can definitely take that home. I feel like WE, as a 5-stack, played better as a team.
Yeah.
Again, the theme of this team is that they are greater than the sum of their parts. But that game, like at one hand, you can say that game should never have been that close with a 4.5K gold deficit at 12 minutes. On the other hand, as WE, you're like, oh God, guys, we had a 4.5K gold deficit at 12 minutes. Like, why did that happen? If that didn't happen, they might have been able to play themselves out to a win because they did make a lot of good early to mid-game plays to get themselves back in that game and back into an actual winning position at one point.
Yeah, it's just they went and they were like, we can try to win the game right here. And they went and they stuck around. They do what happens in like flex queue all the time, you know? You get that inhibitor down, you're like, guys, can we end? We're like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we can end. And then you get denied there, and then your resets are all messed up, right? And again, we talked about it at that Baron fight. They didn't get a chance to spend their gold. If they take the inhibitor, they get out, they reset, they spend that gold, and then they can choose. They can say, hey, do we want the Baron or do we want the Dragon, right? And feel really good, but the pockets were weighing them down. They were just a little too slow, and unfortunately, generational bag fumble by Team WE. They're going to have to come back and try to even up the series.
Yeah, and generational carry from Knight Silas.
Oh, yeah.
Knight continues to be fantastic. I believe wrapped up 9-0-8, went legendary on the Silas as the golden left hand that has dominated the LPL. Yeah. They needed him to step up, and Knight delivered as always. Really clutched up for BLG there.
Yeah, despite On's best efforts, BLG did
and Beishuan's a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Beishuan.
Yeah.
All right, so Beishuan's got an excuse, although he got picked off that one time. He's got an excuse in that he's a Xin Zhao, right? You know.
There were two times. Okay,
there was a
the earlier one was the Gromp.
Second time.
Yeah. That was the second time around the enemy Raptors, but hey.
Okay, yeah, he goes on the inter list too.
His
despite
excuse
their
is that
best
he's new,
efforts.
right? Yeah. You could see some of the split, though, from BLG. Again, that wasn't the cleanest game from them as a team, but a hella clean game from Knight as an individual.
Yes.
Sometimes, man, all you need is that Thanos-level mid laner. Knight, for sure. Globally, an elite player. Cannot sing the praises of this guy enough. If you're talking about the best mid laners in the world, Knight doesn't have to be number one, but he has to be in that conversation, as he really stepped up big in that game. Damage dealt to champs does not speak to the impact that Knight had. The impact that Knight had, well, you can see it in that gold graph, because once it started going back to blue team's favor, that's where Knight took over the game.
Yeah, it was. You mentioned it earlier. It was like, yeah, 2-0-2. He hasn't really done a whole lot, but he was a sleeping giant that game, right? That's where he came alive near the end. When the chips were down and BLG needed to win fights because of the position that they put themselves in, Knight was the one to get them through it. Again, as you said, if you only take a look at the post game, if you only take a look at the damage charts, you're not going to know the profound impact that he had on this game.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Maybe the most valuable 15% damage share I've seen in a long time from Knight, as really farmed up. And again, once he got that stacked Roa, the Rift Maker, and the upgraded Sork Shoes with the Seekers, we saw once that Seekers got completed, Knight took off. As again, going through some of the replays, this was a big one. They were able to get a reset on the Monkey. And again, Monkey just ended up taking off, and was a squishier front line here for BLG. This is the other pick I was talking about with Beishuan, right? Just being too far up. Really like the trigger pull here from Vampire 2 to, again, just guarantee that Monkey reset. And you could see some of the logic here with Karis being able to help play fights fast to help out Monkey. Of course, went overextended there a little bit, but that pick onto Elk was really big later on, where he had that Weaver's Wall in deep. And, I mean, the theme of this game was just On and Beishuan getting picked off. And Ben getting picked off here, as he had a sin, but it was mostly the jungle support that were picked on and picked off multiple times by WE, which helped get them back in this game and overcome what was a 4.5k gold deficit, like 12:30 in the game. Definitely not a scenario that should have happened, and not a game state that BLG should have been in.
It's always a banger in the LPL, my friend. We get
just
games
show the
like
Knight fight.
this happen regularly. It's so crazy. So we'll see the Knight fight soon.
Elk had a couple sussy moments here, too. Like, walking up with Knight's fine, but why don't you Weaver's Wall? I guess he... I couldn't see if he had Summoner spells up. I'm just curious that he didn't Arcane Shift back in to help with the team. All right, everyone, eyes on Knight. We actually get to see this fight. Again, a beauty. Karis, really good angles to get him picked off. I mean, this is pixel perfect just to find Karis out of Seekers. And then this fight takes out 2... Somehow able to go golden here, which was beautiful because it prevented the reset on the Monkey. Dashes out, then again, pixel perfect here with the abscond, the abduct cast. Oh, beautiful there. Oh, take those 2 screenshots, 2 frames apart. Knight was able to connect, even got the second burst of the Q down. As that fight was all Knight, this fight was all Knight, and helped him, or really helped his team take back over in this game. Again, a game that should not have been nearly as close as what it looked like with the humongous lead that BLG had early on. WE were somehow able to close the gap on that one, but not able to close out the game as their comp got outscaled. And, well, if you look at Knight, they get outplayed.
And if you didn't notice in that very last fight, goes over the wall, immediately finds Monkey, takes care of business. We talked about how this comp was so centered around Monkey and his Viego, and that once he went down, it would fall apart. Now, the question is, do we think the LPL voters will actually give it to Knight? Because at times we have disagreed with them. At times we have disagreed with their selections. So
if it's not Knight, it is Media Keck W. Knight was the one that trolled the least that game for BLG. In fact, he was only the one that carried them out of the deficit. But when BLG was falling, he trolled the least, hands down. That's an easy one. Congrats to Knight again. The most valuable 15% damage share I've seen in a long time, as Knight ended up really helping them overcome that deficit and win the game. As it was a beastly game for Knight. Moves that MVP count to 8. And moves BLG up 1-0 as we're about to dive into game 2 here pretty soon.
Yes, sir. That means we are going to take a short break. When we return, we'll get into all the action for game 2 between BLG and Team WE. We'll see you on the other side. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Yanni and Cubby still giving you all the action, and while we're in between games here, we're going to take another moment to shout out MOBA Trainer, and this time around, we're going to actually be doing a puzzle. So if you don't know, MOBA Trainer is a new app that does teach you League of Legends with a series of puzzles or dodge trainers or skill shot trainers. You just boot up the program, you work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. Gonna select the puzzle from the map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. Right now, we're gonna try to find some gaps in some enemy vision, Cubby. Something that I feel like you might be really, really good at.
Well, you know, I did peak early season GM, keyword early season at support, but
it's still impressive.
Let's see. I gotta start the minimap for this one. We have a 6-play puzzle to go as we're looking to get around some wards here. Vi. Okay, we're gonna have a lane, brush, gank. Oh, yeah, no. Sneak. I guess we see them going up, but I want to sneak into the brush now before the wave comes in.
I do too. Tristana was definitely split. I thought, but Tristana agreed. This is correct.
Is a challenger game.
Yeah, this is correct.
All right, whatever.
Tristana was just agreed. They're 6-2 and 6.
And we have full vision. I feel like at that point you might have been able to sneak all the way in.
I like the Q over wall here since we have a lot of on-the-way pings coming through from this Darius.
You could Q over the wall and actually cut both of them off at the moment. I would at least posture for it. But I think that it's a posture. I don't know if you pull the trigger now. Okay.
So
yeah,
good.
use sweeper. All right. Yeah, we did have sweeper up. All right, let's keep on going.
Yep.
You're told we have to go quick by our producer. I trolled the first one.
My God, we just have insane vision this game.
Wait for face check for sure.
I think we're waiting here.
Wait.
We're definitely waiting.
Why would we engage on Braum? That's troll as hell.
Yep, I agree.
Now, what if Tristana face checks? What if they have a false sense of security?
All right, well, we end up fighting Braum anyway.
Didn't need to blow the Q at the start, but we did get the Q back up.
Okay, we got Braum ultimate. Not bad. Move for mid push.
Oh, go on Tristana. She's alone.
Yeah, go on Trish. She's
Flash
solo
R the
right
Tristana,
now.
man. She's dead as hell.
Go get her. Go get her.
Yes. Yes. Flash R
so
or just
good.
R.
Oh,
Yeah, Tristana walks in. She's trolling.
Oh goodness.
Turn on your mini-map, Spectre.
Ha ha ha.
Aurora
Q1 property, go to Otacon.
Oh, we go on Aurora for sure. I mean, she's the priority.
Yeah.
Oh, Zanzara is actually the poppy. Again, challenger level games that we have. You have R to lock her down. I mean, we can at least posture with a Q and then still walk the Otacon. See, this is why this game's rigged. We go to Otacon actually. We should at least be charging the Q, seeing if Aurora like uses any of her tools early on. I couldn't even see Poppy.
Oh yeah, I couldn't.
I didn't know Poppy instead
engage on Poppy, but I didn't know that.
Oh my God.
She was stuck in the gravity well.
Take Otacon.
Yeah, this is a take Otacon angle. Somebody just needs to back for Kled. Yeah, perfect. Darius just needs to do that. All right, listen, I think we did a pretty good job.
I couldn't see Poppy. False info. I didn't know the W was down. I didn't know how low Poppy was either. All right, yeah. Well, take the Otacon. That's free. Shout out to Denning Blows and shout out to old Otacon.
Yeah.
As a GA version. We could have done better. Our target prioritization right now is Bronze 4, Yanni. We have to do some work on that.
Yeah. We definitely gotta work on that a little bit. Hey, listen, you know what? I've been dragging you down, you know, my Emerald 4 ass. Well, you know, I think I had a lot of decent calls there. Before we get into the draft, make sure that you subscribe and get 20% off unlimited puzzles by using the code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and us here at the LPL English unofficial broadcast. You can start leveling up your game today. Team WE, we're very close to leveling up their game, but we'll need to do so here. And they are dropping the gauntlet with a first pick Lucian.
Hold on.
I can't tell if you're adjusting your eyes because you're tired.
What?
Or because we have a first pick Lucian.
It's because we have a first pick Lucian. We haven't seen that one, Yanni. As I know Lucian's really sort of the rise up in priority.
Very happy about that.
I gotta say, here's my, alternative thinking.
Okay.
One of the biggest counters to Skarner is Lucian Milio.
Mm-hmm.
By picking Lucian, we can now go Skarner Milio and be very happy with our lives. And hate our lives into Caitlyn and likely a Karma or Lux that comes in,
True.
True, yeah.
Definitely agree with that. It'd be nice to see in Italy. I haven't seen too many in Italy's lately.
Oh, is Ben just going to slam his York? I think Ben's just going to slam the York.
I mean, why not? Yeah. All right.
It's been a really big pick for Ben.
Yeah, it feels like BLG is one of the few teams that really understands how to play with Yorick at the professional level.
Annie.
Just too many times teams will go and they'll be like, our Yorick is split pushing. We have great disengage tools. Let's go fight them. Like, no, dude, let your Yorick do the work. And BLG has been pretty good at that. Annie and Nami going to be locked into the new hotness. BLG is going to, or not, sorry, BLG, Team WE will try to leverage that into a third game. And a Lux lock-in is coming through.
All right, bot lane's going to be volatile. Of course, Annie being that new hotness. Opportunity, if the BLG bot lane gets behind at all, dropping Tibbers on a Kate Lux always feels damn good. As I think the Caitlyn's showing, again, we've seen a little bit more Lucian Milio. Lucian Nami has that stronger laning phase, whereas Lucian Milio really scales astronomically. If you're playing Milio into Caitlyn Lux, you are going to hate your life. So I think that's why Nami shows, just answering the Caitlyn pick. And my guess of, you know, how we can get Skarner for Beishwan, it does go, or sorry, Monkey does go out the window. Speaking of Monkey, some target bans at him. One of the few players that has been playing Jarvan, a pick that has received some buffs, and I expect to see more of when we get in the best of fives. Because with Jarvan, you can always find that trigger pull, and I don't think Jarvan's actually in that terrible of a spot when you get deeper into a Fearless draft. Will be banned away, and now we'll see if Skarner, by chance, gets taken away too.
And if it does, I mean, if you're Team WE and you're Monkey, you just go with raw power and you just play Neferi or something like that.
That's a good call, actually.
Isn't really great, but I mean, you just do it, right? It's one of his better champions, and it's a really strong early game champion. You just kind of try to leverage your early strength, right?
I think it'd be tough for Beishwan to play too, as they're actually going to ban out Skarner themselves. If Beishwan plays Neferi in the Nami Annie, that feels terrible. So I think Beishwan's kind of limited on what he can pick up. But I expect to see Knight actually grab his champion now. They only banned out the Orianna to protect the Annie. Oh. Actually, Poppy's really good in this draft. I really like the Poppy pick from Beishwan. Again, I will maybe tease a potential Trundle coming out from Monkey. He has played Trundle 3 times, and the good matchups for Trundle in the jungle are going up against Poppy and going up against Xin Zhao. So a potential for Monkey to maybe pick that one up. It does feel... Actually, it wouldn't feel terrible this game with everything showing.
Yeah, you still have a decent amount of engage tools, too. You've got Nami Tidal Wave, obviously. You hit a Nami Bubble and, you know, Annie's Ultimate and Stun. But we're going to see a Shen come through. Looks like that's going to be for Cube. I'm not going to get baited by hovers. I'm not going to get baited by hovers. I'm not going to get baited by hovers.
Whoa. He picked it?
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Kind of wild picking it into Poppy.
Kind of wild picking it into Poppy. But you know what? Don't care. This is awesome. Graves is so back, baby.
This is a fun one. He's got the Shen with the shield. It will be an Akali for Knight. This champion's deadly for him, and frankly, really not a lot of CC that Knight has to worry about in this game. So I like the Akali pick, and I like BLG's comp a lot, but I will look at the eye candy, and that is the Graves entering the jungle. I want to see, when was the last time we've seen Graves in the LPL, and Graves for Monkey? I mean, a real chance to try and impact the bot lane and get up in the face of this Poppy. So for me, all eyes on Monkey. He will have the ability to really impact that mid lane. I think Knight picking Akali does dissuade that, as the Shroud can hopefully get you out of a lot of the damage, or maybe even the CC that Annie can throw out. And Akali should be tanky enough to not get one tap, depending on what kind of build you want to go for. I think Rocket Belt actually did see some positive changes too in favor of not exactly Akali. I think they were shifting some of the... Oh, wait, that's the next patch where they're going to rework some of the mage items.
Yep.
I'm talking through my ideas here, Yanni, but overall, I like the comp for BLG. I think they outscale really heavily, but I like the eye candy of the Graves, you know?
Yeah, you
and
know,
Monkey.
On one corner we have the really well thought out composition, and the other corner we have the fun. We're in the fun zone. If you're a fan of Team WE, his 13th game on Graves in his professional career, 7-5. We'll see if he's able to add an 8th win there. As, you know what? I feel like this Kate Lux is just going to take over the game. It feels so difficult for Team WE to play. They're so short range.
They are. Again, bot lane going to be very volatile, so for me, all eyes on the bot lane early on, and all focus on the bot lane here for both teams. We're going to be sprint bot. Let's hear the Jaios in WE's home arena.
That just felt like a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage from on. As you can see, looks like WE going to have to hit their spikes early on. It is a Dark Harvest on the Graves. That spells out lethality. So going to be trying to one-tap some fools here. That's going to be the game plan for Monkey. Also, look at where Beishwan is. That is a one sneaky little Yordle that has gotten all the way in. Knight actually going to spot them on the rotation, too. And we'll see.
Oh, my goodness. Hang on.
We're going to get real weird. We're getting weird.
Oh, we're going to get so weird. Oh, he dashed in there.
Good
Nice
flash
there from Garrus. That was snappy.
That's it.
But he
They
did get
got
the
the chunk. Yeah, they got the chunk on the Beishwan. He started E. I think On might help him pull this a little bit with Elk. As the E start, not what Poppy wants. But, man, that was almost dire. Good flash from Garrus again. And we'll be Monkey off to a bot the top start, matching that clear of Beishwan. That means the bot's left to its own devices. But Elk and On going to be late to lane. That's a very big deal with the Cakewalks. As brush control with that range that you were teasing on, he matters a lot. But Taeyun's going to eat the Q, and Elk's just going to start stepping up and threatening these autos attack as the Caitlyn. Very strong. And Monkey already doing Graves things.
All right, Beishwan, let's see what you got. You're below half HP. Well, what you don't got's a Gromp. That is sniped away by Monkey, and now Beishwan
Shotgun to the face.
Kind of alone on an island here. We do see Knight moving over. His bot lane is too. Slaps him up against the wall. He's going to pick up the buckler, and all of a sudden, Monkey's in trouble. Good flash there, but guess what? He's stuck in a 3v1, and First Blood goes over to off.
Well, I like the Gromp take.
I like the look.
Not the Wolves take.
Yeah, it was a little.
Gromp take, good. Yeah. I actually think there's a way, like with Annie mid, I mean, you could have just taken Gromp and then sprinted towards the Raptors and fought Poppy there. But a lot of power now missing. As, of course, Elk and On a little bit low on the mana, but Elk doing good work on Taeyun, who will have some help with the Nami and the health bar. And frankly, Monkey is actually just sprinting to impact that bot lane.
No.
Garrus is going to die. Garrus no flash.
I think we're headed to a large gold deficit early, although On is very low. He's going to try to sneak around. I don't really like this. You're going to give red buff over to somebody who you really don't want to have red buff.
At least Elk survives, and they do see Monkey. So Beishwan is actually currently taking Monkey's Raptors, and Monkey is going to help Taeyun shove this wave.
Elk?
As Elk burns his flash for fun. And I think for fun is what describes this game so far.
Couldn't agree more, my friend. Oh, is this the new Lux skin? This is
yes. We must sell the skin. Guys, esports is not an advertising vertical, but we do feature skins. All right?
If you know, you know.
Anyway. I do like the look of the new skin. I think it's cool. As, you know, whenever... Lux skins are really what funds all of Riot games.
I gotta buy the pass when I log on next time.
Yeah.
I haven't played any games in a little while, so I really hope that I'll be able to actually complete the pass at some point in time. But
yeah,
we'll see. We'll see. Probably sometime this week. Hopefully, I'll devote my Monday to more study of the LPL and maybe have some free time to play a game or two.
Study of the League of Legends. Meanwhile, Bin has been digging this Yorick on the top side. So I gotta say, Yorick has been a pick where Bin, it feels like he just reaches critical mass on this pick. Shen has a couple decent interactions. Of course, W at the right time can get through those Q autos that are empowered by Yorick. So that is a positive interaction that might be in the hands of Cube in this matchup, but it's Yorick and the Shen. You could outscale at some point, you know?
Do get outscaled. Bin have a fun time as those ghouls are too strong, man. Did you see what they just did to Cube? Oh, Graves, last play at LPL Summer 2024 by Geju on RNG versus Thundercraft. His opponent was also bait. That is an interesting note.
Well, Graves check-in on our unique pick. Again, lethality Graves that Dark Harp is showing. It's behind the Poppy, and if you're behind on Graves, you're losing. So not exactly where we're going to be. As we do see Ben just bash the shovel in the back half of Shen. As that is... yeah, again, he has that wave frozen on the Shen too, so Cube is going to have to DP his way on back. As Monkey's going to sneak in. He spotted.
Nope, they saw him. You got nothing there, Monkey. On has to know that. On has to be careful.
He does.
Don't wanna,
yeah. Beishuan's here.
Is on the way down here. We got a full-fledged 3v3 going on. Steadfast Presence is up, but he's not going to go in as Elkin On will continue to just pepper a little bit of damage down onto the bottom lane and jungler of Team WE, trying to get control of this bot side river, maybe for a potential dragon in their future. It is up and available. Grubs in a minute and 30.
-1 cannon in there for Ben. Of course,
So
the
sad.
W for Shen too. That will also help against the ghoul autos. So value there for that timer. But man, Cube is getting dunked already in this lane. As Ben's doing his best to put him 6 feet under. And is already almost doubling his CS. Of course, Cube going to pick up this wave. Does have the TM out to help out. But it is not a good start for Team WE. As off the waning phase alone, it is a 1k gold deficit. And a couple of the points of power that I want to see. Oh, we got to pause. There's... Okay. Karis could stack up and Annie engages. Beishuan doesn't find the wall bang.
They do get a good amount of damage down on the Monkey because of the roof. On is a little bit low on mana.
I mean...
It looks like Team WE can't fight their way through this. This is very difficult.
We're 7 minutes in, and it already feels like WE can't play the game.
Yeah.
And the scaling for WE is, again, not in their favor. Now, the positive, if you're Team WE, is that you did manage to make a game out of a 4.5k gold deficit at 12.5 minutes into the last one. The negative for Team WE is that the game feels like it's getting out of hand again very quickly. Again, BLG, as they kind of found their form again in Group Ascension, have started to gap teams, which really felt like the BLG specialty of past, as this is, when at their best, a Thanos-level team we have in the LPL.
Yeah, Team WE was gapped in the early goings of Game 1, right?
They were.
You were really only paying attention in the second half of that game. I mean, it was very non-competitive early on, and credit for Team WE for fighting through it. I can't imagine that BLG is going to make the same mistake twice.
I mean, look at the jungle gaps.
Yeah.
Like if you pick Graves, you're trying to do what Beishuan's doing to the Graves. If you're behind on Graves, I cannot emphasize enough how useless you are.
Okay. Monkey flashing forward.
Ben has flash
We're going to try to take out Ben. Ben, as you mentioned,
Karis.
Karis, yeah, Karis almost dies to those little, the little ghosty goons.
I fear the Maiden's a little bit stronger than the Bear.
Just
white
a
buff,
little bit.
you know, for the Yorick.
Okay, Killing goes down as Beishuan shows up to the top lane and manages to find the kill and punts away. And now Monkey manages to actually snipe the kill onto Beishuan. Cube gets taken to about half HP, but Ben wants this fight. Does have the Maiden, but unfortunately the Maiden will fall as Monkey will go and take that out. Now that Ben is no longer betrothed, York is no longer betrothed, he can write his love note because he did great.
Oh, Monkey's taking the cannon minion too. Observer even focusing on that. All right, this really is a Graves solo queue.
Said this is my game.
Yeah,
this is my game.
We are really playing solo queue here. I will say I think gold on the Graves a little bit more valuable than gold in the Shen. The big picture. To be fair, Monkey needs it too. Let's take a second look again. Beishuan. Stand United comes down onto Monkey, not onto the Annie. As again, Team WE, a team that you know, rumor has it, behind the scenes, Monkey is the shot caller, is the leader, and it's Team WE is the Monkey say Team Do team.
Yep.
As he is the leader of the squad again, is a lot of unique jungle picks that he's willing to pull out. When WE has looked at their best, it has been Monkey being big. But I think that's Stand United going down to the Monkey and not the Annie. Might be Team WE in a nutshell.
Yeah, honestly, and you know, is taking the cannon just the shot caller attacks? You know, Monkey's like, hey, I do a lot of the heavy lifting here. You know, just give me a cannon real quick.
It's definitely it's the Team WE tax where I feel like Cube just has to be on a dog champ or else it's not Team WE, you know?
Yeah, poor Cube, man. I mean,
I don't want to take away from Cube.
Used in lane, and,
he's been a good role player.
Jungler, yeah, he's he does.
He's been all right.
He does what he needs to do in order for his team to have some success. Right? Team WE was a team, remember, that started out 0-6 this season, really turned it around.
Went on a 5-series heater after starting 06.
Now lost their last 2. They are currently on pace to lose their next 6, right? To go win their first 6, win their next 5, then lose their next 6. But I mean, if that happens, Cubby, then that means they're on a 5-game winning streak going into playoffs. That would be pretty good for them.
I feel like it's a lot of projecting you've done. If you're a WE fan, I think you're down for the Hopium, though. Hopium's what you need in this matchup.
I don't even know if they have that many series left.
He's dead.
I don't think Ben has a whole lot of HP left in him.
Never mind.
Put him in the cage.
Yeah,
He's
Monkey
able to
took
get
2.
out.
He took 2 tower shots. I think if that doesn't happen, then Monkey might be able to redive the Yorick. But not the case. Made enough in 7 seconds. It's good react flash from On. I don't know if that W is actually in range or not from Karis. But anti-flash down for nothing is a pretty big win for BLG. They're going to take the Dragon again. BLG in total control of this game. A game where, again, Team WE has to get the ball rolling quickly, and they have really failed to do so. As it is an Umbral Glaive Graves. And this Graves is already on welfare, it feels like, this game. He is really far behind.
Yeah, and we talked about how you do have good CC tools to be able to enable your Graves, right? You know, Nami is a walking CC tool, but...
Oh, it's Prime
really
Boss Graves. I feel like he needs to recruit more minions to, like, funnel more gold into him, you know? Maybe the goons out there on the street aren't getting everything that Monkey needs to get. Also, alright, Monkey gonna use the Glaive, please, that award.
You come to me on the day of TWE's BLG.
Come to me with nothing.
You come to me with nothing. I take your cane.
I mean, I feel like if it was the day of his daughter's wedding, then that Stand United definitely should have went down on the Annie. And not the Graves, but
nice
he is
dodging
the
out
boss.
there. Meishuan going to show up here. Monkey just kind of sandbagging there, making sure that Taeyun and Vampire are able to continue to farm here. Taeyun continues to take some damage, trying to keep in lockstep with Elk CS. He's doing a pretty decent job, but his health bar is getting lower and lower. On. Tidal Wave coming in. As On does a classic int, and Monkey from downtown with the collateral damage will pick up his 2nd kill of the game. In the bot lane, we're not done. Knockup is on Karis in the perfect execution. That Knight will find his 2nd.
Well, Off's in the chat. Knight able to pick up the kill, though, on the Akali into the Annie, as Karis has been sent back to Narnia. Or I should say, sent back to the Stone Ages.
Okay.
See what Monkey can find, though.
Dove here. Doing a lot of damage to him, blinding him as well. He'll flash away, but he still goes down. As Taeyun will find kill number 2. All of a sudden, Team WE, they've turned it up. What is it about BLG and getting small gold leads against this team that they cannot keep?
Well, I think the 2 suspects are on your screen right now in Meishuan and On. Again, last game, both were caught out a few times, helped W get back in the game. On kind of gifting away a freebie against Vampire and the Nami there. That snowballed into Elk going down as well. But then the savior, it has been Knight. As good sidestep by Karis, but still the trade's being won out by the Akali. So with the Merc Treads and with the level lead, a full level up for Knight. This Annie will not be threatening this Akali anymore. And Knight, we saw him take over the last game and be the savior of BLG as that team didn't play great as the 5-stack actually did their best to throw what was a pretty significant lead early on in the game, Yanni.
Yeah, you know, they tried really hard.
They did. Knight for sure set up for success, though, again in this one.
Yeah, and, you know, much earlier than the last time out as well. And it seems like he'll be able to have a much greater impact this time around, just due to all the chaos that is going to be in these fights. Right? You don't really have anybody who can mark him. And speaking of getting marked, Ace in the hole going to come down, but it's not going to land on Taeyun. And his Vampire is just kind of relegated to heal bot here. You know, he's healing him, he's throwing some E's on him, maybe a bubble or 2. a tidal wave that went off to the side, but here's a calling. All right, we have a full-fledged fight here. Vampire is going to get the Shen ultimate, but Knight is going to go in and take him down.
Through the stand united again, Knight now 3-0-1, really big in this game. As the burst damage tried to come down from Monkey, as we see ships in the night passing there. Bin is rotated down after taking down that top outer turret to help secure the second turret for BLG in mid-outer. And Herald falls as well. That's going to be feet secured for BLG. 3K gold lead opened up, and no signs of slowing down in the BLG camp this game.
Yeah, there was an immediate ping on that bot tier 1. We're going to see teleport come in from Bin. Take a look at this replay. I mean, that was a tidal wave of all time.
No comment. Oh.
Nice trap.
You know, the one comment I will say is that going into the day, Vampire has been so good in the last few series. They have a stinker, and I wouldn't blame them for it. So I got to pass up on that one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it wasn't good, but I mean, that doesn't erase what he's done, right? And, speaking of erasing, Knight is just erasing multiple members off of the map. He's going to go all the way in. He could find himself in a little bit of trouble here, but he took literally no damage from this Annie. So, I mean, that's just the power of these Merc man. As BLG, all of a sudden, the cascade has come through. They're just getting pick after pick, fight after fight, taking objective after objective.
Also, the power of an Akali in a game where CC is conditional. As in games where Akali can't be CC'd, I mean, she can really take over. This is a very, very powerful champion if you're able to connect. Speaking of connecting, tidal wave dodged out on by the Herald. Knight makes it look easy as he's a smooth criminal and rolls his way right on out of there.
I don't think Team WWE has the same tools to be able to come back in the way they did in game.
Nope.
I don't know about you, Cubby.
Nope.
All right, so I think what needs to happen is
wait, he's taking this?
Oh, okay. Oh. Karis, flash for flash.
I mean, that's bold,
Knight
man.
will take him out. Yeah, that's messed up,
That
bro.
is-
I don't
that's
know if he
straight
was worth
mean.
the flash, Knight. I really don't think so.
He's laughing on his screen, man. He's having a ball
And you
of
see
it.
Karis is just nodding. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's me whenever I am playing a game and I'm severely outclassed by my lane opponent. I also do the head nod like, yeah, he killed me. He has now bought his ego book. It's got 9 pages in it, and he's looking to write all of the names of Team WE in his death note.
And Knight's kind of been Himothy in this series going up against Karis.
They call him Himmy Turner.
Yep. I mean, Himmy Turner doing backflips on the rift here. Monkey, he's built a hubris, which I feel like is appropriate playing Graves. If you want to play Graves, it definitely takes some hubris. Karis clearing out the ward was enough for Knight to land the E, and that was enough to one-shot the Annie. As the glass cannon Annie, well, the Shurikens are unfortunately breaking the glass house. Now Beishwang going to try and find Cube, just force the flash out.
Okay, Cube slammed up against the wall.
This play's going to continue. Now
Yeah,
Elf
he's
wants
just gonna die, man. This is just I don't really know. There's not too much more to say here. Aggro's gonna go over to Ben. And he's gonna just drop
last outer.
Yeah, this last one's going down. And this
3
was
grubs.
the
2.
continuation of game 1 that we expected to see.
But hey,
is what we're
pity prizes.
Okay, not bad.
Pity prize secured. No, it's bad when we're celebrating pity prizes.
Yeah, honestly, it is a rough sledding here for Team WE as the push continues on the bottom side. The Bin and Elk and the Maiden. We're going to continue to knock down these turrets.
Can we do
Knight's
this
going to go
time?
in a 1v2. It ends up being a 1v3, and he immediately gets blown up. And it's a big shutdown going over to Monkey. He's got those stacks on his new foe, Hubris.
Yeah, maybe thought he was going to be able to get out of that one, but Nami Tidal Wave created the chain CC enough to take down Knight. Well played by Vampire. As
Servers are like, man, why did he do that?
well, at least Knight smiled a little bit in the player cam as they were zooming in on his dead body.
Now he's got no stacks on his Medjais. What a silly goose.
That's true. That actually hurts a little bit.
That's silly Billy gaming right there. Speaking of whole lands, Monkey is just so low, man.
Monkey?
Be able to turn this around? No, Elk is going to flash on him and kill him.
That was actually kind of close. I thought Monkey
It
almost
was.
had that. Not the case, though. Looks like Monkey sprinting towards a collect the third item. As this game continues to get further and further out of control for WE. We did see last game, BLG hit Anakan on spawn. Managed to secure that one for themselves. Oh my god, it's a Spear of Shojin on Poppy. Beishwan, holy cow. I will say Shojin, really strong item. BLG only has a 62% chance to win this game. That chance.
Only? Oh, 62.5. We can round up to 63.
I'd bump it up to 83.
I think you might be on to something there, Cubby.
I might be
Your
onto
analysis is pretty strong. I mean, really, we're like, what does Team WE have, right? I mean, like, you know, Tane and Vampire, a nice duo of champions that still has a lot of power. You got Monkey, who is pretty strong himself. Cube, who's got good utility, and Karis, that, you know, Karis is so weak that if Kakashi from Naruto rolled up and tried to fight him, he'd cover up a Sharingan because he doesn't need it.
I'm going to pretend like that was an awesome reference you just made, Yanni.
I'm so upset. You know what? I forgot you're not the anime watcher.
Yeah, I've never seen Naruto. I apologize to expose myself like that.
Okay.
That said. You know, but you say that Monkey might be kind of strong, but we're playing Graves. Yes, it's 3 items because we built lethality items a little bit cheaper. And he has gotten a few shutdowns. So he, wow, actually has the most gold in the game. As he is somehow, I guess, tactically inted early on to then grant himself a shutdown later on.
You know what it was? It was that cannon minion he took all the way back on that top play.
Oh, you
That's
must be a
what's putting
jungle
him over
main.
the top.
I know you're not a jungle main.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm an AD carry player, bro.
Yeah, you sound like one when you throw out blasphemy like that.
He has all 3 items. He is pretty powerful.
WE is just 5-manning bot turret. What could possibly go wrong?
A lot of things, Cubby. Let's find out.
Buy mid-inner.
BLG is on their way. They're going to take the turret. Elk is going to chill out, as you said. Take mid-inner here. As Team WE, they are S5. BLG get a little too saucy here. They could find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Knight really wants to go in on that. You can tell, but he will think better of it.
He wanted to go in so bad he had to on-throw at a scouting final spark, you know? That said, not just to scout, also to delay some of these resets, because, of course, Elk's gotten free time in the mid lane to take the inner for himself, working on the inhibitor turret, as now Cube. He tried to TP out. Looks like the wall from Bin stopped him, as that bump was enough to get Cube out of there.
You know, that's not the first time that Bin has done that on this champion. It's such a nice tech.
It is. You know, as an old Anivia enjoyer myself, outdated champion, but of course the power of the wall. Used a lot of strength there. Well played by Ben, who has really taken the Yorick that has been buffed up, seen some changes. He's taken it with in stride.
Beishwan's going all the way in, but remember, Beishwan isn't tanky, guys. He's got a Spear of Shojin, full culling, just going to land flush onto On here.
Take it, Knight. You know you want it. All right. Oh goodbye,
my.
Karis.
Oh! Did you see that?
What?
That was a lot of damage on that turret. I mean, I know why, but, you know, it was still a lot. He half-health that thing, man.
Yeah, I gotta say...
Beishwan is going to punt. Hold on. He's going to punt Danny out. Beishwan's going to walk in. Knight trying to kill Monkey here. Perfect execution, but he did get taunted. The Dragon did go over to Team WE. Meanwhile, Beishwan... Vampire ace in the hole. Vampire realized that he was very, very dead.
Yanni, do you think that BLG is taking this game 110% seriously?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. It was sarcastic. Well played. I don't think so either. This Poppy build is something else.
Yeah, this Poppy build is horrific, bro.
As much of a Spear of Shojin enjoyer as I am, shout out to Renekton, who...
Straight to jail.
Some matchups, you can go Spear, first item as Renekton. You can. Also, Ambassador drop a that sometimes. Also,
hang on. They find Bin on the side lane. Bin dying on the side lane for 0.
That was a gift.
Wants to take this inhib, but could find himself in a little bit of trouble. The minions are not going to be able to finish it off. This inhib does still stand. As BLG a little too sloppy here for my own.
I am going to write this off as they are not taking this game 100% seriously. Karis.
I agree with you.
forced Elk out. I assume Elk doesn't get one shot. Oh, no, he does. Harvest secured by Monkey. Well played.
All right.
We're going to hit Baron, and we're going to find out what happens.
Why not? Why not?
TP is up in 15.
Oh, calling, lands flush on the on. He's forced all the way out. There's a couple of spells. Base one hanging around. Elk is here. Knight coming
Knight
from the
scouted.
side. Been up in about 5 seconds. 4,000 HP on the Baron here. Knight trying to grab all the attention of Team WE while Monkey finishes the Baron on his own. It's stolen away by Beishuan. Double knockup is there too. Monkey will flash right into his death. They will finish off the Annie. Vampire is next on the backside. Cube dies too. And that should do it, Cubby. It is an ace for BLG. They got the Baron. They got pushing lanes. They got a game win already. And they should have a match win.
Monkey missed the smite, and BLG does not miss, as this game might have looked a little bit for fun. I'm going to say that it was, but hey, BLG, they can afford it. Knight, Knight, congrats on your double MVP, man. You were an absolute monster today, as Knight continues to be one of, if not the best players we have in the LPL, and BLG continues their undefeated streak with Beishuan in the roster.
Congratulations to them, as BLG, as you said, with the win, improves now to 9-5. Really, really excellent stuff. A team that was 4-5 at one point has now rattled off 5 straight. And let's be honest, there's not too much to recap about this game. So let's talk about the future for both of these teams. Coming up for Team WE, it's a little difficult for them. They got 4 matches left. They play against Top Esports next Wednesday. The next day they play against Thunder Talk. Could be a gimme there. To end that week, they play against Anyone's Legends. And then on week 8, that'll be Thursday the 22nd, they'll play Weibo. So that one could go either way. Kind of depends on where the teams are going to be at that time. Might be forecasting a 1-3 to end the stretch for Team WE. It would put them at 6-12, which isn't terrible. But definitely after they rattled off those 5 wins, put themselves at 5-6, would be a disappointing way to see them end the regular season. But of course, that's just forecasting. They could absolutely beat Weibo Gaming, depending on how Weibo looks, because they've been a little rough lately.
Yeah, they have. And I got to say, with BLG, their forecast looks clear. I know that we saw some questionable plays a couple times in the series from Beishuan and on, but overall, BLG outclassed Team WE at the end of the day. Still, I think blowing what was almost a 4.5K gold lead in that first game is a little bit concerning. Still want to see Beishuan and On take more steps in terms of incorporating Beishuan into the roster and putting things together, but you cannot doubt the performance that came out of Knight in this series. Should win MVP for this game as well. He was an absolute monster, and Ben continues to look in much better form. So still things looking up for BLG, as that forecast has clear skies ahead, and we'll see if they can find some more wins on the Rift. As Yanni, I just do want to highlight, again, JDG starting tomorrow. 5 best-of-3s in 7 days. That is utterly ballistic. As I know we're going to forecast our schedule tomorrow a little bit, but I cannot believe that a team has 5 best-of-3s in 7 days. That is absurd.
I'm counting. Hold on, I got to do casting that.
Count them up. I got it right.
You said 5 best-of-3s in how many days?
7.
Overall, their last 7 games are over a span of 10 days. That's insane.
They're playing 7 series in 10 days?
Yes, they're playing 7 series in 10 days. The first game starts tomorrow. The final game is Wednesday the 21st.
Now I got to pull the schedule back up and check this. Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yep.
That is ridiculous.
Dastardly what they're doing to these guys.
Oh my God. Minimal days off for JDG, as again, fast
and they got to play against BLG at some point.
They got to play. I mean, JDG's schedule, of course. Tomorrow, Top Esports in the last series of the day. Tuesday, IG. Wednesday, Weibo Gaming. Friday, FPX. Saturday, BLG. NIP on Monday of the next week.
They get a break.
And then Anyone's Legend to wrap things up on Wednesday, the 21st. That is beyond stupid. The fact that we're playing 7 best-of-3s in 10 days. That said, I say it's stupid. I wish every league in the world was like that. The fact that LPL has so many games, it is a blessing and for sure a privilege to bring the action to you guys, as I know we're wrapping up our broadcast, waiting on the MVP from the LPL side of things. But shout out to everyone that's been tuning in to our broadcasters, the LPL in general overall. It's been a blast.
Whatever they do with the fingers.
Oh, yeah. No, you got it. It's hearts.
Yeah, exactly. Want to talk about BLG real quick before we go back to JDG, because we must talk about their Hellas schedule. So as you said, pretty clear skies for BLG, although they're going to be skill tested for sure, because they have an IP next. That one should be easy. Then they have JDG. That's a skill testing one. Then they have Top Esports. They've got Top Esports in Week 8 on Tuesday. Take a look at the damage charts or not. Doesn't matter. You were here for this drubbing where BLG absolutely dominated Team W in the second game. And then Wednesday, the 21st, they'll play against IG. So really looking for BLG against JDG and TES as the 2 key games out of their last 4 in the schedule. To be the ones to really show if this team is well and truly back. I think that the win over Anyone's Legend is certainly the first step in being like, yep, this team is good. But, I mean, if you're out here beating JDG and then beating Top Esports, you're the hottest team going into the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, at the moment, sure seem to be hot. I still question, I mean, even how seriously they were taking this game. It didn't matter. BLG.
Nah.
Yeah. I got to say, again, a team that I know if you're an LPL fan, you're really hoping that BLG represents you internationally. It almost feels like that is expected, given the history of BLG. And that's going to be the real question. I mean, of course, LPL sending 2 teams to MSI. BLG has not been a top 2 team all year. That has been Top Esports and Anyone's Legends, really. Them and JDG has been the one team that always sneak in and try and break that. But, yeah, again, it's been top in AL. And if that's going to change, it's going to have... You got to believe that BLG is one of the teams that can do it. And we'll see if they're up to the task as push comes to shove. We'll get later on into the split. But at the moment... does seem like they're taking the right steps, at least in the right direction, to secure that top 4 and book their ticket into playoffs the easy way, avoiding that play-in stage.
Yeah, and you really want to avoid that play-in stage, mostly because the play-in stage, as far as I know, starts literally the day after the final game, from what I've seen. Now, I'm not sure how true that is. I'm only going off of what I can see on Leaguepedia. I'm sure that at some point we will have that concrete information, but it does say... it says the start date for Split 2 playoffs is the 24th, and the last day of the regular season is the 22nd. So there's actually a 1-day break. But I'm going to be honest, like, now this is the perfect way to get back to JDG. If you're a team like JDG, right, you're in 4th place right now. It's looking like that BLG is an absolute buzzsaw. You already haven't really been able to go after AL or Top Esports. You've got this hellish week this hellish 10 days where if you slip to 5th, now you're playing 8 series over 12 days, and one of them is for playoffs. Now, sure, you're going to play against a Group Nirvana team, right? But that's not you would really probably like the breather, right? Especially with the quality of teams you're going to play against, right? They've got TES tomorrow. They've got IG on Tuesday. They've got Weibo on Wednesday. They have FPX, which is a little bit of a break next Friday.
Man. FPX look pretty decent of late, let's be honest.
Compared to the rest of them, right?
They're a competitive team.
Yeah, FPX is very competitive. Like, they're going to... like, the only one that's actually a gimme on this schedule, no offense to NIP, is NIP.
And with solo kill, they've looked better too. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You are going to have to take every single one of these teams seriously. I mean, this is going to be a really, really hellish schedule. But honestly, not cool if you're a JDG fan, but cool if you're a fan of just the league in general, man, because it's like you get to see a lot of JDG, and JDG's been a pretty entertaining team. They've been a pretty solid team so far, but given the fact that they've only played 11 matches, they have a little bit of ground to cover, so the schedule makers decided to tell them to go pound sand, I guess.
Yeah. Again, I cannot emphasize as we return to this series how good how good Knight's been. Feels like this guy's been playing a really damn good league. Should be back-to-back MVPs for him as he gets to that 9 mark, Yanni, and actually matches that MVP count that some of our players have had.
Let's see. Let's make sure.
Tie it up. Knight continue. What?
It's the Spear Shojin, bro. Look at his items. There's only two items and boots.
Are we serious? I mean, I know that he, like, Omega Gap monkey early on, but I feel like that was kind of Monkey Zone doing.
Maybe.
And meanwhile, Knight was just making Karis, like, look like a child on the wrist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go put that out of our minds. Let's pull up the standings.
That's what we call a media KEKW vote from LCK, to steal some of their terms. It's, of course, beloved broadcast over there. And as, again, look at our standings, that gap emerging between the top 4 and the rest of Group Ascension, of course, might need to put a metaphorical line in between that 4 and 5 spot, because if you are top 4, you will have that playoff secured. You'll get that blue check next to your spot, whereas in the 5 through 10, and then the top 2 teams of Group Nirvana will be in play-ins as we round out our 8-team playoff that will be coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be a big banger. One thing I noticed is that it said LGD was 4-1. That game will be played tomorrow. So
scheduled win, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen,
the last Group Nirvana game.
Soldier Prime.
It's the first series tomorrow, and that one does matter. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It absolutely has implications. So, LGD currently 3-1, 7-3 in game score. Ultra Prime, while they can't get in, if they hand LGD 2 losses, LGD, I don't actually know if LGD or LNG have the tiebreaker over each other.
It should be LGD.
I'm going to try to find it real quick.
LGD beat LNG. I was on that series.
Okay.
Yes.
So if LGD beat LNG, then as long as LGD wins one singular game, they will lock playoffs. Because the differential will be the same.
Okay.
It will be +3, and LGD will have the head-to-head.
Okay.
However,
so one game needs to be won. If they win the series, it could be the 1 seed, though, out of the group.
Yes, absolutely they can. They can have a really high differential, be that 1 seed, get in there, and hopefully not play.
It does matter.
What looks like either IG or Weibo, but we won't actually know until we get to the end of the split. We don't just have that game. We do have Thunder Talk versus Weibo, as Weibo look to stop their skid. Thunder Talk might be the team that they are going to be able to do it against. And then finally, the last game on Sunday. It's JDG's first game of their hellish run, their hellish sprint to the end of the split against Top Esports. That's going to be one that you're not going to want to miss. But that will do it for us. And before we go, we want a big shout out, big thanks to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Force Without. Their pledged financial contributions
Force Without?
help us level. Yes, Force Without.
The streamer?
The streamer. The better.
The streamer.
Just like you guys in chat. They help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Take a look. If you want to be on this spotlight list, go ahead to coffee.com/LPL English and help us out. We'd greatly appreciate it. But that will do it for us here this evening.
Thank you to everyone supporting us, whether it's subs, views, the coffee, especially shout-outs to the coffee subscribers, but support on this broadcast always been awesome. And there are so many people that support us behind the scenes that you guys don't even see or hear of. So shout out to everyone on our team, especially Kai, who's been behind the scenes helping us produce today. And Yanni, been a pleasure to cast these 2 series with you. I've got to take a 5-hour hiatus because I got to co-stream some CLOL later on.
Have fun with that. CLOL is always a banger. People should tune in to CLOL, honestly.
McDonald's breakfast, and we're going to see where the morning takes me,
Exactly, man. Well, good luck with that, but that will be it for us here today at LPL English Unofficial. For myself, for Cubby, for Kai, behind the glass, and for everybody else here at the LPL English family, we hope you have a great day, and we will see you tomorrow for some more games. We're going to raid the LEC, so hang around and watch some cool LEC action, man.
Mm-hmm.
Roadshow.